Kamran Pasha joins us once again here on Midnight's Edge in the Morning. Good morning, kids. Good afternoon, good evening, whatever it is, where you is. I'm Tom Connors. With me, as always, is the boss man, Andre.
Greetings, everyone, and thanks for joining us today. We have quite the show for you, so you don't want to miss this one. So please hit like and help share and all of that jazz.
And we're shadow banned again, but I'm not surprised because Drunk 3PO has permanently been kicked off of Twitter, and yeah, they're probably all coming after.
Wait, he's permanent? He was like
permanently banned.
Yeah, okay. This is my. Yeah. I think the same person who did this to me did this to him, and he is far more diplomatic than I am. So, I personally believe it's exactly the same person who did it to me. He was associated with Lucasfilm, who has a buddy inside of Twitter.
Excuse me.
Yeah, but no, I really do believe it's the same person, and I absolutely believe he has a friend inside of Twitter who he just calls and says, "This guy's too much pain in the ass," and that person just says, "Hey, buddy, no problem." Yeah, that's what I believe.
Well, but we don't shut up about things. That's the problem.
Yeah, no, we like to speak in codes and just go right to the edge and just not step over it. But yeah.
And we have a new member, Costas Laveranos, if I'm saying that right. Thank you for being a member. We appreciate that.
Yes, welcome, Costas. Thanks for joining us here. We have some great stuff for you, and as we do for all our members, and especially this show here is going to be cool. And Scooter Tart says that Twitter is cancer for the soul. Best stay away. Oh, and I agree with that completely. Yeah. I mean, it's so bad in radicalizing absolutely everyone.
It's become worse than Facebook, and it wasn't like that before.
Yeah.
Well, Facebook, you can kind of stay away from things. Like, it's easier to navigate. Twitter's like in your fucking face. Like, it's just blam. And you got to say this one, Andre.
Yeah, we have joining us, and she says for $4.99. Hi, gents, watching Shang-Chi right now. Oh, wow. Awesome. Do make sure to let us know what you thought when it's over.
Okay.
If we're still on then, because yeah, we'll be talking a little bit about Shang-Chi.
Are you sitting in the theater or
I am guessing she's sitting in the theater and the movie began.
She's probably the only one in there, so she can be on her phone.
Yeah, I mean, I was practically the only one when I saw the movie 2 days ago. There was like 20 other people, or like maximum 30, and I think that's pushing it.
Okay. All right. Well, I haven't seen it. I don't know that I'm going to see it, but we'll talk about it today.
I'm kind of having a hard time finding a decent time to go see it. Like, it's hardly showing. It's like, and all the theaters that I got to go to are like over an hour away. It's ridiculous.
All right. Well, that might have been very intentional in the release strategy.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be visible in the box office. So, that's such a triumph, such a triumph of the entertainment media complex coming together for the cause. That's the true triumph here.
When the Hollywood trades and whatever, and the reviewers start using the same phrase, it's a seeded phrase from the marketing people, right? It was the same thing that happened on The Last Jedi when they all said it was, what was the phrase? It wasn't courageous. What was the phrase they kept using in The Last Jedi? They all repeated.
Greatest movie ever made.
No, it was very specific. It was an actual phrase. It was implied that it was the idea being that this was courageous for them to take this kind of storytelling.
It was. I don't recall the exact wording right now, but you're of course right. Like you had you had like the exact same wording being repeated by all the trades and everything.
I started seeing friends of mine. Look, there's a few friends of mine who are, let's just say, follow the flock types, right? And so I started seeing them use exactly that phrase, and I was like, could you at least just come up with your own review? I was like, why are you regurgitating this marketing phrase?
Because then it don't show up in the Twitters.
Exactly. You don't get like that the rage clicks. So yeah, but
if you use keywords, then it'll show up with all the other reviews, right?
Yeah.
They tell you what keywords to use.
Yeah, that's standard SEO for you, search engine optimization. But we have a good, decent crowd joining us here already. We have Drew Hughes that weighs in that it's BS that he was banned, referring to the drunk 3PO, which of course, it is BS, as it was with Kamran. And Matthew Walkley says that he got today's notification just popped up on his phone. Well, that's something. Glad to hear that. Red Tigress says, "Hail Kamran Pasha." Yes, indeed. Hail one and hail all, and hail Kamran for joining us.
I don't think I've come across Red Tigress before, but that sounds like a lovely name, and it sounds like a lovely lady. So I always love when the lovely ladies come to my head. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. We have Fractal Jack joining us. We have Hypergiver 2. We have Gran Wasu 42. Hamdingr is here. Kit Kat is here. She also got a notification, so that's awesome. Our new member, Kostas Lavranos, says, "Love you guys all." Well, thank you, and we love all of you, and look forward to getting to know you in members-only streams and everything. And Shane says that he automatically likes the minute I see Kamran. So, yeah, that is pretty cool. And
the phrase is bold. It's bold storytelling. Bold.
Bold. Yes, I remember that now.
Bold.
I do remember that it was the boldest storytelling there ever was. And then we have Six, and she has some words of wisdom for everyone. Morning, please help find the live stream by sharing out the link. So yes, hit that like and help share. I mean, that's what got us over the shadow ban the last time.
Yeah, which reminds me, I'm going to send out on Facebook for my friends to watch it right now. So that's the only social media really that I have, and then I don't go up there. But let me send this out, okay?
Yeah, sure.
As you can see here, go ahead.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Pixel Supreme says for 10 Swiss franc, "Hail Midnight's Edge and Kamran, whose biggest fault is he talks too fast for 1.5 playback speed. Better not be late." Well, the beauty is that I speak slower, so then it kind of like balances out, doesn't it?
And Andre has a better accent than I do, but I will slow down.
Oh, you're very generous, but
I was a note I was given on. I'm out there pitching my Ottoman Empire series right now, and so after one of my pitches, that was a note I was giving. It's slow it down, take your time, and I'm just Speedy Gonzalez, and I will. Can we say Speedy Gonzalez? Is that been canceled? Has Speedy been canceled?
Yeah, they tried to cancel Speedy Gonzalez, but
he's
the
in
Latino
Space
community
Jam too.
uncanceled him because he was very, very important to Mexico and to Mexican Americans.
Okay. Yeah, he was uncanceled too, so they could use Fluffy anyway. So
he's a beloved character, whatever. I mean, he's a beloved character. He's the great thing about Speedy Gonzalez. I mean, he's one of my favorite cartoons as a kid. Is that he's always happy, he's good-hearted, and he's smarter than everybody else, and he's faster than everybody else. He's like the Latina Flash. So I'm like, what's the drama around this?
Ezra Miller was the Latino Flash, I thought.
I'm sorry, who was Latino Flash?
Never mind.
I missed the joke.
No, it was dumb. He was in Space Jam too, so I don't think he's that canceled.
Okay.
Yeah, and then Stephanie Jandic, Smuggler's Cantina, says, "We have a theory about who the LFL, former or current, is too." So, this would be like the someone with ties to Lucasfilm who is very fond of going and canceling people on Twitter and everything like that. He also has something against emotions being shared on YouTube. So and the Invisible Man says, "Can we stop wasting time and all this modern woke garbage and just talk about a good movie? Let's talk Bloodsport, best movie ever. Love all of you."
I can't see him. Where's he at?
What, Bloodsport? Or
no, the Invisible Man. That was a dad joke. Jesus.
Bloodsport is cool and all, but we have some really cool stuff to talk about today with the relevant topic at hand. So we'll get into Bloodsport at some other time. And just to move on with some of the super chats before we get into more matters here, Joachim Stark sends us 50 Swedish money. So tusen tack så mycket. I believe is the Swedish way of phrasing it. And our good friend Mike, the Mexican Iron Man, says for $9.99, hail my three brothers and all chat stream. I'm listening in from the road with the great Bambino, wishing all to have a great show. Oh, thank you. And we wish you and Bambino a great trip. So drive safely.
So I have a question. Is the Norwegian currency and the Swedish currency 1-to-1? What's the exchange rate between the currencies?
I don't know right now in this moment, but traditionally the Norwegian krona is worth more than the Swedish krona. So typically it's like you get you get like it's like a 0.8 difference. So like yeah.
So you're about one Norwegian krona is about 1.2 Swedish.
Yeah. Or like one Swedish krona is like 0.8 Norwegian.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, same difference. Same difference. That's about right. And then the Danish krona typically is worth more than the Norwegian.
Well, so I've been looking into Denmark because they've lifted. They pretty much said we're lifting all the crazy. We're just going to return to normal. And so I'm like, that sounds like a nice place to have a summer home. I mean, Sweden, Denmark. I think you guys in Norway are pretty normal right now.
Yeah, we are absolutely. We are, and I don't really notice anything. See, like some masks on the bus, but beyond that, it's pretty much business as usual.
I just went to Bulgaria. Some people, I was in Bulgaria for the last week, and it was just absolutely wonderful to be in Eastern Europe where people are just normal and not crazy, and lots of lovely ladies everywhere. So it was a lot of fun. Yes.
Yeah. And since Mike is in the car, I'm going to say what he always puts here usually. Assalamu alaikum.
Oh, you're getting there. The accent's even getting Middle Eastern. We're getting there. We're getting there.
Yeah. And Lindsay, the Cynical Geek, says, Kamran, so good to see Pastra Damus back.
I love Lindsay. I miss interacting with Lindsay on Twitter, but at least we can connect here.
And Darius Münchhausen sent a super sticker, and the one I'm so happy that I'm able to put on screen, Waddle These Nuts, says for $4.99. Happy Friday, guys. Missed the last stream on my birthday. Oh, belated happy birthday. But glad I get Mr. Pasha. I think I'll stick with Rumble in the Bronx this weekend.
That's a good movie.
One. Yeah, that's a fun movie. I like that one.
Yeah.
Jackie Chan is so
they filmed it in Canada, and there's a scene I think near the end where Jackie Chan's on like the golf course or whatever, and there's mountains in the background. Ain't no mountains in the Bronx, right? But they didn't care.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's a cool one. And Adrian Nasaruk sent us a £3 super sticker, and with that, I think we will be. We are no. I take it back again. Spider Unlimited says that Iron Maiden put their new album out today. Has a better story entertainment than Hollywood in the past 15 years. Yeah, somehow I am unsurprised by that. And the last millennial wonders, do you think there's a chance Doctor Strange 2 will get pushed back if
the bug,
like the beer bug numbers stay the same or gets worse? Because Spider-Man won't. Thoughts? I think everything is on the chopping block. Nothing is safe.
Everything. At the same time, there's this internal conflict within Hollywood where everyone has to say the beer bug is never going to end and we're all going to die. They have to say that to fit in with the panic crowd. At the same time, private are like, damn, we just want to make money. So that's the inner conflict where people are like, because Hollywood is part of the promotion of the fear energy, and that's keeping people from going to see movies. At the same time, that's not helpful to Hollywood. So it's an interesting inner conflict we're going through right now.
Oh yeah, that's a little bit schizophrenic, like so many other things these days.
Virtue signaling versus money, which is the entire situation Hollywood's facing this past decade. Virtue signaling versus making money.
And Hypergiver2 says, did you guys see the interview John Cho did for Cowboy Bebop? Unlike his co-star, he actually spoke positively and professionally. Well, good on John Cho. I've always heard good things about him, that he's a true consummate professional. So good on him. Very glad to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, John Cho is. I mean, he's been around a while, right? And he's played the game, and he's talented. So that doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, it's a lot often these people you're like look at them like they, their first moment of success, which perhaps like our friend Sifu Liu, right? This gets to their head. This guy's been around. He's seen what works and what doesn't work. So I'm glad to see he's continued to be a professional and be an example to people.
And Stephen Otten says, and we'll get into the matters at hand here. Hail Andre, Tom, Kamran, Wrench's chat. Reviewed Shang-Chi on Paulie's show last night. We had some interesting opinions all around. Personally, I think the movie is getting a bad rap.
Okay.
And I think this one is going to be a very polarizing one. I think it's... Yeah.
Well, look, I mean, I saw a quick review from Paulie. He really liked it. I know, and we're going to talk about it today, that I think Andre has a much more mixed opinion. I know others hate it. I have not seen it yet. I hope to see it this weekend. But, it's great that you're speaking up, that you like it. I really, really liked Black Widow. And I've not been afraid to say that, even if that's a minority opinion. And so everyone's free here to share your perspective. We're trying to engage the community. So, yeah.
Exactly. And I also kind of like Black Widow too. I made no secret about it. Like, Tom was very frustrated in our live review of it. But yeah.
Fair enough.
And Doomed Ha says that he saw Shang-Chi last night. It was mostly boring. So and Comic Book Steals and Deals says that Kamran is the only person in Hollywood I trust.
Well, thank you. That means a lot. Yeah. It means a lot to me, because at this point I just don't care. I just speak the truth. I don't care anymore.
Yeah. So. And Hypergiver 2 evidently also was not a huge fan of Shang-Chi. So again, opinions are going to be very different, right?
We're going to talk about, since I haven't seen it, we're going to talk more about, the context of what I think, how it does this weekend and what it means for Marvel and the internal civil war. That, I think, is the issue that will be able to engage all of us.
Exactly. It absolutely is. And then one more. Justin Trudeau says, always love seeing Pasha. Thank you for spreading awareness about the coastal elites in Hollywood, and very smart to avoid naming them.
Well, thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. I disagree with the way you're running your country, but thank you, sir. And I will, I will say this, that he's saying something. A lot of people in the chats are often like, hey, why don't you name names? You're part of the problem. Like, yeah, buddy, I'm just barely hanging on. You want me to start naming names? Is one way for them to totally cut the cord, right? They don't like me even talking about this stuff. And if I actually say XYZ did this, that's it.
Yeah, so there's some limitations to what one can do here. But Tom, before we move on with the proceedings, you have a Captain Marvel story in the background here. Give us the context.
Well, I was just noting that they didn't even come up with a new word for Shang-Chi, because as you can see...
Yeah, this is the marketing line for that.
They just recycled the same thing for Captain Marvel. It's a triumph. It's triumphant. It's like you think they could have come up with something else.
No, but you see, these words are specific marketing choice. Let's talk about this for a second, because, bold was a specific choice for The Last Jedi, right? Because they knew that this is going to upset people. They knew it was going to be a success, at least initially financially. People are going to go see it. It's the Star Wars, right? So they're going to see it. But bold was the message they had to put out there, saying they're trying to get people to think, hey, this isn't what you thought you wanted, but look how courageous it is.
But I swear I've seen it somewhere before too, though, Cameron. Oh, here. Yeah, Black Panther is a triumph.
Well, look, I think
I'm not denying that, but I mean...
But again, the triumph is that why use that word? They're using that
fool me once, kind of thing. I mean,
fool me 3 times. Well, they're using that word because they want to seed into the collective unconscious the idea that this is a victorious film and that it is invincible and everyone's going to go watch it. In Black Panther's case, it was a successful movie. In Captain Marvel's case, it was a successful movie with perhaps less passionate fan support, and then in the Shang-Chi, we're about to see what it does. But it's a very specific choice of words where they're trying to seed into your mind how you should perceive this film in advance, because they're afraid of the opposite, right? They're afraid. Let's think about it. Bold is the term that they use for Last Jedi. What is the thing that we consistently, critics of Last Jedi, say about the movie? Is that Luke is a coward. So they're using the opposite, right? So when they use a word like triumph, Their fear is it's a failure. That's their fear, right? And so that's why they're using the opposite terminology.
Yeah, that's very deceptive right there with the terminology.
Perceptive, not deceptive. Or maybe they're being deceptive and I'm being perceptive. I don't know either.
Well, you're being perceptive. They're being deceptive in some extent. So yeah, but of course you're perceptive for picking up on it,
Yes.
And they absolutely have thought through the words that they use.
Blasted! I got one more.
We got one more. He always finds it.
Black Widow is a triumph.
I like that movie.
From our buddy Salon. I like 2/3 of the movie. But my point is, this is pretty clearly their go-to.
Yes. Well, it's a go-to whenever they're nervous.
Yeah, that's good. I think that's true. Every single time they're like thinking fans aren't going to be behind that, then that's one of the words that they go to, trying to win people over.
And it's perceptive that they started that with Black Panther, because I knew that movie was going to be a success before, right? I knew that. It had already gotten a cultural buzz before, but they didn't know that because Hollywood is a bunch of racists, right? And so this was going to be this first Black superhero movie with this, with all these Black actors, right? And Hollywood, being a bunch of racists, were afraid that it was going to fail because they don't believe Black people can carry movies, right? It's why Spike Lee said that had anyone else made his triumphant movie, his really triumphant movie, Malcolm X, had anyone else made the movie, had Hollywood made the movie, he said it would have been about white reporter following Malcolm X around. And the main character would have been the reporter instead of Denzel Washington as Malcolm X, right?
That sounds about right.
Yeah. And so that was the reason they started it with that, is that they were afraid Black Panther was going to fail because they were a bunch of racists.
Well, and it seems like it's not isolated to Marvel. Last Jedi is a triumph. All these movies are triumphs.
But has flaws. Okay, well, that's pretty courageous for the rap. Okay.
Yeah, that was pretty courageous. That was the early reviews, though, for The Last Jedi, believe it or not. And I'm predicting already the Eternals is going to be a triumph of diversity.
You're correct.
Probably. So let's clip this, and so we can play the I fucking knew it clip when
Disney's all like, "Fuck, we gotta change the headlines. Change the headlines."
The fact is they won't change the headlines because they're not taking you seriously when they should take you seriously.
Oh, they're taking it seriously. They're going after Drunk 3PO. We're shadow banned right now. We have never been this far into a show with Kamran Pasha and not had 1,000 people fucking watching.
Can I say this?
Bullshit.
Can I say this? I could be crazy. I mean, we have like 900 people right now, which is great.
Just barely.
But when I checked in like about 5 minutes into the stream, and I thought we were at 1,000. So did we lose like several hundred viewers? Did I really turn them off in the last 50 minutes? I don't know.
No, we're shadow banned. We're not even showing up on my YouTube thing. Yeah. So
okay. Well, whatever. But but it's that's the thing. As we know about the internet, is wherever you put up a dam, the water gets around it. You can't dam up the internet. It's not possible.
No, I don't think it's isolated. I think they're getting pissy with us.
Okay, well, that's
because it was one thing that we came after Star Wars and all this other shit. They saw what we did to Star Wars. They're like, oh, fuck, now they're coming after Marvel.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but again, those people, all those guys have a lot of plants inside the social media companies. They have, like I said, Lucasfilm has its friends inside of Twitter, and it appears that Marvel's reach, so not surprisingly, gets into YouTube. But this is short-term strategy. It's not like Bob Chapek long-term strategy, right? Where Bob Chapek, I'm going to call him the Rommel of Disney, right? this guy's a strategic genius. We'll get to it, right?
He's desert fox of Disney. Yeah,
the desert fox of Disney. As Patton said, you Rommel, you magnificent genius. I read your book, right? We're reading Bob Chapek's book right now.
Yeah.
You magnificent bastard, I think. Whatever. We'll go back to what Patton said. But what do you? Yeah.
Chapek's got a book.
Well, he's going to. It's going to be the modern day rewrite of the Art of War.
Oh, okay.
It'll be the Art of War in Disney. I mean, that will be what it is.
How to Kill a Fox: The Disney War by Bob Chapek.
But with that, let us move in with the with the first main story here, and it ties in with Shang-Chi. So everyone, do help share and hit like, help share, get us to 1,000 viewers. Like STR Red Wolf says, everyone smash like button to smash Shadow Ban. I would be most helpful.
And we're almost
Bruno
at 1,000.
Santos says that he
We're
was
getting there.
notified, so that's awesome. That's cool.
That's a plus.
But I think it may have something to do with us changing the title of this to China banning soy boys, and this is something that was dropped on Deadline Hollywood earlier today. Now, just to set up that story, let us for the moment go back to Shang-Chi. Now, you two gentlemen, you haven't seen it yet. I know some people in the stream have seen it. I saw it 2 days ago. And what I can say is that the movie is something of a mixed bag. It has a lot of good in it. It has some bad in it. So it depends a lot of what you choose to pick up on. There are many things in the subtext, the messaging, that many people will not take kindly to. And one of those things, which I think that China is, or that's going to be one of the many things that China won't take kindly to, is that Shang-Chi himself. He can fight when cornered, but beyond that, he is something of a soy boy. He's like one of the non-threatening ethnic minorities, as the Hollywood elite likes to put it. He's someone that's completely non-threatening. He is in a very safe, non-sexual, platonic relationship with his best friend Aquafina.
Wait. So that's not. So we were talking about this when we went online, but to me that's so strange because even the marketing the commercials kind of imply they're boyfriend and girlfriend, but they're just buddies.
Yeah, they're just buddies. They're just buddies.
All right, well that says a lot. We can go deep into about Hollywood racism and sexualization perceptions of Asians and South Asians. I'm South Asian, and I've dealt with their perceptions of that, and so that's very interesting. And it's again, this is the exact opposite of Bruce Lee. Why Bruce Lee had to leave this town? He's like, they don't want me to be a leading man, and they find the fact that I am, a sexy, attractive Asian man and a sexually powerful Asian man very, very threatening. And so there's a long history of that, and I'll let you start because I have some things. It goes back to the silent films, that Hollywood issue.
Yeah, and before that though, let's watch says for $10. Morning to you all, Midnight's Edge. Can't stay since I'm busy. Me and my sister are going to see Shang-Chi tomorrow afternoon. So that you know what I think. Hope I enjoy it. Have a great day, guys.
Well, thank you for the support.
Hope you will enjoy the movie. But yes. All right. So getting back into that then a little bit. So here's like the thing with the star of Shang-Chi. In China, there have been reactions to the star himself that he does not conform with the Chinese standards of beauty, which is another way of saying they think that he fell down from the tree of ugliness and hit every branch on the way down. So that's their opinion. I'm not going to say anything about that. This has something then to do with what you're saying about like leading man and sex appeal. And also, this is someone, he doesn't even look sideways at any woman in the movie. It's only Aquafina, and they are friends. I mean, he goes to their house. He has breakfast with her every day. They work together. Aquafina's like grandmother asks, "When are you going to marry?" And she says, "No, we're just friends." Like,
so they even acknowledge that people are noticing there's a dynamic between them, but they're not
Yeah. People totally notice that there's a dynamic there. I think the only one that hasn't noticed is Shang-Chi himself, because they really do kind of come across as friends. Like if you had switched the gender of them, so it would be like two guys or two gals or something, it really wouldn't change anything, because there isn't anything sexual in their thing. They're just like buddies that like to go out, and they totally come across as a couple, but then again they don't. They're like they have like that friendship vibe going, but they don't seem to have that romantic interest thing. I didn't see any sign of even one of them wanting something more that the other didn't.
Well, and Aquafina is a pretty girl. Some people may not lie. I think she's a very pretty girl, and I think she's talented. And so that's also degrading to her because it's taking away her sexual agency and her attractiveness.
Yeah.
Real quick, before we go into this, I do have the early numbers for last night. It's not looking good for Shang-Chi. It did less than Black Widow did in its Thursday previews. Black Widow did 13 million in its Thursday previews. Shang-Chi only did 8.8 million.
And Shang-Chi has no Disney Plus release to hide behind.
Exactly.
And we're going to talk about why that works into the Marvel Civil War.
Yeah. Exactly. But getting back to the China thing.
Yes, getting back to the China thing then. So basically, Shang-Chi, the way that he comes across in the movie is that he can fight, but beyond that, he's something of a non-threatening, non-toxic soy boy, something of an effeminate man. And that is something that it was announced today by way of Deadline Hollywood that China is banning from TV as part of a cultural crackdown. We've spoken of this before, that the Chinese authorities are complaining that their upcoming generation of young Chinese men are effeminate and a little bit useless, like a little bit soy boys, and they blame Western culture and the influences from Western culture. And with that in mind, I'm not surprised that they didn't allow the release of this movie. So let's just briefly read some of the headlines here, and then we're going to hear your takes on this coming on. This then comes from Deadline Hollywood, and they write, China bans effeminate men from TV as part of the cultural crackdown. The Chinese government has issued new orders to its broadcasters in its continuing crackdown on culture, business, and social mores. This time, it called for a ban on what it termed effeminate men, asking instead that revolutionary culture be touted. The edict is part of President Xi Jinping's call for national rejuvenation. That's code for Make China Great Again, with business and the public under orders to align with his vision for China. Previously, the regime has expressed official concerns and cracked down on youth online gaming, boy band culture, gambling, cryptocurrency, and sports. The moves are part of discouraging what it sees as unhealthy attention to celebrities and certain distracting activities. And here comes the cool thing. The China TV regulators called for resolutely put an end to sissy men and other abnormal aesthetics, using an insulting slang term for effeminate men, Nyang Pao, or literally girly guns. Now, this is all from the Hollywood Reporter. I'm not putting anything, these are not my words. But so yeah, basically the kind of male ideal that Hollywood is promoting, China will have no more of. Kamran, what's your take on all this?
Well, what we're seeing is the art of war. They don't have to make this announcement, right? I've worked in China. You don't have to make a public announcement like this. You just make things happen there, right? So there's a reason they're announcing this as well, and there's a reason that the trades are picking it up. This is China basically saying, we're going to beat you. We're going to beat you culturally. The Chinese are very, very, very aware of woke Hollywood culture. They're very aware of sort of where we are politically as a country, and they see it as weakening and destroying America, which they're perfectly happy with as long as you keep buying their products, right? But they don't want us as a military and social competitor, right? And so to publicly proclaim this is a literal screw you in the face of the people currently in power in the United States, people that are, you have people inside the Biden administration using terms like birthing people instead of women, right? So they're very aware of where we are and the kind of woke nonsense that is both in Hollywood and in Washington, D.C. at this time. And for them to make this public announcement, it's very much a slap in the face and a laugh at America, saying that, because America is now, the funny thing about where America is, tragically, it's funding and tragic, is that in this generation, we're seeing all of these young idiots, running around with Hamel and Sickle T-shirts, right, and proclaiming their love for Mao and the Little Red Book and all this other stuff, right? So you're seeing all these idiots in this young generation proclaiming how they're communists, and these communists are saying, yeah, but you guys are a bunch of weak pansies. You're not men, and we are. And it's fascinating to watch them turn the sword on the very generation that clings to them for identity. It's amazing to me.
Yeah, that's a very interesting observation. And there's something that I think is very interesting here, because this comes and is reported in Deadline Hollywood at the same time as we have increasing hostilities between the US and China, not just politically, but also in terms of Hollywood and their entertainment. We have seen multiple articles in the past day, both from the Chinese perspective, how the Chinese audiences are no longer going to Hollywood movies the way that they used to before, but also how, for instance, Netflix told Adam Sandler to, how your movie had a huge section in China to pander to the Chinese. Take that out. We're not going to pander to China anymore.
And this brings us
this backdrop.
And this brings us, and we'll connect to the things we're talking about, because who saw this coming? Bob Chapek saw this coming, right? He saw this coming, and that's why he was already, China isn't our future. Like I said, I've said before on the Midnight's Edge that China ended up being fool's gold for Hollywood. Hollywood embraced China, thinking that it would become a major economic resource for Hollywood. And it didn't turn out that way, right? It ended up becoming a black hole that took from Hollywood and did not return, right? And so that now that the bean counters are beginning to reassert control, they are cutting the cords with what they're recognizing is a dross that's pulling them down financially, right? And so the interesting thing is this: had China, there's a reason it's appearing in Deadline and Hollywood Reporter and stuff like that, because it's an announcement. China's done a lot of horrible things that are never mentioned in Deadline or Hollywood Reporter, right? They don't bring them up, right?
Yeah, they don't bring up the concentration camps that Disney thanked or anything like that.
Correct. They don't. So why is this suddenly being brought up? They don't have to bring attention to this, right? Why are they bringing it up? Because this is part of the new narrative that the industry is being told. China is not your friend. And knowing where the industry is politically, the best way, they can't say to them, we don't want to connect with China because it's not making us money. They're saying, we don't want to connect with China because it has these outdated, toxic masculinity viewpoints. That's going to be the trigger point for Hollywood to say, well, no, I can't. China's terrible. You look what they're doing. They're bringing out the old Clint Eastwood man who's outdated, right? And so now here's time for prediction. Andre, you want a prediction?
Yeah, I want a prediction. Exactly. Here we go. Prediction time.
Here is my prediction for where we're going with, now that we're seeing these articles coming out about how China, is banning sissy men or whatever, is banning effeminate men, and it's causing outrage in Hollywood. We're seeing it.
You know who they're banning? They're banning the allies.
Correct. They're banning the groups that Hollywood has embraced publicly within the pride flag, right? The traditional masculinity is outdated and destructive and wrong, and now China is embracing it and critiquing those from perhaps another perspective on masculinity. And so, where are we going with this? So, as I've said, this is, I believe, the very fact that it's in the trades is that Hollywood is now publicly sending the message to other Hollywood people that China is not our friend. They couldn't say China is not our friend because we don't make money there, because that's embarrassing to Hollywood, because they've been a bunch of suckers for over a decade, giving China whatever it wanted and not getting anything in return financially, right? So they don't want to admit that. So they're triggering the Hollywood crowd to say China is this horrible right-wing, toxic masculinity culture, and that we have to disassociate with, because Hollywood has decided to disassociate from China financially. So our prediction is this: soon you will see Hollywood promoting films about the Uyghurs and about Tibet again, because that will be the break. That will be the sign that Hollywood is publicly broken from China, when it starts talking about Chinese human rights abuses as the movie of the week. It is coming. It will probably start with the Uyghurs, then go back to Tibet and other stuff that's happening, and eventually you'll see movies about about Taiwan and an American CIA agent that has to protect the Taiwanese people. Right? That is coming. That's absolutely coming in Hollywood next.
Yeah, there you go. I would not be surprised to believe that. I just want to highlight a great comment from our good friend Jesse Miller at the Grouse Nest, and of course, regular Mead contributor. Masculinity is only outdated until you need somebody to save your ass. Also, and when you need somebody to go and take over the South China Sea and annex Taiwan once and for all. You need some real soldiers for that.
Correct. And and this is an interesting wake-up call for the American people as well. We are facing a cultural war, and it's a cultural civil war inside of America. And as unfortunately our country goes to a very bad place, which it's getting to, there's more and more people waking up outside of Hollywood that you actually need traditional masculinity. If nothing else, as a defense against the collapse of civilization, which is what we're veering very close to. And so this will be another disconnect that Hollywood is going to have from the audience, is that more and more people, and I'm talking about, I have liberal voted for Biden friends who are now buying guns, right? Because they're afraid of how the crime situation in Los Angeles, right? And so we're seeing culture shift on the ground that Hollywood is, again, not seeing because of the echo chamber. And so it'll be fascinating to watch the disconnect continue and we can go back to Shang-Chi, which is, from you've seen it and you feel that it was an effeminizing movie, which is going to outrage China even more. Apparently the Chinese don't like this actor. And now you've got a situation where they're going to say Hollywood effeminizing a Chinese an Asian actor, right? You're going to see that, and that's going to increase the distaste for Hollywood on China's side, and it's going to frankly increase the public desire in China to teach America a lesson, right? In cultural, economic, and other terms, and they've done a pretty good job, and they'll continue to do that job.
Yeah, and it's even worse than that. I mean, if you look at the movie as a whole, because as I've said, Shang-Chi isn't just one movie; it's at least three completely separate movies all rolled into one, and one of them is the movie that tries to be Black Panther with a Chinese Wakanda and everything. But that ends up being a hashtag or like a rehash of the Mulan remake, which is all about girl power and everything like that, where like the women rule towards the end there. And a big part of the movie is also about how two children, a daughter and a son, team up against their father to commit patricide. And that's not going to play too well in China.
But it also speaks a lot about what the propaganda we're being told about fathers. It's the culmination of the journey of Hollywood, which is, we started off with Father Knows Best in the 50s, and say those kinds of TV shows that actually had titles like Father Knows Best, right? Then we got into, and we had through the 80s, we had sitcoms where still you had the father wasn't the butt of the joke. We watch shows like Family Ties. The father wasn't the butt of the joke, right? In Mr. Belvedere, the father wasn't the butt of the joke. They were in on the joke, and then and even the Huxtables, even the Cosby Show, and setting aside Mr. Cosby's journey, even the character he played was not the butt of the joke. He was the wise sort of patriarch of the family. That's through the 80s. Through the 90s, we started getting the lovable, overweight, butt of the joke dad who's got the really hot wife who's making all the wisecracks, right? We got those, and then eventually the father became
Homer Simpsons and your Peter Griffins.
Correct. Eventually you get to a complete joke where the father becomes a buffoon, and now we're getting to the place where it's time to kill your father. And notice how different that is from the message of George Lucas and Star Wars, which is about save your father. That's the message, right? And it's about family love, a father who's gone the wrong path, redeeming himself by saving his son. That is not the message Hollywood wants right now, because patriarchy. And again, those who promote the anti-patriarchy are people that are themselves patriarchs. They just want you to not have that system. They have it for themselves. Hollywood is still a patriarchal system with a female face in front of it.
Yeah. Well, of course, unless it's Kathleen Kennedy and sad enough, you have like some queens in there. But
yeah, but again, and they manage to go up against the powerful men, and they're both now, in my opinion, on the way out. So.
Yeah. Well, fingers crossed for that. But yeah, no, that's a very, very interesting breakdown with why we are actually getting this story about how they do that. Because how is this going to play in Hollywood with your friends in Hollywood? A headline like this, that China bans effeminate men. Well, are they going to take that personally?
Well, publicly they will. Remember, it's all the public echo chamber. Everyone is publicly outraged. Right? This is a really offensive. It's and they're slightly also confused because they thought the messaging in China is where we got to send our money to. So Hollywood is having a little bit difficulty getting onto this new track. That's why they needed an emotional trigger point like this, right? Social values, which Hollywood has to publicly endorse. So yes, publicly people are getting outraged. Privately, again, it's fascinating to me when I have dinner with some of these people privately. How they see the world is very different than their public stance, and they may not even be aware of it, right? So privately, some of these wealthy people, powerful people that I've known, they had a lot of very masculine male security guards around their gated complex, right? And they like it that way. And so you don't have Paul Blart Mall Cop protecting their mansions, right? You don't have that. And so it's interesting, but it just began yesterday, but this will become the big thing. And this town jumps onto these issues whenever it needs a political distraction. So a few years ago, because I've said Hollywood hates Islam, and so whenever they get their moment, they get their moment. So a few years ago, one of the major hotels, one of the major classic hotels in Hollywood, was owned by the Sultan of Brunei. Right? Brunei is a Southeast Asian country that's incredibly rich from oil, and it's a Muslim country, and it's run by a sultan, right? And he's an old school sultan with harem and all that kind of stuff, right? And so it is, and so they. As many Muslim countries do, for political purposes, they proclaimed we're going back to Sharia law, whatever that means. That's a whole other conversation. I don't want to get into religion because I know that religion chat gets agitated when I talk about religion. But they said that, right? And it was generally a nice little political sop. Like people in Hollywood use woke words to make their people happy, and so it was like we're going to have Sharia law in Brunei, and that was done primarily for its own internal political reasons to keep some mullahs who were unhappy with the government happy, right? But Hollywood jumped on it and suddenly said, Sharia law, doesn't that mean killing gay people? It doesn't. But doesn't that mean that? And so Hollywood started boycotting this major hotel here that was owned by the Sultan. And people were standing, it was like a picket line. People were standing outside with signs saying no Sharia and they did that for months. And all the studio and the agency started sending out memos saying we can't take any more meetings at that hotel, which is one of the most popular places for people to get together and do their schmoozing and deal making. That went on for about 6 months, and then slowly, the crowds petered away, and now everything's back to normal. Everyone's still at the hotel, and Brunei still has a theoretical Sharia law, which they haven't implemented, right? But everyone just moved on from it. But they had to use that Hollywood outrage, which is what they're going to do on this one, because they need to use the outrage to get people off of the China train that's not working for them. So that's what's happening here.
That's very interesting. With that, before we move on, we have a few super chats. So let us get into some of those here. Adrian Nasaruk sent us a little doggy super sticker for £3 so thanks for that. And Darth Sidious wonders, Kamran, have you ever been to, he says Gibraltar, but I guess he means Gibraltar.
Gibraltar, as in the island in Mediterranean. No, I have not. However, I have written a script that at least goes there for part of it. I actually have two different projects about the Moors. One of them set at the end of the Moors, which is the 15th century when they're driven out of Spain by Fernando Isabella. But I have a story that's set at the beginning, which I have actually written for a Middle Eastern company, which is set when the Moors first arrived in the essentially the 8th century in Spain. They arrived actually, they weren't conquerors. They arrived actually as mercenaries. They were brought in by various Christian Visigothic kings that were fighting each other in Spain at the time. And the Moors were brought in from North Africa essentially as mercenaries in that war. And then they ended up settling and taking over the peninsula. But that was how they came in. And they came in through Gibraltar, which is where the actual Gibraltar is from the Arabic Jebel Tariq. So Tariq was the Moorish Muslim general that came in essentially as the first mercenary that brought this Islamic army into Spain to help the Christian kings, one Christian king versus another Christian king. I think one Christian king had kidnapped and raped the daughter of another king, and so he brought in these Moors, and Tariq was the leader of that. And so when he landed on Gibraltar, it became named for him, and that's in my story.
I have to say that the history of Spain and the various conquests and reconquests that have been there over the years, and how you have both Spain, Portugal, and Spain is divided into so many different autonomous regions. It's truly, truly fascinating. So everyone that wants like a YouTube video, learn some history and stuff, go check out the history of Spain. That's interesting stuff.
Incredible. And Spain, I have to say, is the country of great food and beautiful women in short shorts. Oh my God, it's I love Spain. They like their shorts short, and I'll take it. It's wonderful.
Yeah. And our good friend Yellow Flash. And our good friend Yellow Flash says for $5, the Chad Sultan or the Beta Boy Prince Harry.
One's still going to have his crown, one is not, so we'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, exactly. And then moving on with some of these other super chats here. Ron W wonders, how can Hollywood keep saying the big is causing bad sales? And the big, I guess he refers to, the thing of unspecified origin and stuff like that. That definitely did not come from a lab. When this weekend, you will see multiple college football games with over 100K attendance.
Well, because it's a virtue signaling thing. We, especially Los Angeles, has become so disconnected from the rest of the country.
Or the world.
On the world. I mean, but just from the rest of the United States. I was in Missouri, just a few weeks ago. I went on a ghost hunt, a paranormal hunt in Missouri. And, I love Missouri. I've never been there before. It's a beautiful state. And everyone was normal. Everyone was just normal. The rest of the country is normal. My mom just went to see my sister in Texas. They're all normal. Here in LA, you got to wear one of these things to go to the supermarket. It's crazy. And we are living, literally Los Angeles has become a bubble from the rest of the state. You just drive, 45 minutes to the north or 45 minutes to the south. It's normal. Only Los Angeles has been trapped in this sort of, in this prison cell. And it's prison cell created purely for virtue signaling to each other. It's based on nothing because the rest of the state isn't following these things. And so this is purely a madness that the industry is in. And it's all because they're all trying to impress each other. They're on the right side politically, but they're not even trying to press the rest of California, just each other. So we're in a place of madness when it comes to, Hollywood dealing with the reality of the world. It's disconnected from it now physically. It's physically disconnected from the rest of the planet by its own behaviors.
I think that there is another place that's ideologically different ideology, but still like in terms of like the effects of keeping each other in check, similar to a place on the East Coast, namely Scientology's flag land base in Clearwater, Florida. Kind of like imagine it's much like the same thing going on there.
Well, I mean, when I thought about the East Coast, I thought you were going to think about New York because that's where I'm from. And New York is also a place. New York City has been.
Yeah, there too, but I think you have like too much dissident there. Whereas, like, if you just look at flag land base in Clearwater.
Yeah, that's a cult center, right? And
so, exactly. The cult center.
Yeah, exactly. And so we've got that, and we've got three political cult centers in the United States. We've got New York City, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. I mean, it's a trilogy of three cult centers plus this little thing going on in Clearwater. So. It is what it is. It makes me sad because there seems to be no way out of this. They've all trapped each other. We in the industry have trapped each other with this virtue signaling. There's no way out. And that, I mean, and I don't want to get this stream pulled, but I will make a reference to The Atlantic. The Atlantic, which we've talked about on this show, The Atlantic being the cultural spokesperson for the Hollywood elites, for the culture. And The Atlantic was the place where we had this surprise article come out about how Jon Favreau is the savior of Star Wars, which to me was a sign that Hollywood was now signaling to the coastal elites, not just the internal industry, but to the coastal elites and the media industry that get on board the Favreau train, the Kathleen Kennedy train is finished, right? So The Atlantic was used for that. Yesterday, The Atlantic put out an article stating that the benefits to putting this on little children in schools are minimal compared to the deep social problems in development and health problems that are coming to children because of putting this on their faces, right? That's coming out of The Atlantic. So for me, that was a sign that the culture icons, including Hollywood, are trying to shift the cult that they have created, the liberal elite cult, coastal elite cult that doesn't want to return to normal, right?
Well, and to get off a hotter topic,
do it.
There's even been like the Me Too and Time's Up movement are under a microscope right now. They're starting to shift gears with certain other kind of things that they've kind of, well, maybe this and that, and even certain presidents aren't under the same kind of
the narrative around the
they're
White
not
House.
getting as much love and appreciation as they were a couple months ago. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is this: on those other areas, they are closer. The industry is willing to go to these places. Whereas right now, the Atlantic article on the issue of this over children's faces, right? That is a desperate effort to get this train onto another track. But the resistance to it in the cultural elites is very high because this topic has become a religious cult, right? And so I was fascinated on social media. I'm not on Twitter, but I can see Twitter. So I'm watching Twitter. And I'm fascinated to see the outrage, passionate, vehement reactions from famous people and journalists and, about how The Atlantic is now a propaganda piece. We as Hollywood are trapped in the propaganda of these last 18 months that we have put out there. We can't get out of it. We've created a cult of our own elites that won't let us get out. And now this is a problem financially. That's why they're trying to shift the narrative to get us off of this. But the cult that they have created, the new religion they've created around these health issues is so deep that they don't know how to fix it because the reaction to The Atlantic was, well, screw The Atlantic. That was not the reaction they expected because the cult they've created won't let this go. They won't let go of this thing on your face. They won't let go of the thing in your arm. They won't let go of any of it because this is their new religion that was created. Hollywood is like, what do? We can't actually make movies this way. We can't make television shows this way. Just this week, perhaps there's a reason for why The Atlantic did this. Just this week, we're seeing how some of the studios have been suing their insurers for $100 million because the insurers are refusing to cover the new health crisis. And so Hollywood suddenly thought, we're just going to go along with this story that we've promoted, and we're all going to virtue signal it, and we're going to get refunded for this, and we're going to get reimbursed by our insurers. So it's not a problem. Insurers are not going to cover what's happening, all these new things you put on set and all these restrictions you put on filming. Oh, wow, then we've got to fix this. But how do we fix this? Because we convinced all the elites that the world is ending. And how can we get them now? So this is a really crazy situation. The Atlantic is the beginning of an effort to try to put the train on another track. And I think it's going to be hard because people don't know how to get out of this virtue signaling on this topic.
Right. Well, speaking of topics, let's see what the chat has to say. Let's go to some super chats here. We got Chris Catman, if I'm saying it correctly, with $10 says, have you heard that Men's Health has reported that China will be cracking down on sissy men? Now the normies are aware of what's going on and always make it is a chocolate.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
And as always, make it is a chocolate. I'm not sure what that means, but the first part, we were covering the article here. It looks like, they're not too happy with this sissified generation of men, I guess, is the way it sounds from this article. That
but it's more. I mean, it's Let me understand. This article is men. I'm not familiar. Men's health is just going along, or is making a new point. Is men's health saying we should get to men? I didn't understand.
I did not read it, so I can't respond to it. But I guess Men's Health reported on the same story that we're talking about. So it's spreading, I guess, is what the only part we can comment on.
Well, you've had all of these sort of men's magazines sort of experimenting with, putting the transgender,
and the do-betters
and that's not really selling those magazines, because that's not the audience for that, right? There is an audience for that, but that's not those audience. And so, now they're it's going to have to be an effort for the magazines to try to get back onto track of where their audience is, and rather than the cocktail party club. I mean, this is, I got to say, this is one massive clusterfuck. This is one massive clusterfuck that we're in Hollywood because of the narrative we've created that no longer makes any sense to us.
Well, and I can't speak to the Men's Health article, but I can say, like, just going back to like the Gillette ad, for instance, with the whole do better thing with men. Here's the thing is, when you do this kind of thing, or another example is when I, got done seeing Birds of Prey, I felt like a piece of shit. Like, it's like, okay, they're insinuating that so many men are these horrible people, right? Like, the problem is this, is like, yeah, out of every group of men, you have that one asshole friend, but that's what the group of men do, is keep that one asshole friend in check. It's not the other way around, right? They're like trying to make it pretend that like majority of men are assholes and just that 1 out of 10 is the good guy. No, it's probably the opposite. I'm willing to bet.
Well, and the perfect example is in this community. Some people, a small minority of this, very small minority of this community, doesn't like my personal beliefs on religion and other things. They might like my politics, they might like my views on stream, but they don't like my religion, and they've been active in the chat. But the interesting thing is, the majority of the people in the community come out and defend me, and they're not necessarily sharing my beliefs.
Well, I don't even agree with everything
like me as
you
a person,
say.
and they're like, stop being a jerk to this guy. Stop being a jerk to this guy.
Well, I don't agree with everything you say, but that doesn't mean I'm going to judge you by it. Like, that's the thing. I think that's the big separation.
You don't agree with everything I say, Tom. What the hell? You don't agree with everything I say?
No, I don't.
Whatever. Fine, whatever. Be a sissy male, Tom. Fine, whatever. Be like that.
Okay, I'll agree with
that's the beauty that here we have true diversity where it matters, namely diversity of opinion.
No, I'm an old fat fart who's stuck in his ways, and ain't nobody going to change my mind unless they come up with a real good reason.
But you were right about we're seeing that. I mean, we are in the toxic male club. You keep jerks in check. Because the one thing I will say about masculinity is that it should be about authenticity. Right? It should be about confidence, which is what I think traditional masculinity is about. And that, and sometimes some of the people take that to the place of, my confidence is such that I'm going to step on you. And that's not masculinity, right? And the rest of us pull that back.
Exactly. Yeah. That's
like the ability to agree to disagree has gone out the window. It's like, if you don't agree with me, you're a bigot. You're a bigot. You're a bigot. I can't deal with you. I'm going to cancel you from my life. And that's what everything is. It's like, like that's the world now. It's like, and I've seen people that I know are logical people. It's like, why are you acting this way? But yeah, you're right. I think it's this cult / religious mentality that's kind of infiltrated this entire movement, or whatever you want to call it. Diego Flores, our buddy from Midnight's Edge Espanol, chimes in, says, have you noticed that they are using a world that hasn't been used in popular vernacular since Rome or Waterloo? Word. I think he meant instead of world.
Which word is that?
Which one would that be?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Triumphant?
Maybe
but that could be the Arc de Triomphe. They would have these these various arcs that the Roman Empire would build whatever to celebrate their victories. So it is interesting, but I don't know that anyone in Hollywood knows those historical origins of these words.
Yeah, no, they probably don't. I think they're just looking for like the word that's going to give the correct emotional responses to the message that they want to get out there.
What does triumph mean? It means victory over an adversary, right? Right. And so they're saying this is a triumph, means it was fighting something. Black Panther was fighting the white man, right? And that's a triumph. Captain Marvel is fighting the patriarchy. That's a triumph. And I guess Shang-Chi is a triumph over anti-Asian racism, which Hollywood permeates and is in the film to some degree, from what I'm hearing. So I don't know what the triumph is.
Well, it's a triumph of I don't know, marketing, I guess. So yeah.
Well, not necessarily, as we're seeing from the economics of it already, right? When Black Widow, which I liked, did better and didn't do well as a movie theatrically, is doing better than this one. The funny thing is, Andre and Tom, look at Deadline is promoting 8.8 million as a huge triumph. Right, when we're like, it's pretty middling of some unsuccessful movies recently.
Well,
it's funny that they do that.
As I pointed out, just for perspective, like Black Widow did 13 point whatever million on its opening Thursday nights. Suicide Squad did 4. Now, granted, both of those movies were available on digital. Shang-Chi still only managed to muster 8.8 million, which is not even 9.
And there's no excuse now, which we will get to in today's conversation. There's now no excuse because you don't have digital to say, well, digital screwed up our return. And Bob Chapek is smiling. He's smiling real loud right now.
Yes, let us do a couple more super chats, and we'll get into Chapek smiling and how this is going to tie in with everything else here. Tom, you want to finish the super chats that we have on screen here?
Sure.
In the private chat.
We also have one from Hyperguyver who says it's funny that China is banning the soy boys. I don't think it's very fun. Look,
it's not fun for the soy boys.
No, they have zero fucks to give when it comes to this shit. Like, I mean, we know how they are, and I'm not condoning any of their practices for the most part. It's just I find it funny that they're deciding that this is the case, and it's all this is coming at the same time as all these other things are happening, as Cameron was pointing out as well. But I don't know if Andre has any more to add to that, or Cameron in that matter. But
well, look, I worked in China, right? So I worked in Beijing, and great affection for the Chinese people, great dislike for the Chinese Communist Party, having experienced it directly. And the affection I have for the Chinese people is that they were essentially in a prison. They were in a massive prison, and I saw it, right? The kinds of restrictions that we're getting used to, regrettably, in the last 18 months, they lived with. They were told when they could drive, what they could do. They had to have passes for everything. I mean, it was horrific for me as some freedom-loving American. It was very painful for me to watch. And they were people that were crushed. But there's an interesting thing about the shift in dynamic, because the old China, the old communist China under Mao, wanted the rest of the country to be a bunch of soy boys. One of the reasons, I asked one of the people I worked with in Beijing, I asked him, you guys are unhappy with this situation. Why don't you, there's a billion of you, why don't you just revolt against the Chinese Communist Party? He's like, oh, Mao took our guns away. During the Chinese Civil War, Mao essentially, whenever he would take a village, everyone had to hand over their guns or they get killed, right? And so China had a culture of, like America, of people with rifles and whatever, and it was a very largely agricultural culture at the time, and so people had rifles to protect their livestock, and he took all that away, and he wanted, quote unquote, soy boys in the general populace who wouldn't rebel, which is what the Cultural Revolution was about, which was taking away their entire heritage so that the Chinese people would essentially be emasculated physically, emotionally, historically, psychologically, everything. But when I was there, what was interesting was already we were seeing the shift as people were talking openly about how Mao was a bad guy. And so even when I was there, which was about 5 years ago, there was already a cultural shift that was happening. And there was even talk of the government, while I was there, people were talking the government might actually, Mao's got this like tomb, which is a big, tourist site right next to the Forbidden City. I went to the Forbidden City. I refused to go pay homage to this mass murderer. People were like, would you like to go see Mao Zedong's, body? I was like, no, I don't want to go see that. I'm going to go to the Forbidden City, So I went there. But they were talking about removing it because they wanted to erase Mao from the center of the national consciousness. And they're talking putting him back in his old village and forgetting about him. I don't think they've done that, but they were talking about it. The shift that's happening now when they're talking about soy boys, this is actually something that the American military should become aware of, because what they're talking about is they went from destroying their own people to now we've got to strengthen our people, because now their focus is external, which is conquest, right? Now they're no longer focused on destroying their people. They're focusing on taking everything else. That's actually a major cultural shift, which is a warning sign of where China's Communist Party is thinking, right? They've been using economic imperialism for the last decade. My spiritual teachers are in West Africa, Senegal, those countries, and Senegal, Mali, Nigeria have a huge Chinese immigrant population that's physically creating its own cities, that's there to work the mines and things like that. But they're creating their own cities that are often not obeying the laws of the country. Like Senegal is trying to retake control of the Chinese worker cities that are popping up in its property, on its territory that it can't control, right? So they're using economic imperialism. This new shift in rhetoric suggests they're moving towards military imperialism, which I think is a scary thought for everybody.
Yeah, it should be. Absolutely should be. Very scary thought. But yeah, where were we on the super chats?
Yeah, super chats, and then we'll talk in Chapek soon. So yeah.
Yeah. Next up we have, let's see, where were we? Troy Pacelli says, "Hope it isn't weird, but Kamran has a great smile."
Oh, I will take it. Thank you very much. I will take it as a very masculine man.
Yeah.
Masculine man. I'm assuming.
There you go. DCV Titan says, someone should tell them they can't spell triumph without Trump. Don't tell them that.
If you tell them that, they're going to get so triggered that you're going to have to pay for their therapy session.
Yeah, right.
That's actually a good one. That's actually really good.
$500. That's what they'll say.
Yeah, and then I think we had like oh yeah, that was the final one. I'll do a couple of more ones here that I have here before we move on. James Hutchinson sent us $9.99 with no message, but thanks for the support.
Hopefully
and let's watch. Says for $10. Morning to you all, Midnight's Edge. Can't stay since I'm busy. Me and my sister are going to see Shang-Chi tomorrow. We got that one, so thanks again. Corsair Raven said for $5. Here's $5 for support. Screw this platform for shadow banning. Another form of censorship. Yeah. Yes, but thanks to your likes and your sharing, we actually got past it today as well.
Looks like it.
So I just got distracted. I'll show you. I live all by the ocean here. This is my lovely Santa Monica Palisades Park I live by, right?
Nice. Just dodge yourself.
Yeah, and so there's always lovely ladies walking by my window, so I get distracted. But now there was a very lovely lady walking by with a clearly very alpha male, sort of proudly douchebaggy guy on her arm, and I was like,
proper Chad.
Proper Chad. So yes, it hasn't completely taken over Los Angeles.
Yeah, well, there is hope still. And then we have Mexican Iron Man, who says for another $9.99, when Rome conquered foreign lands, aside from killing the warriors, they made sure they make boys were raised by women, so they would come out less masculine. China wants to be like Rome.
And it's interesting because I was just in Bulgaria, right? Which is because I was there partly for research for my project on the Ottoman Empire, which I'm actively pitching right now. And, there's a lot. It's fascinating because there's a huge Ottoman remnant still in Eastern Europe. I went to the Muslim sections of Bulgaria, which are all Ottoman descended, a lot of old mosques there, a lot of communities still there. But it's fascinating that one of the deepest resentments that people in Eastern Europe have towards the Ottoman heritage, because the Ottoman Turks ruled much of Eastern Europe for almost 500-600 years, is that they had a strategy. And it's actually a brilliant strategy. We can debate the morality of it, but there was a brilliant strategy is when they would conquer, especially in Europe, when they would take areas of Europe, they had this military, essentially their special forces were called the Janissaries, which were the elite soldiers. The Janissaries were all taken from the conquered nations. So the idea is they would go in, and this is actually the story of Dracula. They would go in, Vlad Dracul and his brother.
Yeah, because he was a young child, wasn't he?
He was, and they would take
Dracula the second, like like Vlad Tepes himself.
Vlad Tepes had experiences. The Ottomans would go in, they would take the area, and they'd say, "You've got to give us your young boys," and they would bring otherwise we destroy the town or whatever. And so the people would surrender their male boys to be brought back to Constantinople, where they would be trained as these Janissaries, and they would be raised. I mean, they would be, as kids, they were made to accept Islam. Most of them had been raised as Christians, and I, as a Muslim, don't like forcible conversion. I think that's wrong, but that's what they did, right? And so they would take these kids and they would raise them as Muslims against their parents' wishes, and then they would send these kids back after training 10 years or so and becoming men in Constantinople and seeing themselves as Turks. They would send them back to rule over their era. So this was the most brilliant strategy because the ruling army was your own kids. You're not going to fight your own kids. It was the occupying army were your own children. You're not going to fight them. That's how they retained control for 600 years, because the people weren't going to rebel against their own children who were the soldiers guarding the town for the Ottomans. It's brilliant strategy. It's pretty Chad strategy. And there's moral issues with that. And I say that as a Muslim, there's moral issues with what they did there. But that's what they did, right? And so that's very different from what we're promoting now.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. And then we have another couple of super chats here that I think are going to be very interesting. Michael MacLeod says for $20. Thank you so much, Michael. I see it as a win. If China rejects the soy boy / SJW concept, then possibly American companies might follow suit. Less Simu and more Stallone. Kamran, what are the chances that American companies, maybe even Hollywood, will follow suit and try to encourage more masculinity after declaring masculinity to be toxic in all its forms the past decade?
The way back to it is to do like, what they're doing with Creed, the Creed movies, where you have a black man, right? Who is now a boxer continuing the Apollo Creed legacy and the Sylvester Stallone legacy of Rocky, right? So you've got a very alpha Chad male, black male as the boxer. And so that is the way back. It's going to be through giving racial minorities, ethnic minorities, the masculine roles. But again, this is something that Hollywood has a problem with, because Hollywood is threatened by masculinity in general. It is particularly threatened with masculinity in minorities. And so it's his own internal struggle with this ideology. We saw that apparently with Shang-Chi, because I haven't seen it yet, but from what Andre's telling me, we saw the emasculation of Sifu Liu's character, which, without even seeing the movie, you're telling me he doesn't have a love interest. And the girl that I thought was his girlfriend for the commercials isn't his girlfriend. Then what the hell, right? And so that's Hollywood's inner struggle with its desire to debase minorities, with the fact that it needs to return to profitable filmmaking. So it's going to have to give, and yet can't jump to toxic white male again. You can't have Dolph Lundgren again, right? And so you can't have that immediately. So you got to give it to the minorities, but their own racism prevents them. So all of these pathologies are holding back profitability right now.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting, and that's kind of like how it, how you see this whole toxic mindset really going and poisoning everything. So they created like a mental prison of belief that they can't get out of.
I'm going to give you a perfect example from what I'm going through right now. And I've talked to you, Andre, privately and on the channel about my Ottoman Empire series, right? We're out pitching right now to the studios. I've already several pitches already. Some have gone very well, waiting to hear from them. One went very poorly, and I won't identify the studio, but it was a meeting we took and we were all very excited. And I've got Oscar nominated producers. I've got a famous director, female director attached. So we have a big package that we're on this Ottoman Empire story about. And it's set in, the story is about the first queen of the Ottomans, who was a slave girl in the harem, who eventually the Sultan fell in love with her, and he broke essentially Ottoman tradition, and he freed her from as a slave girl and married her and made her his queen. And she started this whole period where women were essentially the dominant force of the Ottoman Empire. It's called the Sultanate of the Women. That was called for a couple hundred years after that. So it's a story about that period. And so, we're presenting it as a female empowerment story because it is. It's a young woman who is captured, like these kids that we're talking about Eastern Europe, taken to Constantinople against her will, enslaved, and then becomes the queen. So that's definitely an arc of a winner, right? Of an empowerment story of a woman who took control of her destiny and turned the situation around. But it's also a woman who is not, even though she does actually, in the pilot, she actually does fight. It's not a story primarily of a woman, Xena, warrior princess, running around with a sword, right? It's about a woman learning to use soft power inside the politics of the palace to advance herself, right? So it's about the traditional feminine wiles, right? That she has, because she's a bit of a tomboy, the character, and she has to learn to be that person to survive. When we pitched this just a few days ago to one studio, to one network, actually, in particular, we have a studio, but one network that was in it, and the meeting was going, they sound like, wow, Ottoman Empire, female empowerment story, we're here for it. And the meeting, one of the executive in charge was a woman, and there were several guys there, and we're pitching, and everyone's very excited. And I'm watching, as I'm telling the story of the character's journey, I'm watching her body language change. It goes from like this to, I watched it change. I was like, oh, we ain't going to sell it here, right? And this was, it's like a Turkish version of the Borscht, exactly. But this is, and I was watching, I was like, oh, this is a disaster, right? Because I could tell from her personal politics, she was offended by the idea of a woman having to use manipulation, sexual wiles, the traditional feminine soft power thing that women have historically had to use, because most women aren't Xena warrior princess historically or today. They still have to use, I think it's very fair to say most women will use social interaction as a form of power than physical dominance, which is still a male territory, right? And so presenting a story, it was literally a look of disbelief on her face that here we are, 2021, pitching a story of a woman that uses sort of sexuality and manipulating men to gain power. She found that profoundly offensive. I could tell her body language. And literally when the pitch was over, she's like, we're like, hey, so what are your questions? She goes, oh, we have no questions. Thanks very much. And it was done. I was like, okay, I knew from the moment it was done. We're not going to sell it there, right? But I could tell the other guys in the room were, until they saw the boss's reaction, were getting really engaged by it, right? And then they saw the boss was like this, like, okay, good luck, guys. Hope you sell it. That's an example of, this is, from a commercial point of view, this is exactly what that network should be doing, right? And that's why they took the meeting, because they thought it was something that would be profitable for them. But the politics of the boss, who couldn't handle masculine feminine dynamics, traditional masculine feminine dynamics in a story, and a woman using femininity to advance, killed it. So that place is not going to get that project, and God willing, it will go somewhere else and succeed. But that's an example of someone letting their personal agenda, which isn't even connected to reality and history, the idea that this woman would somehow be a warrior queen inside of Ottoman Empire, is not realistic. It is realistic that she would use what she had, which is her feminine wiles, to become the most powerful woman on earth. But she couldn't face that. And so look at the disconnect between economics, history, and reality. And that one person who immediately said, I'm not going to buy this, I'm not going to promote this agenda, which is actual history.
I'm sure that she would prefer something along the lines of Rey from Star Wars, where it's just like innately perfect, where everyone just crumbles down with no resistance or anything. And the DCV Titan on that particular note says, but that doesn't sound like women being chattel. That sounds like women being a controlling factor, which isn't historically accurate.
Well, that's the interesting thing is, this, throughout, history, in not just in the Islamic world, but in China, wherever there were harems were very politically active. The women in harems controlled things behind the scenes. The story that I'm telling, which is about Alexandra, who became Hurram Sultan, that was her queenly name. She was a Ukrainian girl. That's historical. She was the first queen of the Ottomans, right? In the 16th century, she married to Suleiman the Great. And what's amazing is that she went from being this figure behind the scenes in the harem, sort of like Darth Sidious pulling strings, to actually becoming the queen and crushing her opponents publicly. And that became the period that began what is called by historians the Sultanate of the Women, which went on for the next couple of 100 years, where the women were essentially, the Ottoman Emperor became more and more a figurehead, and the women were running things very publicly. People were aware that the women were in charge of this empire at that time. So that's from the kind of feminist leftist story that you would think, that's actually something that fits their narrative. But we couldn't get over the process of how that began, which is using feminine wiles, right? She couldn't get over it. And so, and that blocked our understanding of history and blocked her from seeing this story is actually going to become what you think you want. You're just not seeing it.
Exactly. And that's like so tragic. How I wonder how many, like, I don't even want to know how many good projects have been killed because of the personal politics of the people doing the green light. I mean, only earlier today we do have an example of that. A few hours ago, maybe it was yesterday, but anyway, a while ago, the trailer for Amazon's adaptation of The Wheel of Time dropped.
Oh, okay.
And
so tell me about it.
Yeah, well, basically, the story is that Amazon, under previous management, they picked up the rights to a Conan the Barbarian series. They greenlit it for 2 seasons, And then there was change in power. Those two guys who greenlit that. They were Me Too'd out of the company, and Jennifer Salk was brought in. And one of the first thing that she did was take a look at the Conan script, and if she demanded changes or just said hell no right away, I do not know. But in the end, she made sure that we're not having any of that kind of toxic masculinity here, because we're doing this thing that I want to do, namely Wheel of Time, because that was fairly female dominant to begin with, and now we're going to make it positively female centric. And I have very little hope for that one.
Well, I have a long history of the Wheel of Time. I was asked to pitch 10 years ago a version of the Wheel of Time, which I did, and ultimately they decided, they went through like 100 writers on that journey, and they went through like, yeah, you're not the guy for it. We need somebody much more famous than you. And then they went through writer after writer after writer. So I'm like, I wish them success, but I remember pitching a version of Wheel of Time, a decade ago. And so I'm glad they got something out of it, but it may not be what the audience wants.
Exactly. And then we just got $50 from Sepid Chan. Thank you so much. Who says, if Kamran's pitch about the Queen of the Ottomans was rejected, then does that mean a pitch about China's only female emperor, Vusatian, I obviously botched that pronunciation, sorry, would be as well? As in, would that also be rejected?
Not necessarily, but we're now in a moment where Hollywood is trying to disconnect from China, right? And so we're at this moment where it probably wouldn't go through now. It might get into development because someone can sell it. We'll sell it to that person in the room. They'll go, oh, wait a minute, Chinese woman emperor. Yeah. So that's that. But the industry doesn't want to connect with China anymore. So on that reason, I think ultimately it wouldn't get made. But a few years ago, maybe even 2 years ago, maybe even earlier this year, it would have been something that would have been rushed forward. It's not where Hollywood is right now with China. It has less to do with the fact that it's a female story.
And also, a little bit a while ago, we got another $50 from Saw Dog. So thank you so much for that. And he said, hey guys, love all you do. Love the conversation. Got you guys playing while I'm out here building pools. Love you guys. Oh, thank you. And we're so glad that we are able to entertain while you're working, because those pools won't build themselves. And keep up the good work, and we'll do our best to keep up ours. And on that note, Kamran, let us get back to the story of today at hand. Now, to briefly summarize, we've spoken about how Shang-Chi maybe isn't the most masculine of men, how China is actually banning the two effeminate men in their entertainment. And now let's go back to America and to the Disney corporate politics. What's going on with Bob Chapek and Kennedy and Feige and their little squabbles between them, especially in the light of Shang-Chi now seemingly so far performing even worse than Black Widow? I mean, that's a black eye for Feige, isn't it?
It is, and it is a black eye that was strategically given by Mr. Chapek. And I say that because a black eye is very synchronicity, because I was at my karate class yesterday and my karate partner punched me in the eye really hard. So I was hoping I wouldn't have a black eye. I don't think you see it right now, but it was pretty bad. So thank you for using that reference. So it's, Chapek I become more and more impressed with. And I think he's actually pulled off another coup in the last few days. We'll get to that. But this was something we've been talking about with Andre and Tom on this channel now for a few weeks, which is that Chapek is now in a very public war with Marvel, as a war that was set in motion when Kevin Feige saw that Bob Chapek is customer oriented, specifically oriented in taking control back from the fiefdoms and from the studio heads within Disney, and making it centralized and making consumer oriented, which is an attack on his power. He saw, which is in my view, Kathleen Kennedy essentially being taken down, right? And being, Darth Mauled. And then he saw that and he's like, well, it's not going to do that to me. You know who I am? And then he set things in motion, which is he had, using Scarlett Johansson and other actors to come out against Bob Chapek, using the excuse of Black Widow not making as much money as he had wanted, and using, in my view, probably instigating Scarlett Johansson to sue Disney, which was a very strange act on her part because the issue could have been resolved without a lawsuit easily. And so all of that was Feige coming after Chapek to protect his own position. And we talked about on the show how Chapek, he's a master of soft power. He is like my queen in the Ottoman Empire. He's pulling things in ways people are not seeing behind the scenes. So when he was attacked and Scarlett Johansson sued and said, Black Widow, I lost a lot of money. I lost maybe $25 million that I would have gotten had this been only a theatrical release, and you put it on Disney Plus and you didn't release it in China, right? Because, she's still on that old train thinking China was the profitable source, right? Then Chapek responded with like, okay, well, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do the word that he used, which he got in trouble with, the experiment. We're going to put Shang-Chi out just in theaters because you're right, Mr. Feige. You're right. You're a brilliant studio head. Shang-Chi is what the audience wants. It's what the Chinese want. And this asexualized male is what the current young people want. So we're going to put it out in theaters and do exactly what you complained we didn't do with Black Widow. And now we're already seeing it's making less than Black Widow. And there's no excuse of that, the money is being siphoned off to Disney Plus. It's not being siphoned off anywhere. It's just not coming in. And I think the final numbers for this weekend will be disastrous. I know some of our friends like Paulie really like the movie, and that's no disrespect to those who like the movie. But I think the final numbers will be a trend downwards, and it will probably do substantially less than Black Widow, which was considered a disaster, right? And so that will be Chapek sitting back on Monday going, well, two victories. One is I've embarrassed this little feudal lord, Kevin Feige, publicly. And two is and you've said this, Andre, and I think you said this, Tom, which is that now I've just taken away all the fire of Scarlett Johansson's lawsuit. Because the lawsuit is, look how much money we lost because you put it on Disney Plus simultaneously as theaters. He's like, well, I put another movie out that was a triumph. The industry was saying it's a triumph. I put it out, and I did what you said. I didn't put it on Disney Plus, and voila, it was not a triumph. It failed. So I actually did you a favor, Scarlett. Had I just done this, put this out without putting Black Widow out simultaneously on streaming, you wouldn't have even gotten that much success out of it. Streaming probably boosted word of mouth and gave whatever theatrical run a bit of more of a boost. He's just won the lawsuit. And he's just humiliated Kevin Feige. And I think he's also got a second plan to humiliate Kevin Feige, which we're seeing in relationship to Frank Oz, which is pure genius war of art, which we'll get to.
Exactly. And that's what I think, is really telling here, is that if this movie underperforms, that whole Scarlett Johansson thing is just going to go away. Because as we said before, they now can prove, look what happens if we do theatrical only. And they already have the numbers for it on Thursday.
For a movie that's a triumph. It's a triumph.
Exactly. For a movie that's better reviewed than Black Widow was. So go figure.
So if I may, I want to take this conversation to something that I actually, as some of you know, I have a Patreon now, and my subscribers, I put out a special sort of bulletin earlier this week about my theory about what's happening here with Frank Oz, who's been in the news. And I'd like to now share that here on Midnight's Edge, and that will connect to what's happening with Shang-Chi and Marvel's and the Civil War inside of Disney. So, as many people know, in the last few days, Frank Oz did an interview, the great puppeteer behind the Muppets and Yoda and all that, who's part of the Jim Henson world. Frank Oz did an interview. I believe it was The Guardian. I believe it was a UK newspaper. He did an interview with The Guardian that seemed to come out of nowhere saying, oh, Disney doesn't want me involved in the Muppets, right? And that caused a big public outroar. I mean, because Frank Oz is for my generation, Generation X and maybe a little bit of the millennials. He's an iconic figure. He physically created our childhood, right? He's a name we've all heard for many years. And so to hear him saying that Disney, and he was very blunt about it, essentially blaming the Bob Iger regime, saying that when that regime took over, They just wanted to take control of Muppets. They didn't want to hear from me. They didn't want me involved. And he's going off. And this caused public outcry, right? Because he's a beloved figure who's being disrespected. And I was watching it. I was going, where the hell is this coming from? Anybody talking about Muppets? Anybody talking about Frank Oz? Where the hell did this come from? This came out of nowhere, right? There was no, journalists, especially at the mainstream journalism, like The Guardian or whatever, they tend to, regrettably, we're at a moment where they're not really breaking news. They tend to flow with where they think their subscribers are culturally and what they want to talk about. So this popped up out of nowhere, and why the hell would anyone be interviewing Frank Oz in the middle of a global health blah blah and all this political tension in Afghanistan? Why are they interviewing Frank Oz about the Muppets? There's no Muppet movie coming out, or at least not right now. So where's this coming from? And I said, oh, this is Bob Chapek. This is Bob Chapek. And I firmly believe this because it doesn't make any sense for this article to even exist in the current moment, right? Remember when we talked earlier this year on Midnight's Edge, where I began to get the reputation as the seer because I sort of predicted it was coming. I'd said earlier this year that after Gina Carano was fired, Bob Chapek would utilize the media to try to fight back against the Hollywood system that was embarrassing him and taking money away. And that was before I really knew if Chapek was the kind of guy that would do that. But I said if he's going to survive, he's going to have to be that guy. Turns out, voila, he was, because within about 3 weeks of us doing that on Midnight's Edge, the Forbes article came out, really criticizing Disney publicly for how it mishandled Gina Carano and making the whole leadership of Disney look like fools. And so I said, wow. At the time, I said, this came out of nowhere. Several weeks later, when the issue was allegedly resolved, Hollywood had let her go. She'd been fired by her agents, and her career was allegedly finished, which it hasn't been. And so the world had moved on from talking about Gina Carano, and suddenly this article appeared out of nowhere. And I was like, okay, this is being seeded by somebody, and who benefits? And that's ultimately, cui bono? That's the ultimate question we always have to ask. Who benefits? And surprisingly, to a lot of people, I said, the only person that benefits from this is Bob Chapek, even though he's embarrassed in the article because it's condemning the leadership, which he is the head of, in theory, at least. He was the head of it. And I said, this is Bob Chapek. I remember I sent you a message, Andre, at the time. I said, this is Chapek playing the long game where he's willing to embarrass himself in order to say, look what happened here. I got a clean house. And no one's going to blame him for that, because even Kathleen Kennedy can't blame him for him moving against her, because he's like, well, he got publicly humiliated. What else is he going to do? He has to survive. So it's not personal, Kathy. I have to get you out because they're coming for me. I'm sorry. I love you. They're coming for me. Right. And I said, this guy's doing it. And we watched over the next several weeks it play out in 3 acts. First act was the Forbes article, which came out of nowhere. Then essentially a month and a half later was this Hollywood Reporter article that came out of nowhere saying that Bob Chapek was upsetting people by asserting power over the studio heads, which includes Kathleen Kennedy, which includes Kevin Feige, right?
And actually, if not, it kind of supports what Chapek has been doing as far as like kind of getting behind Kennedy, like you were saying earlier a little bit. Because Frank Oz points out, like, yeah, the only participation I've had has been in Star Wars, and that's it. Like, he hasn't been part of the Muppets or anything like that.
Exactly. And that to me, and we're going to get to that to me is part of why there's all this rumor milling and arguing about whether Miss Kennedy will continue or not. Part of that is his magnanimity in victory, right? When you've defeated the person, you give them their dignity and you move on so they're no longer a threat to you. And so, which is what I think he's doing with this Kennedy, even in this article. He's making it look like Star Wars is not the problem, right? So, the final journey of that had been the Atlantic article, which we referenced earlier in this broadcast, which came out of nowhere at all, because why is the Atlantic talking about Star Wars? The Atlantic put out this article saying that Jon Favreau won and named Kathleen Kennedy as being part of the regime that didn't make Star Wars successful. And so I said, that's when it's over. He's won. In 3 acts, he's defeated Kathleen Kennedy. And after that, we start seeing lots of praises from Miss Kennedy, because essentially, in my opinion, her situation has been resolved. Whether it means her physically leaving or not, it's been resolved and her power is gone. And now he's just being generous to her so that he can be kind to the person he's defeated, right? When Saladin, in my Crusades novel, when Saladin took over Egypt and defeated his enemy, the Fatimid Caliph, he let the man, believe he was still in charge the whole time. He let the old man was dying, the old king was dying. He said, everyone, let this guy still think he's in charge. There's no point in, he's dying. Let him die believing he's still the king. Don't let him know we won. That's actually, so let him just go thinking he won the battle, because we've already won. It doesn't matter anymore, right? And so that's what you do when you're magnanimous, right? So now let's get to this one. So here, this is Frank. When does this article appear? It appears in the midst of all this embarrassment that Disney is having with Scarlett Johansson suing and all this stuff in the trades about an internal fighting with the leaders and Bob Chapek and all this. And suddenly an article comes out that seems objectively embarrassing for Disney and its leadership. But again, which leadership? It is the old Iger leadership that's highlighted in this article. It's talking about the people that essentially had taken over Muppets in the last decade and pushed Frank Oz out, which was the previous regime, which is what Bob Chapek is trying to get rid of, right? And we've talked about it on this channel. Bob Chapek is now very publicly becoming a consumer-oriented focus for the company. He still has a massive machine to shift. People are like, well, but we've got the woke Rocketeer coming out, the racially stripped Rocketeer. It's like, yeah, there's a big machine he's got to shift, right, into public consumption mode. And this is part of it. So this whole article is about how the previous Iger regime was so disconnected from the fan base and the audience base and the customer base that it would disrespect a creative genius like Frank Oz, right? So that gives Bob Chapek, so cui bono, who benefits? This article gives Bob Chapek more leverage internally to say, look at this embarrassing article that's making us look like jerks. I want everyone who's responsible for this embarrassment out. And who are that? They're all the people from the old regime that are still there causing him problems. It's absolutely perfect. So I believe, because this article comes out of nowhere, I fully believe Mr. Chapek had a call with somebody, with the reporter or somebody an editor, and said, I think you should look into this story. I can arrange a meeting with Frank Oz, right? And so that he can use it against all of the people that are obstructing his new consumer-oriented vision for Disney. And in the genius of this, in the process, he is injuring Kevin Feige, who is part of that non-consumer-oriented, at least at this moment, situation, because he went from consumer-oriented with early Marvel into late Marvel, which doesn't appear to be consumer-oriented. So he needs to get rid of that guy. So the genius of it, the pure art of war genius, which is what I wrote to my Patreon subscribers, the pure art of war genius is Feige attacked him on a public playing field. Instead of fighting him on that field, he did the Sun Tzu thing, which is he took his soldiers off the field and attacked from somewhere else that no one could see coming. I didn't see this coming. Did anybody see Frank Oz being part of the narrative against Disney? Nobody saw that coming. Neither did Kevin Feige. And that's the genius of it. This is an attack that comes from nowhere that you didn't see, and you don't know how to respond to it because it's not a direct attack on you. It's an attack on the institution that you are part of. That's the problem, which is this Hollywood cocktail party club that would do things like humiliate Frank Oz because they didn't care about the consumer. This is pure genius. There is no reason for this article except it's a genius move by Bob Chapek. He knows how to go to the most random journalists. He's not using the trades except rarely, because the trades are all controlled within this system of the popularity club of Hollywood. He's going to places like the Atlantic, like Forbes, like the Guardian, to get his message to the general populace, which is why? Because he is now shareholder focused. He is consumer focused. So he is trying to rile up the populace against the structure he is facing inside of Disney. And so all of you complaining that, oh, look, there's all this woke stuff coming. Yes, because this stuff has been in the works for years. Bob Chapek is one man representing the shareholders and the customers facing a cocktail party club that is throughout. It is what Mr. Triumph said, the swamp. Disney is the swamp. I've worked there. It is the swamp. And so he is now draining the swamp in ways that nobody can see coming. Unlike a certain other gentleman who was always in your face, this guy knows how to go around you in ways you cannot predict. That is why he is so dangerous. And that is why I fully believe Bob Chapek will win this war. I think he's already won it. I think Shang-Chi is part of how he's won this war. I think within the next 6 months, we will begin to see Kevin Feige's star beginning to diminish in the industry. And eventually, and here's my prediction, Andre. Would you like a prediction, Andre?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Let's go for a prediction.
So here's a prediction. I believe Shang-Chi will underperform. I think it's already on the path to underperforming quite substantially, regardless of whether people like it. It's a good film. It will underperform. And so that will be a pebble in the shoe of Kevin Feige, who has consistently performed and has been seen as a performer, right? And now he had a couple of things that didn't go his way. Black Widow didn't go his way. Shang-Chi doesn't go his way. Who knows what's going to happen to the Eternals? But right now, he's at a couple of strikes. You're at 2 strikes, right? So suddenly, after the underperformance of the triumph Shang-Chi, the industry is going to notice that. And the industry notices when someone is beginning weak. Remember, this is their town of sharks, and they smell blood in the water. I think after Shang-Chi, the industry will smell blood in the water that Kevin Feige is no longer invincible. And so you will begin to see articles appear probably in the trades rather than the Atlantic and the Guardian and the Forbes, because the industry is utilizing its own resources, which is its trap, right? But you'll start seeing exposés of problems inside of Marvel. You might even see some kind of Me Too situation that was covered up, because all these guys cover up Me Too stuff. I'm not claiming Mr. Feige has anything like that personally, but all these institutions have a lot of this kind of disrespectful behavior, because Hollywood has had this behavior for a century. It's embedded into the culture. And so there's lots of embarrassing skeletons all studios have. I'm sure Marvel has them too. And so you're going to begin to see exposés come out of problems inside of Marvel, the culture of Marvel, maybe the sexism of Marvel, maybe the anti-wokeism. And because you'll discover any place that suddenly adopts woke agenda, it's always a cover for its own non-wokeness privately, right? It's always a facade. So now Mr. Feige has been taking us in a woke path, apparently. That would mean that the culture of Marvel is quite likely quite the opposite internally. And so in the same way that Mr. Lasseter at Pixar, when it was time for him to be removed by the system, and we can argue whether that was even the right move commercially, but when the Cocktail Party Club decided to move against Mr. Lasseter, we started seeing the articles about the culture inside of Pixar, the insensitive culture. And Mr. Lasseter he likes to hug, and a lot of women didn't like his hugging thing, right? That was the beginning of his downfall. So I think you're going to begin to see in the very near future, quite possibly this year, you will begin to see trade articles that things are not perfect inside of Marvel. And maybe Mr. Feige's time has not been perfect, and maybe his time is to move on. I absolutely believe with Shang-Chi and Blood in the Water, you're going to see it coming soon.
I gotta,
you can disagree with me, Tom.
No. I got something here let's. I actually have, I'm kind of wrapped my head around this in a way that I'm going to posit a few things that might support what you're saying.
Okay, I love to hear.
Okay, let's go back, right? Like, let's just say that none of us are big fans of Kathleen Kennedy. Let's be real. But one thing is true. Maybe, just maybe, it's one of those enemy of my enemy kind of situations. Because like you said, KK's already been defanged, right? Mm-hmm. Let's see. She's been publicly embarrassed by Iger. Mm-hmm. She was semi-embarrassed by Feige. The whole Gina Carano thing happened. Mm-hmm. Who's to say that at that point you're not wrong? And Chapek took her aside and said, "Look, you're doing okay with the Mandalorian thing with Favreau. Let him continue to do that. That pushed Disney Plus, pretty well, even though Marvel really hasn't at this point. We'll get to that part. Mm-hmm. Yeah. As long as you stay the fuck out of the mix, let Favreau do his thing, we're cool as long as you stay out of the press talking shit about me." Notice there hasn't really been much coming out of the press talking shit about, Chapek, at least putting Chapek in any kind of bad light when it comes to Star Wars recently, right?
When it comes to Star Wars, correct.
To my knowledge. So you have the other side of this where you're right. Like Iger came in, he took control of Star Wars away from KK. So she's in a position where like, yeah, fuck that guy and fuck that other guy too, because that's his little lapdog. Now, I'm not going to take anything away from Feige. This man has done something that nobody else in Hollywood has ever done before. Mm-hmm. Like he has created the biggest franchise ever in history.
Absolutely.
Even putting a shadow over Star Wars in a lot of ways. Mm-hmm. But like, you're right. The last few things, like I just pointed out, Marvel really hasn't been pushing D+ all that much. Mm-hmm. Loki was probably the biggest success they had besides Black Widow. And Black Widow was kind of a blip, really, if you look at it in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
Because only a small portion of their actual subscribers bought Black Widow.
Right.
So I don't think you may be wrong here. I think KK is kind of just kind of like in this place where she's like, yeah, the enemy of my enemy kind of thing. Same thing with Chapek. You know, she's a very powerful person. He can use her as an ally in this fight.
Yeah,
I can see that being a situation, and the whole thing will go forward is like you said. And you know, even with if you go off of Mikey Sutton's report on her being renewed, that kind of supports that. She'll just be renewed as a figurehead. Favreau will continue to oversee all the series on Disney Plus. Do I think that this is going to fix anything as far as Star Wars? Oh, fuck no, but it'll just be kind of kept in a stasis. You know what I mean? Just kind of like, not frozen, but it just kind of continue to try to chug along with what it's doing with The Mandalorian and Boba Fett.
Which is fine, which is a better track than it's been on. It's a better track. You know, even if Miss Carano never returns, it's still a better track.
But again, like, I think you're right. I think after this weekend, the hammer's going to fall, especially when the Eternals comes out. That's going to be the final nail in the coffin, I think.
Yeah. And I think it'll be 1, 2, 3. Chapek works in threes. I mean, that's the brilliance of him. We're seeing him. He works in threes. Black Widow goes down, underperforms. Shang-Chi underperforms, and Eternals underperforms. That's 3 strikes are out.
Yeah. This article here, just to go back to that for one moment.
Yes.
What kind of backlash can this article cause in Hollywood within the system?
Well, this was
because Iger isn't mentioned by name, but still everyone knows it's him, and it's getting some traction.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to bring this point up too, and this was the last part of what I wanted to bring up is bringing Frank Oz into this, because I think you're right, Cameron. Frank Oz is somebody who's well respected. Not only is he a part of the Muppets, this man has directed, like a dozen films or better now.
Yeah.
Including like Little Shop of Horrors, Bowfinger, tons of movies y'all have seen. He is kind of like, he's never had a controversial thing happen in his lifetime.
Yes.
He's a very kind of like a Kathleen Kennedy figure in a sense that he's very powerful, and all Frank's got to do is make a few phone calls and he could probably make anything happen.
Correct.
I mean, this is Jim Henson's, right-hand man, literally, in some respects, because I mean, if I remember right, he got his start as doing the right hand of Ralph the dog on the Jimmy Dean show. Yeah, so there you go. So I mean, this man has been a part of Hollywood since way the fuck back, and I think it speaks volumes at how he talks about how he's been treated since the Muppets have been taken over by Disney. And a little bit of shade is thrown at Warner Brothers too, but more so at Disney, I think.
Yeah.
But again, like
the example being Warner's is the other place that's full of people who are country club elites, which is have been misleading that institution for quite some time, and a new boss is coming in with Discovery, so it's not a surprise that he would reference it.
But no, Andre had another question for the bigger picture here for you. Sorry.
Yeah, the bigger picture that I had was this article here in isolation. What kind of backlash can this thing alone cause?
Well,
or not backlash, but like which repercussions?
Internal. See, as Tom referenced, he is a beloved figure inside, not just public, but inside of Hollywood as well. He has relationships, right? Bowfinger is actually, I watched that movie. If any of you haven't seen Bowfinger, it's Steve Martin and Eddie Murphy. Steve Martin plays basically a crazy independent film producer who's trying to desperately get a movie made. And it's one of the funniest movies I've ever seen. And it's also one of the most accurate movies about how Hollywood works, up there with The Player, right? And so I saw that movie just before I moved to LA. And pretty much every character in that movie I've worked with at some point in my career. And I've seen all those crazy situations. And so, Oz is someone that has a very deep set of relationships with talent and behind the scenes people, particularly filmmakers. He is a friend of George Lucas. And so, again, it is not surprising that this person is a friend of George Lucas is suddenly come out and critiquing the Disney Iger regime that's kind of screwed Lucas, right? So the timing, aside from the fact it comes out of nowhere now, which to me is a signal that it's a planted story, Mr. Oz could have complained about this years ago, Why is he doing it now? Let's just even say for a second it is actually coming authentically, and it's not a Disney, it's not a Chapek Machiavellian play. Let's just say Mr. Oz suddenly felt I got to call a reporter and grumble. Why didn't he do it 3 years ago? Right? It's because that old regime was very much entrenched in power. The very fact that he's willing to criticize Disney is because there's blood in the water, and the town smells the blood in the water. Going back to your question, Andre. So the town, on one level, the people like Oz, so he has the loyalty of that. He has many deep relationships going back 40 years, and he's just liked as a human being, which is not common in this industry. 2, the very fact that Frank Oz would come out against the Disney power structure is sending a signal to people inside the industry that that's open season. And anyone reading this article will know he's not talking about Bob Chapek, because the guy just arrived and hasn't even been allowed to be CEO because this other dude won't leave the picture, right? The other dude who's responsible, because the entire period he's talking about, that other dude, Iger, was running it. So the town is being given the signal by Frank Oz that it's open season for the old regime, if he's willing to come out publicly and do this, right? And because Scarlett Johansson was signaling to the popular crowd, she was signaling to the actors and the cool kids that it's open season on Chapek, Oz is now signaling that's open season on Chapek's adversaries.
Well, and you just brought up a very important point that we had discussed just before the show started, and that is Frank and George go way, 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 way back.
Mm-hmm.
And George is what? He is a stockholder in Disney, one of the biggest.
Yeah. Yeah.
So who's to say George didn't prompt this?
And again, and it may very well have been George. But why would George do it? George may be satisfied with whatever the resolution is with Star Wars for
That's
his
what
legacy.
I'm thinking too.
Yeah. So part of it might be just revenge on the people that put him through that. And George is at least politically savvy. He's very politically savvy. He's aware that this is the right moment to do it. But the impression is that I'm getting from what I'm hearing is that George is part of the sort of new club of the Disney people, because he's a major shareholder. Right, a major shareholder felt personally screwed by the Iger regime, right? And so now he is. The rumors we've been hearing is that Bob Chapek has been having lots of nice conversations with Jon Favreau and Filoni, and George is their mentor. So it's all part of a little club of people that care about the audience, starting from Star Wars and burgeoning into something much bigger. So you may be right, Tom. It may not have been Bob Chapek picking up the call. It may have been George Lucas saying, "Hey, Frank, this might be time."
George is a vindictive motherfucker.
Yeah, but George knows. But George knows where the blood is, and so he can signal to Frank, "Hey, buddy, it's time. You've been grumbling to me about this over breakfast a lot. It's time for you to talk to the press about it," because he knows this is the moment. And I'm sure that he has a lot of scores to settle. But again, it's all part of a camp. George Lucas is in the Bob Chapek camp from everything that I'm hearing and that we're seeing. He's not in the Bob Iger camp, that's for sure. So if as a shareholder, if he's got to pick one of those two, we know which one he's going to pick.
The guy who's going to make him some more money, even though he doesn't need it.
Yeah, but to respect his legacy, the guy who's trying to bring back his.
George is somebody who let me put it to you this way. I am of the firm belief that one of the main reasons the special editions of Star Wars exists is a big fuck you to his ex-wife.
I've heard you say this before.
So George, I don't think is below any. I feel like he's a very cold, calculated motherfucker. He's not the guy who's going to come out to you saying, "I'm going to fuck you up." No, he'll fuck you up without you even realizing it. You're like, "What the hell just happened?" It's like your whole life has just been like the rug's been pulled out from underneath you. I would not be surprised in the very fucking least if George Lucas has something to do with this.
Well, I read a biography of George Lucas, which was talking about how
there's another story. Yeah.
Well, there's a few good
lots of stories.
Well, there's a story about how a friend of his, an old friend of his, had come to at the height of his, Empire Strikes Back, where he's this billionaire and he's making the movies he wants to make, whatever. That he came to a party at George's ranch, and he said it was so organized and everyone had their place and everything, and it was like stormtroopers. He said then I realized at that moment George is the emperor. People think George is Luke Skywalker. He's not. He's the emperor.
He started
Yeah, he started as Luke, but he becomes the Emperor, because he said the kid I knew was Luke Skywalker, this young, scrappy kid, who wanted to make movies about the American experience and driving cars and stuff like that, to he's literally got billions of dollars and he's running his ranch like this systematized military organization. And he's like, this guy's the Emperor. He's Darth. I guess in those days, Darth Sidious didn't have a name, but that's who he is. And so I think you're very right there, Tom. I think he is definitely $1 billion or $5 billion has revealed to George Lucas's true self, which is a Machiavellian character like Bob Chapek.
I'll give you one other story about George, about just how vindictive he can be.
Please.
He gave a bunch of his friends points on Star Wars for no good reason other than they were his friends, except for one friend.
Mm-hmm.
That one friend was Francis Ford Coppola.
I remember the story behind that, because Coppola had given him points on something that was not profitable.
Well, there was that. There was that aspect. And even though George practically bankrupted Zoetrope with THX 1138 and fucked up their Warner Brothers deal, it all stemmed back to, I guess, Francis had hit on Marcia at one point.
I'm sure he did. Mr. Coppola is a well-known ladies' man. I'm sure
that
he did.
was the story that went around. I don't know how true it is, but it's been documented in a few books. George is one of those guys where he's not somebody who will come up to you face to face, but he will let you know that he's not happy with you in one way or another.
Yeah, and he's got billions of dollars. So and so it's. Yeah, so this is what we're watching is the Clash of the Titans, right? The good version of this movie, right? We're watching it as all these Titans are battling out the future of Hollywood right in front of us, and people like Frank Oz are soldiers. Frank Oz is like Perseus fighting Medusa on behalf of these gods, right? That's what's happening here.
That's a very, very interesting point of views right there. With that, unless Tom, you have some more questions there.
No, I think Cameron's spot on with his assessment with this, to be honest with you. And you're right. Like, there's like some small thing going on with the Muppets recently, but it's not. The Muppets have been completely misused under Disney. I know it was one of Eisner's things that he really wanted, and he really there was this whole thing in this article. He even says he doesn't really even paint Eisner in that great a light, because he basically says that he thinks it was the Disney deal that killed Jim Henson.
And Iger is a continuation of the older regime.
That's
right?
some dark shit. I mean, he implies that what made Henson so sick was Eisner pushing so hard for a Disney sale of the Muppets. And that's what killed him. He specifically says that in this interview. And I'm just like, wow.
But think about this. Remember, we still don't know why George Lucas sold Star Wars to Disney. There's a lot of, theories. He was hurt by how people reacted to the prequels, blah, blah, blah. My more darker theory that maybe some old videotape surfaced, who knows? But there's an implication there that Disney, the bad guys in Disney, will pressure you to give up your baby, and who else did that happen to? George Lucas. And just look on his face. If you look at the signing ceremony with Bob Iger, he looks like it's a hostage video. You look at the face, George Lucas's face, he's not happy to be signing the paper. His look on his face is complete, emasculation it's like, what happened there? We don't know the pressures. Maybe we'll never know.
Oh, it's clear when he said, I feel like I sold my children to white slavers. I mean,
but then why did he do it? And the look on his face, it wasn't at that moment. Even then, he doesn't have any hope. See the photo? There's the new hope. Look on his face. He's like, what the hell am I doing?
I think we know. Iger had a hard time even trying to candy coat it in his book. Iger pressured the ever-loving fuck out of him.
But what kind of pressure could make a man give up his life's legacy and then watch it destroyed?
I'll tell you one thing. I do know this about George. You got to remember where he was at his life.
Mm-hmm.
He had been just bombarded for the last 20 years about the prequels.
Mm-hmm.
He was pretty much told face to face with Iger that, yeah, we'll buy your treatments, but we're not fucking using them, George, because the prequels sucked. That's pretty much what he told him in so many words. Right?
After the
fact. Right. You got to remember, and not only that, he has wanted to sell Star Wars to Disney since back in the late 80s. Like that whole Star Tours thing, that was kind of the beginning of a whole, he was toying with the idea because George Lucas adored adores Disney. Now, not Disney now, but he adores the original Disney. He was there on opening day of Disney World as a kid. He loves Disney. He has talked about selling Star Wars to Disney for years. He wanted to actually release the prequels through Disney, but Fox gave him the better deal because they gave him more of his rights back for Star Wars. That's the only reason he did it. And I think Iger even brings it up in his book that was a part of the thing that they were upset about. They didn't get that deal with him. But even though Iger, I don't think was even part of the group at that time, but like Iger has been intent on getting Star Wars forever. Like he brings it up in his book constantly. So like I'm assured that he bothered George like constantly about it.
I'm sure all of that is true, and I think maybe a couple of videotapes might have played a role.
No, and I'm sure not just that. He's like, George, remember, I helped you out because this is another point he keeps bringing up in his book about how he kept Indiana Jones on the air because the ABC kept wanting to cancel Young Indiana Jones because it was too expensive and it wasn't getting the views. But nope, Bob Iger stuck by it, so I'm sure he kept saying, by the way, George, don't forget, I stood by you that whole time. And he's, I'm sure he ribbed him through the whole fucking thing.
And to be fair, Young Indiana Jones was an incredible TV show. If anyone hasn't seen it, I think it's out on DVD. I mean, I think it was River Phoenix as Young Indiana Jones. It is incredible. It's magical.
Selections are. I don't think the entire series is.
Yeah. So it is really, it makes you feel pain for the loss of River Phoenix, but also what could have been. It had that show continued.
Well, I don't think River was just in the movie. They had
who played him?
Sean. I can't think of his last name, but he played Powder in that movie too, and a couple other things. He's still an actor.
In the early 80s, I must have been like 15.
Yeah, and I can't think of the guy's name.
But
Sean Patrick Flannery. That's who it was. Yeah.
Thank you. So it was, but the show is absolutely. I remember.
The show's amazing.
I'm just blown away by that show when I watched it.
But we got a couple super chats here. I'm trying to remember where we left off here. We got. I think this one is where we're at. Etor Mias, if I'm saying that right. Says, hi, Cameron, Andre, and Tom. Surely there is a more attractive, charismatic actress they could have chosen over Awkwafina. Awkward Fina is actually how it's written here. I'm not that familiar with Awkwafina outside of the name more, so I've seen a few random pictures. I think this is
she was in Jumanji too, and she was fun.
I still haven't watched it.
It's a good movie. Jumanji, all the Jumanji movies are good. At least I like them. So,
but probably, but I'm sure
they don't want to sexualize it. They don't want. I mean, I think she's a pretty girl. She has not been used as a sex symbol in Hollywood. She's been used as the funny, likable girl. That's been her thing. So they brought the funny, likable girl because they're desexualizing all these characters. Asian people don't have sex.
I was gonna say, isn't that the whole thing? She's a comedian or something like that. I don't even know.
She's a comedian, right?
Yeah, Shang-Chi and Awkwafina in the movie, they certainly don't have sex. So yeah.
Yeah. And then Ironcaster, I can bring this one up on screen here. It brings up a point. Those Bob Iger presidential aspirations aren't looking so hot anymore, are they? Especially now that China and because that was one thing in his book he was really pushing on was, he's good buddies with China.
Yeah, no, that's finished. I don't. Yeah. He's done. I think we don't have to get into politics here, but I think the next decade is going to be Hollywood going through some really painful internal conversations about political alliances. We'll see what happens with the current scumbag governor of California, Newsom, which I pray to God he's removed from office on September 14th. If anyone is California, please vote to remove him. Choose anybody else you want, but not that guy. But Hollywood has backed him. Even Disney came out, and gave Gavin Newsom a donation, just a few days ago. But I think, even if Mr. Newsom somehow survives this recall effort to remove him from office, he's essentially a very deeply wounded lame duck. And his presidential aspirations, I think, are gone because he's an incompetent buffoon who ruined California. But Hollywood has now been backing the wrong horses for quite some time and is beginning to figure that out. In the last several weeks, we are watching American politics changing so that the media is talking very differently about the current occupant of the White House. And so those are conversations we're seeing in Hollywood privately where people who backed Mr. Biden are kind of like, what do we get ourselves into, right? And so we're going to watch a shift behind the scenes slowly and painfully away from the direction politically that they've been going in to perhaps more pragmatic perspective on politics and the audience. It's going to be very hard because you have a generation of very angry people that they've programmed with their media programming internally inside the system in Hollywood. And so we're gonna watch Hollywood slowly try to return to reality politically as well as economically, and it's not going to be fun.
All right. Well, and Jameson Hutchinson sent in a $9.99 super chat. Doesn't have a message here. I don't know if it got detracted or if just sending in a donation, but thank you for that. Who knows? The Google bots have been nuts today. Even Six has had some issues trying to type some shit in, I guess. They're just going nuts. William Jones sends in $5, says, Cameron, should they have just done Iron Fist with a backdoor to Luke Cage? Hashtag Iron Fist got the fist.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good idea. But as we're seeing from what Andre is saying, that, Iron Fist, again, these are masculinized energies, right? And so we're looking at, Hollywood is not trying to promote masculine, men right now, certainly Asian men. And so, it's the problem Hollywood had that we talked about Bruce Lee, and, that his feeling that Hollywood, disrespected him. And I actually bring you back to something I said at the very beginning. There's the idea of Hollywood being, threatened by powerful, sexy Asian men. The very first is a gentleman that I hope you'll all look up. His name is Sesue Hayakawa. I'll put it in the chat how you spell his name, but he was Japanese. He was a silent film actor, and he's a really handsome guy. And in the silent films, talking about the 1920s, he became a major leading man in the Hollywood silent films as a Japanese actor, and women loved him. He's a very good-looking guy. And he eventually was drummed out of Hollywood when the talkies began, because men were becoming increasingly threatened that this Japanese man would have women literally swooning in the audiences. Women would faint seeing him on screen. And so they were like, we don't want that. And so he was pushed out of Hollywood. He essentially couldn't work in Hollywood anymore, even though he had an audience. And he eventually got his big comeback in the Bridge on the River Kwai. He played the general that was holding the Western soldiers, and he got I believe he got an Oscar nomination for that. But he was, from 1920 to 1960s, 40 years, he was pushed out of Hollywood because he was seen as too sexually threatening by the industry as an Asian man that women liked. So we're going right back to those old stereotypes. I'll put that name in the chat. I think you guys should look him up and maybe see some of his silent films. It's really amazing to see how Hollywood has changed historically.
Michael Miller sends one in here, says, you missed my last one. H is radicaling people to their other side because the audience is becoming anti-Hollywood. I'm not sure if I just haven't got to it yet.
H is radicalizing people. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just haven't got to it yet, Michael. We're getting there. Just hang in there, buddy. Thank you again, though, for the other donation, though.
Well, it's true. Hollywood is becoming anti-Hollywood. The audience has been there for quite some time, and I think that the increasing disconnect between the general populace on what's happening in the national political scene and what Hollywood is saying is happening is becoming really divergent and very open to everyone.
Yeah, he's got H messaging is radicalizing people to go red as anti-H, is what his original message was.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So there you go. And then where were we on these other ones? Let me see here. Prof. Gray, I think, is where we left off here. Is someone who doesn't look threatening and tries to be nice to people. So many have no idea what it means to be a velvet hammer.
Correct. Well, those are the most dangerous people, right? And that's why historically it's the archetype of the Iago in Shakespeare, right? Who is this, beloved, friendly advisor to Othello, who's actually plotting to destroy him, right? That's the most dangerous figure. And the industry, because right now we're at a moment where the industry has always been about ego and fame and popularity and all that stuff, but those factors have taken control of the economics of the industry to its detriment. And so the industry is now run by players that are used to playing the Golden Globes dinner game. They're not used to playing Machiavellian media games, which people like Chapek are doing, right? They don't know how to respond to that. They're used to upfront battles in the gladiator field of Hollywood. They're not used to Iago plotting your demise from behind the scenes. They don't have any strategy to defend against it because they can't understand someone like that.
There you go. Kit Kat sends in 5, I believe that's pounds. Says, it makes me laugh. This idea that Chinese men are not sexual beings when you look at their overpopulation problem China has had historically. Yeah, that is true.
Well, and it's not China, but we'll talk about Asia in general, but it's next door. Mongolia, Genghis Khan, they've done DNA tests of Asian communities in Asia, and geneticists have basically concluded that there's essentially 10% of modern Asia, as in China, Indonesia, all of that. Modern Asia is descended from one man. Genetically, they've tracked it back, and they're pretty convinced it had to be Genghis Khan, who, rampaged his way throughout Asia and into Central Asia and Europe and the Middle East, and basically take the village, kill all the men, rape all the women, and they would get pregnant. So they've pretty much convinced Genghis Khan single-handedly spread his seed more than any other human being on the planet.
There you go.
Yeah.
Mitch Sabot says the CCP are banning this because they know it's cultural poison. It's a slow poison used on their enemies they helped propagate.
So that's perfect, because this brings it to some point that I want to make, which is the timing of this announcement from the CCP. Is it not a surprise to anyone, the timing that she puts out this thing about non-effeminate men the day that Shang-Chi comes out?
I don't think that's even the least bit ironic at all.
But it's he's making a comment. They rejected this movie, and screw you, Hollywood.
Or a coincidence, I should say.
Yeah, it's not a coincidence. I mean, there's many. He could have made that comment a month ago. He could make that comment a month from now. He made it today, this week when Shang-Chi comes out. It is an intentional slap in the face of Hollywood. You are trying to, make our men weak and effeminate, as he would call it, and we're not going to put up with it. And screw you as you put your movie out. We're going to tell you our national policy is to have badass alpha Chinese males.
The next step would be if they actually have like some random article that comes out that somebody basically claims that that's the reason why China didn't want the movie. Was that
it may very well come out.
Not so much that it's like culturally insensitive or anything like that, but just that the lead actor was so effeminate that they didn't want to fucking show it.
But that's now we brought it out to the public, because when people have said, oh, they didn't like the actor. I mean, I'm a dude. Sifu Liu seems like a perfectly good looking guy.
Yeah. I mean, I got nothing personal against it.
I'm sure there are women that find him very attractive. So, I mean, you don't look like an ugly guy to me. So, the fact that was the commentary that was being given is perhaps a cover for the real commentary, which can now be revealed, which is they saw him as effeminate. That's what they meant by didn't find him attractive. Because, Chow Yun-Fat is a masculine dude. Jet Li is a masculine dude. Bruce Lee, masculine dude. Even Jackie Chan, funny guy as he is, he's a kick-ass masculine dude, right? And he would get the girl in his movies. So, they're like, this is a comment is, I don't think it's about his features. It's about his vibe.
And is very rarely have I ever seen Jackie Chan in a non-heroic role.
Yeah. There's always hot chicks in Jackie Chan movies.
Oh yeah. Even Jennifer loved huge boobs. Hewitt thing.
Here's the story. Can I share a Hollywood story? So I met Jennifer Love Hewitt once a few years ago. We share the same management company, and they're like, Jennifer had her own production company. I'm sure she still has it, right? TV. And one of her people in the company had read one of my scripts, really liked it, wanted to see if I could develop a TV show for Jennifer. So I worked with him, and we finally presented it to Jennifer Love Hewitt herself. This must have been about 10 years ago. And she's still very much at the height of Jennifer Love Hewitt as the super babe, right? And I met her, and I have to say, aside from the fact she's incredibly lovely, she was fiercely intelligent. I later discovered that she's actually a Mensa member. She's one of the smartest people in the industry. And I think, and one of the things her executive was saying to me is one of her big frustrations is because she's very physically attractive, people underestimate her when she's actually incredibly, much like Marilyn Monroe. Marilyn Monroe was very well read, right? It's one of the reasons she was attracted to Arthur Miller. I was a playwright. And so when I met her, we had really deep conversations about not just the story we were talking about, but how to market it and how the audience. And so she was very savvy and very well read. And the fact that she's an incredibly stunning woman was just like, wow, this is a package. God bless her.
That says a lot considering she started pretty young in the industry. So
yeah, she's really smart.
Yeah. While we got one we can bring up on screen here, ActionCom says in the TV show Boardwalk Empire, there's a character named Jip Rossetti. If I'm saying that right. An unstable mafia leader who wrecked the delicate balance in the criminal underworld. As you can tell, I've never watched Boardwalk Empire. Is Chapek a Rossetti or just playing the game better than others? I hope you're familiar with the show.
Well, he is the latter. He's not unstable. In fact, he's very stable. This is a guy that has
stable genius.
Yeah. This guy has survived over 2 decades inside of the Disney consumer structure, right? And he's outsmarted a lot of people to become the CEO. When I've said when he was appointed, I was like, who the hell is this guy? I'd never heard of this guy, right? He wasn't interacting much with the Hollywood crowd, so we didn't know who he was, right? But he was interacting with the crowd that mattered, which was the investor base. They had come to trust him over those decades. He had made the relationships with the financiers and the hedge fund managers and all that. So he had those relationships, and they had finally said quietly, hey man, we need to make some money here. Okay, this isn't the return on investment that we expected for the last decade. And they pushed that guy up. And I'm sure the very fact that Iger reasserted his power meant that he wasn't necessarily Bob Iger's choice. If he had been Bob Iger's protege, Iger would have stepped away and let the guy, sort of like how Putin put, his prime minister theoretically was in charge, right? When Putin was running the strings, because that was his protege, right? And so the very fact that Iger reasserted himself last year out of nowhere within a few weeks of Chapek being given the role meant that Chapek wasn't his protege, and he couldn't trust Chapek to implement his ideas, and so he had to reassert himself, which I'm sure Chapek did not like, and we see the end result of that. So yes, no, Chapek is not unstable. As I've said on this channel, he is Machiavellian, and he's dangerously Machiavellian. I'm sure he's the guy that you insult him to his face, he will smile, he will nod, and 2 years later, your life will be destroyed.
Well, and that's kind of what I was saying about George earlier, not to get back on that subject, but yeah, very similar men in that respect, I believe. Again, I'm just speculating and talking about things I've read and heard.
And that's why they are likely friendly. I don't know if they're friends, but they're likely friendly because they understand each other. There's birds of a feather flock together, right?
Well, not only that, they have mutual goals. I mean, right?
Mutual goals, mutual economic. I'm sure if they were adversaries, they'd be dangerous adversaries to each other, right? Because they're both Machiavellian. But look at Iger. I mean, he was very much. He loved the spotlight. He loved hanging out with Meghan Markle, right? He loved being with the stars. You don't see Chapek hanging out with the stars. Every photo you see of Chapek, it was him out in the parks.
No, he actually seems very uncomfortable when he's talking publicly.
Chapek, you see photos of Chapek on Twitter taking selfies with average people in the parks. He's still doing that because that's what he was trained with to make product for them. He's a consumer's guy, right? And so he doesn't like this Hollywood crowd, which is why the Hollywood crowd hates him. He's not part of their club. He doesn't go to their parties. Even now, I'm sure he's invited to the parties and he doesn't go. Or if he goes, he just goes there to look at them mockingly, right? And as a result, they probably don't have a lot of eyes wide shut videotapes on him because he was never part of their club. So it's hard to leverage against him.
Yeah, and Parallax, I think you're right here. Chapek is a numbers man. He wasn't real friendly to the park part of things. When it came to people who, aren't used to making millions of dollars. Like, I mean, yeah, it hurts when somebody like that makes you make a cut. But you move him into a position where now that's what he's doing, and you're going to get a lot of powerful people who are not happy with him, and that's exactly what I think we're seeing here. I think Cameron's spot on. I think we're seeing corporate Game of Thrones behind the scenes big time, and Chapek is not somebody who's going to play these games like in public like that. Like, he doesn't seem to be somebody who's real worried about all the optics of it all. I guess
exactly. That's why he's willing to fall on his sword multiple times in these articles. He's willing to be publicly embarrassed in the Forbes article, right? In the Hollywood Reporter article, he's embarrassed, right? He's made out to be a guy who's bumbling through Hollywood, who's knocking heads, trying to take control. And now even though anyone who reads between the lines will realize that this recent thing that's come out about the Muppets isn't about his regime. He's still the head of Disney, so it's embarrassing for Disney. But he's okay with being embarrassed in order to achieve his objectives. That current Hollywood doesn't understand that because everyone in this industry is about their public image and their PR and their ego and winning dumb awards that they didn't earn and stuff like that. And so you have a guy that is willing to humiliate himself in order to win. You can't beat that guy. I mean, that's the equivalent of a suicide bomber, right?
And the best part is even in the articles where they're technically making him look bad, he's not really being made to look bad. Even the Frank Oz article. Oz is talking about the Eisner-Iger period. He's not talking about right now necessarily. Go back with the other stuff, the whole Gina Carano thing. Even though the article was bashing the leadership at Disney, we all know who made that call. It's been pretty publicly acknowledged that it went above Favreau, but it did not go above Lucasfilm. That only leaves a few select people that could have made that decision.
Correct.
And I believe that was kind of the starting point, or at least one of those points where Chapek's like, you know what, fuck this. I'm not even in a situation where I can make a call where something like this that can affect one of our biggest franchises happens, and this was a big black eye to us. I mean, whether he had anything to do with that article or not, I don't know. But that was definitely something that made him look bad, or was a kick to the nuts. And I got to believe it, it lit a fire under his ass if this shit wasn't already happening before that, right? Like, that's my point is, you have a situation where he had no control, zero. He had no control over that situation. And now what are you going to do?
It's
exactly. And he can't really bring her back. She's too strong of a person to even come back to Disney now, no matter what they offered her. And nobody would blame her for it.
If I were her, if I were Miss Carano, I would say, I'll come back if you can give me a public apology for what happened. And of course they can't do that, because that's politically impossible inside the system. So I don't think she would return, but she could prove me wrong.
No, I mean, yeah, that's like a 1 in a million shot. And I just don't see that happening. I don't see the events lining up in a way that would, work out that way.
And she's successful, and she's confident, and she's off. God bless her. And so I just want to bring up. It's not a super chat, but I want to bring up a comment by I think it's Gaji Rastor 5475.
Find it.
It was 11:31 a.m. Gaji Rastor, but it's Chapek reminds me of the Emperor Claudius. Everyone thought he was an idiot, but became a capable emperor and restabilized Rome after the rule of Caligula. And I'm actually familiar with the Claudius story, this wonderful story, I Claudius. If you haven't read the book, please read it. But yeah, he is. I developed a project about Nero, and so Nero comes after Claudius, and so I studied him. And yeah, he's really a remarkable figure. For exactly that reason, is that this is when the empire looked like it was teetering, because you had a dangerously incompetent, crazy guy in charge of the whole system, right? And then this guy comes in that everyone thinks is going to be, essentially a tool of the military, but he actually asserts his own power, right? And then Nero comes and screws it up. But Claudius had a moment.
Right. All right. Let's get back to these super chats here. Let's see what we got. We left off on, I believe, Dash Attack is the last one here. 499 says, no sympathy for C County, the country. I think he means that country. Weak men exist. Neither are masculine men problematic. Hollywood. Please, nobody give them props. Oh, nobody's giving them props in any way, Dash. What we're saying, though, is what we see is a shift in the narrative, a shift in the viewpoint. Like, and this is kind of stuff that we've all predicted here. Andre, myself, and of course Cameron, who's a seer. But like we brought this up earlier, they're the Me Too and / Time's Up movements under a microscope. Like, even one of the leaders now has been booted from the group and all this crap. And it's like a lot of shit's happening.
Two of the leaders are two of
them now. That's right. You're right. Yes.
Yeah. And because I'm a big fan of Johnny Depp, one of them had been, very publicly right. a lawyer for Johnny Depp's ex-wife, who is, I'm not in support.
And he's getting a few small victories as well. So there's like, and he's even getting a lot of people finally speaking out for him.
He's getting more than small victories. He's won 2 major victories, one legally and one publicly. The most recent legal victory was that he's suing Ms. Heard for defamation for her article in the Washington Post, I believe, where she basically implies that she was beaten by him, even though she doesn't use his name, right? She implies that she's a sufferer, she suffered domestic abuse, and the implications from him, right? And it did cause him to lose his Pirates of the Caribbean, other work, caused him to lose a lot of things. So he's suing her for, I believe, something like $60 million or $100 million, something very large, which I think he deserves. And she tried to dismiss it for a third time, and the judge rejected her effort to dismiss the case, the defamation case, and actually stated quite directly in the judge, and it's a woman, a female judge, stated that Johnny Depp did not get a fair trial in England. There was a parallel trial in the UK where he sued the Sun for calling him a wife beater, and as a former lawyer, he didn't win that, and it was one of the most egregious miscarriages of justice I've ever seen. Literally, this British judge said, basically, I'm going to ignore all the evidence that this Ms. Heard committed essentially a massive fraud to try to sucker this guy and get his money. I'm going to ignore all of it and simply believe whatever she says. I'm going to ignore every other evidence, and I'm just going to go with whatever she said. I believe it. And, there's a lot of shady political things behind that decision. But then the U.S. judge said she did not get a fair trial in the UK. That's shocking for her to actually state that he did not get a fair trial in the UK. Hollywood has not talked about that. They've talked about the victory that at least the case is continuing, but she stated in her judgment that he didn't get a fair trial. So that's victory number one. Victory number two is Johnny's getting all of these film festivals that are suddenly calling him to be getting honorary awards and be a speaker. And I believe he was in the Czech Republic just a few days ago, and the turnout was stunning. It was, I mean, literally the city was flooded with like 1 million people came to see Johnny Depp walking into the festival. And that was a warning sign to Hollywood. You've taken the wrong side on this. These two things are a real problem for Warner Brothers. And later, I think Tom and Andre, at some point, I would love to do streams talking about the future of Aquaman 2, which Ms. Heard is in for a lot of very shady, questionable reasons while she's in there. And I think it's going to become, I think this Johnny Depp PR and legal victories will continue, and that will become an increasing problem next year for Warner's. And I think the new Disney people, the Discovery people, to take over Warner's, will be like, why the hell is this troublemaking woman in our movie that's getting us all this bad press? Why is this happening? So we're going to see some interesting things happen with Aquaman 2, and it will be part of the downfall of this previous Warner's regime.
Well, and again, I mean, we at least agree that they are victories. I have yet to see. I want to see a little bit more, though.
Sure, I agree. I believe they're coming. Yeah. I believe the trend is in his favor.
I gotta address this though. Blah blah says Lucas should have sold Star Wars to Amblin. No, then KK owns it. Don't forget, Amblin is made up of Steven Spielberg, George.
I'm going to decline to comment on Amblin.
Miller and Kathleen Kennedy, my man. No. I'm
going to decline to comment because I actually worked for Amblin when I was a co-EP on.
I do love Amblin.
Roswell, New Mexico. They were one of my bosses, so I'm just going to decline to comment.
Yeah, but no. I'm pretty sure she's one of the major owners of the company. Last I knew.
I'll just keep my mouth shut. Sorry.
Sorry about that. I just had to address that one. Jameson Hutchinson says, several groups of authors, including myself, have created a couple of book universes. Is this growing Amazon Kindle trend a possible future movie market or even a threat for writers in Hollywood? Well, as a writer, Cameron, let's hear your take on this.
It's actually wonderful you brought this up, because I was just having this conversation yesterday about how Amazon books and Kindle publishing and all that has changed. I'm a published author as well. And in tradition, I was published through Simon & Schuster, which is a wonderful publishing house. But all of those, when I started off and for decades before, self-publishing always existed, but it was never a respected thing. It was very rare that, you self-publish, you basically put out your own book, maybe, 20 of your friends read it and that was it. And it was rarely considered anything prestigious. Although I believe Scott Turow, who is the great legal writer who writes, all these legal thrillers, I believe he started off as self-published, and then an agent actually read one of his self-published books and says, why are you self-published, man? We'll publish. We can get this published. And he became a very big traditional author. But what's happening is that the industry is changing. The book industry is changing, and we're having publishing is now going more and more to Amazon publishing, and they're becoming bestsellers. People are self-publishing through Amazon and making a huge amount of money, more than they would have made from royalties as a novel. So hold on, I'm getting someone knocking on my door, so I'm going to continue this. Let me come back in 1 minute. You guys take super chats. I'll be back in 1 second.
We'll get back to this super chat right after this one. Corsair Raven, if I'm saying that right. The Great War of 2077 is coming. Grabs rifle. Is that a reference to what's the one I'm thinking of? 2077, the Great War. Not Starship Troopers, is it? Someone correct me in the chat. I know you will. I haven't had my breakfast yet. Then there was Michael Miller's, which we got already. Walter the Einstein Frog says a perfect copy of Shang-Chi is going to mysteriously leak onto torrent sites this weekend so they can blame piracy. I
don't think so. I don't think it's going to, because here's like the thing: JPEG doesn't want to blame piracy. Kevin Feige, he's going to want to blame everyone and everything, but not JPEG. So if something should leak, it's going to come from Marvel, but I don't see how that could happen, because there would be an inquiry if like a clear cut of that movie were to leak, other than like the handheld camera things. I don't think we're going to see like any 4K version of that movie on piracy sites until it's dropped on Disney Plus in 45 days.
Yeah. So I'm back, guys. So just a warning here. My maintenance gentleman is here. He's going to fix my doorbell. So you might hear some weird sounds in the background. We're just going to go with it. Okay. So if you hear some drilling or other stuff, but I want
to back to the Jameson Hutchinson question about Amazon Kindle trend and possible Hollywood market.
Okay, so now where it stopped off was suddenly Amazon Kindle has become a major resource for writers, for novelists, for authors, right? And some of them are quite successful. If you go to sort of Amazon's list of #1 bestsellers in various categories, often they are self-published books, particularly in like the spirituality world and all that, like, self-help, The Secret kind of things. But in others, well, novels, there are people, especially romantic novels, women's lit. There's a lot of people publishing through that and making a lot of money. Great image there, and making a lot of money. And so Hollywood is beginning to notice that. So what I'm beginning to see is that more and more you begin to hear stories of people optioning books to make into movies or TV shows. And you look up the book, you're like, this isn't a book published through Random House or Harper, whatever. It is a book that is published through, self-publishing. And so the industry is moving in that direction. The old publishing houses still have a lot of power, obviously, because it's all about, marketing. But at this point, for a lot of stuff we do in Hollywood, it isn't even if the book is a bestseller. You just have to be able to go to a studio and say, this idea that I have isn't just my idea, that is an untested thing that we don't know if the audience will like it. Right? We don't know about that, right? The idea is that we just need to have something that someone else, some underlying IP, intellectual property that exists, so that the executive can say to their boss, we're greenlighting this movie or this TV show, and it's not an untested idea. An IP exists. The boss doesn't always ask, was the IP a bestseller? All that matters is that there is an IP, and now that there's a self-published IP through Amazon and Kindle, that's all you need. I went through that right now with my Ottoman show. It is a story that I've written that's from my own research of history. That's my script. But the producers were debating, do we go out and option? There's quite a few history books on the reign of Sultan Suleiman. There's even a couple on this particular woman that's the hero of my script, right? There's some biographies of her. Should we option them? And ultimately the studio that I'm working with decided we didn't need to, because we had the underlying script and that speaks for itself, and it's a historical figure. So, there's no one particular source for it. And they felt it would sell without that. But we had that debate. Do we, on my own intellectual property that I created, do we attach an external intellectual property just for the sales of it? Just so that an executive can go, it's not just Kamran Pasha telling a story about the Ottoman Empress. Look at this book that they've got. Nobody knows if it's successful or not, but here's a book. It's a book about her. So somebody else cared about the story enough to publish a book. And then nobody really asked, well, did anyone care about this, or was it just self-published, right? And it doesn't matter, because the executive gets to cover their butt and say that I have an underlying IP. So we're going to see more and more of Amazon and Kindle publishing becoming a part of Hollywood. See, there's my lovely maintenance guy's really good guy. See him working on the doorbell there. So it's that's where we're going. So
counted as you chalking up points.
Pardon me?
We'll just count the noises like you're chalking up little.
Yeah, people like bing bing, the ding. Yeah. Like, you're right, Cameron. Exactly. You're right, Cameron. That's right. But it's but also on a practical level, this is something I'll reveal, which actually relates to me. So I had my first 2 novels published through Simon & Schuster. I took a break for several years, and then I recently wrote my 3rd novel, a 3rd manuscript, which my literary agent has, and we're putting it out there, and we'll see if it sells in a traditional publisher. And I had been very snobbish about putting it out through Amazon Prime or Amazon or anything like that, Kindle, because I'm a published author through Simon & Schuster. I'm not going to I'm going to just go through one of these big houses. But now I'm looking at the economics of what's happening, and I'm seeing these books making a lot of money and getting a lot of attention without the publishing houses. So, it'd be great if we get an offer from a major publisher on the 3rd book. But I'm no longer resistant to putting it out there. And part of that, to relate to what we're doing today, is I have my new Patreon, which already there's people in the chat that have already signed up for my Patreon since we've joined. So I thank you for that very much. And one of the things I'm going to start doing, I'm actually hoping to do it today, is my 3rd novel, which I'll tell just briefly in a second what it's about. My 3rd novel, I'm going to start putting chapter by chapter on my Patreon for my VIP subscribers, who are like $20 a month. Like that's the highest level is 5, 10, 20. And I have several VIP subscribers, and some of them are actually fans of my books. So I'm going to start putting my third novel, which has not yet been released in the market. Starting today, I should put out the prologue, and then every week I'll put out a new chapter, and then you'll get to see my book before it hits the marketplace. And what that book is, and because I've written 2 historical novels about women in the Middle East. One is Mother of the Believers, about Muhammad's wife Aisha, and the second one is Shadow of the Swords, about the Crusades, but from the point of view of a Jewish woman. And so the third book is actually set in very ancient times. It's set in ancient Persia, ancient Iran. And it's based on the biblical tale of Esther, which some of you may be familiar with. Esther is a story in the Old Testament, in the Bible, about a Jewish woman who essentially takes on the identity of a Persian aristocrat and marries the king of ancient Iran, the king of ancient Persia. And this is like 5th century BC. And she does that in order to become the queen of Persia and then save her people. She realizes there's an anti-Semitic pogrom about to happen, and the vizier Haman is setting this pogrom in place. And so she's trying to stop him, and then she's trying to hide who she really is. So it's like Alias, where a character is essentially playing another role, and her life is in danger if they find out who she really is, that the queen is actually not who she claims to be. And that's a very popular book in the Bible. And I've written a novel called The Queen of Persia, which is the retelling of the Esther's tale as this epic historical drama. And it's very interesting. I'm a practicing Muslim, and I'm trying to do this story, which is a big popular story in Judaism and Christianity, and to do it in a respectful way, so that anyone who is a Jewish or Christian reader who's familiar with the Esther tale will go, wait, a Muslim guy wrote this? But there's no Islamic propaganda. This is just a fun retelling of the story from the Bible. And that's what I'm doing here. So I will start putting out Queen of Persia on my Patreon, hopefully starting today. So if anybody wants to join, and that'll be going out for my VIP patrons. But yeah, so that links into that chat of now. I would never have considered putting out my novel on that kind of format before, but I'm like, why not? It's working. It's working. See, and the bell supports me.
Yeah, and I love what Brian Neeren says here. Every time a bell rings, Disney loses cash.
Yeah.
So great timing for that bell.
I like that.
Hold on one second.
No problem. We got some other super chats here as we're moving along. Rage Golden Eagles here. How you doing, buddy? Says, to be honest, if it comes down to China versus Hollywood, outside of China, they aren't the ones that destroyed everything. I love entertainment. In fact, they are among a rare few that continue making it. Well, as far as like entertainment wise, like whatever. I mean, I don't agree with what their government does and all that kind of bullshit. But like, yeah, I mean, you're right about the whole like Hollywood, but I think that's where we're seeing this shift in the narrative, in the public eye of what is going on in Hollywood right now, and what we're going to start seeing as far as entertainment wise. What do you think, Andre? And I'm by myself here.
No, you're not alone. Well, actually, no. Well, first of all, I wouldn't be so quick in declaring China completely innocent.
No,
in what's going on there, but in terms of they at least appear to be taking some measures to avoid what we're seeing in Hollywood right now. So kudos to them.
I will say this: if this whole thing with the like we are sick of sissy men and stuff like that, like thing is directly tied to Shang-Chi like we think it is, that is a bit of a Chad move. I will say that.
Oh yeah, totally.
And I think it's a Chad move, and I don't see any of the reason for it to come out the day that Shang-Chi premieres.
I agree. It's I mean, things are only a coincidence up to a certain point, and beyond that point, they're a coincidence no longer.
No, but it is a direct political statement, in my view, by Xi, who I'm not a fan of. I don't like the man. I don't think he's good for the Chinese people or for the world. But he's a political statement by him saying, I'm not going to let Hollywood weaken my people, which is a statement. That's a very powerful statement coming out of a leader.
It's also a statement directly against Hollywood. You're weakening people.
Correct.
What you're doing is harmful to society.
And imagine, all these people that are talking about toxic masculinity fashion themselves as leftists. They have their Che Guevara, T-shirt, and they've got their, Mao Zedong little red book crap and whatever. And you've got this guy, the head of the Communist Party, saying masculinity is a good thing. That's not the message we're getting out of the left in America. It's very interesting.
Yeah, well, I
Yeah.
guess he's a little bit more based, and he's actually concerned with winning, and he knows that you don't win wars with the kind of men that are produced by modern day Hollywood.
Correct.
But Tom, did we have any more super chats? I think we do.
Yes, indeed, you do. Let's see here. We left off with Yellow Flash. How you doing, buddy? I don't know if he's still listening because he put up like 10 videos in the last 20 minutes because he does so many videos a day. But we love Yellow Flash, and I know Andre's an avid viewer, as am I.
Big fan of Yellow Flash.
Well, of course, we're good friends with him as well. Says, and Cameron loves him too, obviously. Says, heck
and
yeah.
Yellow Flash has spoken out a lot in defense of Johnny Depp.
He's done a lot.
Flash, yeah, Yellow Flash, get me on your channel. I'd love to come and speak. And so, yeah, we'll continue. But
I'll hook you boys up. You know that.
Hook me up. I love your channel. I
definitely
watch it all the time. I'd love to come on.
I love connecting people. I put Az and Robert Meyer Burnett together. I would love to put you with Yellow Flash. I can make that happen.
Yeah.
Going to a college football game tomorrow. Packed house, baby. Tailgating bright and early. Well, glad to hear that, Yellow Flash, and hope you have a good time. I know where I'm from, some of our sports teams are doing pretty good, so my dad's been in a good mood lately. That's always a good thing. But yeah.
So we have a super chat that come from Mr. Tickle Trunk that I'd love to address.
Absolutely. Like a recent one?
Just came up right now. It's the last one.
Okay, got it. There you go. It says, wait, a Muslim man writing a cool story about a badass Jewish woman from a Christian Bible, or from the Christian Bible, sorry. Mm-hmm. Hollywood collective heads imploding in 3, 2, 1. Boom.
So here's the thing I want to address about that, which is, so this novel, just like my first 2 novels, is based on an original screenplay I wrote, right? And it's interesting because all of my novels are based on screenplays that I wrote essentially 20 years ago when I was a film student at UCLA, right? They were all original. This was the Esther script was one of the scripts that I wrote when I was a student there, right? And so 15 years later, I tried to sell at the time. People were like, nobody wants to make a movie about strong women, whatever. And blah, blah. So, all right. So I sat there. I was like, this is a good story, whatever. And then about 15 years later, I was approached that, by a major producer, a really wonderful producer named Polly Johnson, who produced Clash of the Titans, the new one. She was working at Warner Brothers at the time. And she had been talking to Natalie Portman. And Natalie Portman had said to her, I really would love to do a story about Esther. And she was asking around industry, anybody knows about Esther? And I think my manager remembered, because I've been with the same manager for 15 years. She's like, wait a minute, Cameron, didn't you tell me you had an Esther script from school years ago? And so she put us together, and I did have an Esther script. And so I reworked the script with her to update it. And we were like, Natalie Portman wants to do this, right? And then her agents at CAA were like, hey, who the hell is this Kamran Pasha? Yeah, I don't think so. Whatever. Yeah, it's thanks anyway. And so they blocked the project, right? And they blocked the project, and that's when I got really irritated, because I've also shared on my Patreon stories like that I've endured of strange things where like you suddenly have the star and everything, and then it all goes away, right? And so that I've been through. That's another one of those adventures. And so what I did was I then got irritated, and just as I had gotten irritated with my other 2 scripts that the industry had rejected but was said were brilliant, and I turned those into novels, I turned this into a novel. And so that's the origin of that, is the industry actually attempting to block this story, even though there were major players that were interested in promoting the story, a producer at Warner Brothers and the actress Natalie Portman, right? It was at least looking at that topic. And then the power structure said, yeah, we're not going to let this guy go ahead with that. And they stopped it. So anyone who supports my novel now, you're beating those guys. So like I said, since I've been talking about it, more Patreon subscribers. Thank you guys. And I'm going to have something out for you very shortly.
Okay, and blah blah has a very good point here, because this has been something that's really been ripping up. In fact, I got something from a day ago here about this. Cam, with all respect, why did Chapek greenlight the CRT Reimagining Tomorrow program? It contradicts what you and DVD, I believe he means Dictor Van Doomcock, keep saying. So yeah, we've got this Reimagining Tomorrow, which is we always haven't got it right at Disney, launching this new inclusivity initiative. This is just from yesterday, actually.
Well, what else is he going to do? I mean, look, again, you guys, this is the mantra. This is not Everyone keeps thinking this guy is going to come out there and be the champion of the anti-woke stance with the anti-woke flag on the battlefield. That's not how this guy works, and that's not how this game works. You got everyone in this town is talking about diversity, right? It's just a standard mantra. You just have to say these things. So he's not going to get involved in this little thing. This is so small on his radar when he's fighting Kevin Feige and potentially dealing with the Chinese Communist Party as an adversary. You think he's thinking about this program? It's so small for him. It's not on his radar. This is not the battle he's trying to win.
Wouldn't this actually have kind of started under Iger for it to be getting launched now anyway?
Of course, everything is from Iger. Everything's from Iger. He's trying to assert his control. And so I keep hearing people saying, well, look at this, and look what just happened. They're doing the Rocketeer with a black guy. I said, okay, whatever. Okay. This is all stuff that's been in the works for years. Remember, this guy hasn't even been technically in control of this company until halfway through this year.
Iger's still technically there, isn't he?
Yeah, and we're seeing that in the articles we saw in Forbes and in Hollywood Reporter that are saying openly, this dude is attempting to assert control. He's been the CEO for a year and a half with no power. So, and this is not, if I were this guy, and you all know what my politics and my philosophical beliefs are, this is not the battle I would be fighting. I'd be like, yeah, go do this program, whatever. I'm trying to win a war here. Yeah, diversity is a good thing. We all want diverse stuff. It is people in this audience, in this fan base, that get triggered by these things. That ain't the battle that's going to change the future of storytelling. That's not the battle. They're going to have these affirmative action, woke, blah, blah, blah things forever. They're always going to have that, right? And usually they're useless and they're just there to degrade minorities, which is what I've experienced, right? It's why Malcolm X was against most what we would call affirmative action systems, because he said this is just used by powerful people to get their little puppet minority in a position of place they can control and make them feel obligated. Look, I gave you a break, man. You weren't even good enough for the job, but I gave you a break. It's just a way to reassert control. And that's what Malcolm X said. That's why he opposed these kinds of programs. But if I were this guy, I'm like, I don't got time for this thing. I'm trying to win a war here. And the people are like, oh, look at that. Rocketeer's black now. Look, see, Cameron, you're wrong. I'm like, that ain't the battle he's fighting, man. He's trying to change a whole resistant company from this self-absorbed narcissist in a country club and cocktail parties into a profitable consumer-oriented company. He's only begun the fight. This whole system is against him. The industry is against him. He ain't got time for this diversity initiative. It's not even on his radar. And it shouldn't be.
Oh, there you go.
And then we got a couple.
I concur with that completely.
Yeah, and then we got a couple of super chats we can bring up on screen here. Yeah. SDR Red Wolf says, Cameron, excuse me, that's what a few of us furry authors did in my novel, Throng Going Station to Station. I put out on Patreon short story style chapters every week until it was finished.
Good for you. Good for you. And I'm sure your audience reacted to it, and I'm proud of you for doing that. And any of you in this audience here who's watching, who wants to be an author, who wants to be a writer, test the market. Put it out there in these ways. Again, I was resistant to this because I'm an old school Luddite. I don't like new technology. I like the old way of doing things, but that old way is dying. The publishing industry is dying. And so this is actually a blessing that you can now directly go to your consumer, instead of having someone censoring what gets created, within the publishing industry is more and more becoming a censorship industry where books are not being allowed to be published. And we're seeing people just go around that, go straight to your customer. If a guy like me who resists that is doing that, you should all be doing it.
Yeah,
there you go.
Exactly.
And then Christian Coralejo says, the self-publishing info is encouraging because I'm creating a children's picture book about astrobiology that I hope to make into an animated series. Yeah. I will say this also about Amazon. Say what you will about, the negativity about the whole idea of Amazon. It has made it very easy to become a self-published author.
And a profitable self-published author.
And a profitable one. You're right. Exactly. And you can get your story out there. So it's kind of like what I've been saying with YouTube and all that stuff, and why I say there's this extra padding of gatekeeping in Hollywood when it comes to why we haven't had another, independent voice come out there, because every 20 years or so, every generation, we get that next set of independent voices going all the way back to old school Hollywood, right? It just for some reason this time around we didn't get it. And I think the main reason is because Hollywood's like, fuck that noise, and they kept us out because they knew there was a lot of them out there who were better. And you may think, and I think even Script Doctor and other people have talked about this, where you may think that like they would see some of these fan films and go, God, we should hire these guys. There's only very few people who have done that, and that's like George Lucas. Outside of that, they're all like, fuck those guys. They don't want anywhere near them because Script Doctor explained they see that as pretentious. And not only that, they don't want somebody coming in and doing it better than them.
Yeah,
That's
no, it's
another
very threatening. It's very, very threatening. You know, I don't know if I've told the story of how I broke into my first script sale. Have I told the story, Andre?
You have, but not
it's
everyone will remember it, so feel free to repeat it.
So it's relevant. You know, the way I broke into this industry, the way I became a screenwriter was I was a lawyer in New York. I was working a law firm there. And I had some sample scripts I'd written in school. And I was actually able to get the interest of an agent who read them and put me in touch with a TV director who was working on a TV show on the old UPN, if you remember that network, pre-CW. And
it's part of what allowed Les Moonves to kill Star Trek Enterprise.
Correct. That was part of the dirty. But UPN was on there. And so I ended up pitching to his boss, some ideas for the TV show. And the boss really liked it. And what I did was I got so excited that I was talking to some Hollywood people that I went ahead, without knowing anything about how the system worked, I went ahead and wrote some sample scripts of their TV show. It was a show called 7 Days. It was about time travel. They would send World Trade Center bombing happens. They send an agent back 7 days to prevent the guys from getting on the planes, that kind of thing, right? And so I wrote some sample scripts for the show because I got so excited. I was talking to people, and they were so impressed by the sample scripts, by the spec scripts of their own show, that they bought them, and one of them actually got produced and put on the air. And that was how I got my first script sales. And I was then what's called Taft-Hartley, which is the U.S. law, which is in order for them to buy my scripts, Paramount to buy my scripts, they had to actually get me into the Writers Guild Union, and that's how I got in, is because they bought these scripts. I later discovered that that's not normal. In fact, it's generally not allowed for a show to even look at sample scripts that a person or some other random person wrote. Like if you try to write a script of Law and Order, and send it to the studio, they'll throw it in the garbage because there's a lot of legal ramifications. What if they're already working on a story similar to yours and they read your script and then you claim that they stole your script and you sue them? So they don't even look at them. But that show was, I guess, going through a struggling period in the ratings and the writing staff. And so they're like, let's see what this kid's got. And they looked at it, this is better than what we got. Let's just make this, right? And so they bought it. But that's going back to what Tom was saying. The resistance to Hollywood of someone breaking in from the outside like that is structured in there. I didn't know that I broke the rules by doing that. And in the process, I now had a career, right? So that's what is happening now. Hollywood is resisting with a lot of contempt, YouTubers, Amazon published people. It's resisting them, but it's because they're afraid that these people are better than them. And they're going to, because most people in Hollywood are there for, like we said, the club. They're there because they have a relationship. We're not even talking about the people at the highest level. You don't have to be Steven Spielberg's nephew. You just have to know somebody who got you the job, as an assistant at the studio somewhere, right? That's all you need to know. And then you rose up. And then somebody coming in with talent outside the system is an incredible threat. So there's a deep level of fear and contempt for YouTubers and people independent. But that's the future, man. I resisted that future, but that is the future. It's going to become a consumer-oriented future. The one challenge for us in the film industry is that because filmmaking is still so cost-intensive, while you can make some good fan films on YouTube, particularly good animated films, right? It's very hard to raise independent financing to make Mission Impossible 15, right? It's very hard to do a GoFundMe to make a Tom Cruise movie. That day may come where you have some major star who's not able to get their movie made, resorts to crowdfunding because they already have the fan base that would give them money. Maybe Johnny Depp could do that, right? Johnny Depp is in a position that he could crowdfund a movie right now, I think, but nobody's really done that yet. That may come. But right now, it is self-publishing and YouTube videos, which is where the money is, because it doesn't cost that much money for you to create something and then make a profit on it. To make a movie is a lot of money, especially if you end up using union crews, which eventually you will if you want to get high-quality stuff. You need the most experienced people. So it's a process, but eventually a day will come I think when you're going to start getting crowdfunding of larger scale movies, I know friends who've made movies for $100,000 that they've crowdfunded off of GoFundMe. And one of them has actually gone off and, she's a Muslim girl from UCLA who crowdfunded a $100,000 movie. I gave her $25. I didn't think anything was come out of it. The movie ended up getting made. It got distributed theatrically by Universal. And she's now a working Hollywood director who's working on studio projects, right? It's crowdfunding is going to become more and more relevant as we move forward.
And then I lost all the other super chats right now that I could have brought up, but we got to go back anyway. But Diego sent in a very huge one here, and thank you so much, Diego. And he says, with all due respect to my fellow Midnighters, the problem I see is that most don't understand the politics of corporations. There is a reason why Kamran uses the feudalism example, because it happens. It's going to take time because it has to bring people down.
Correct.
Bring down people.
Yeah,
Diego,
that's the Game of Thrones.
That people don't understand that this is really Chapek versus an entire system. And the reason it can be Chapek versus a system is that he has the backing of billionaire shareholders, fund men. So that's when he's got wealthy people who are backing him. That's the only reason he's surviving. But it's him against a whole tranche of feudal lords who don't like what he's doing. So don't be focused on this and that. Focus on the bigger battle. It's this sleight of hand he's doing in the media that's undermining the system. That's where his power is.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a better way of putting it than that.
Diego, you're absolutely right, and I thank you because I get frustrated. And forgive me, all those who, if I sound like I'm lecturing you at times, I know you're all frustrated. I know you're frustrated with the journey we're on, and you're frustrated with what seem like setbacks. We're moving to a better world, I promise you. But you're going to have to be patient with it. And you're going to have to, I urge everyone to just read The Prince by Machiavelli, read Sun Tzu's The Art of War, and understand how the world works. It doesn't work with people running out and saying, save Western civilization from the woke. That's not going to work in Hollywood.
So well, it's easy historically to look back and say, oh, yeah, it happened like this and this and this. Well, yeah, that happened over years and months. As opposed to like whatever. And like Script and myself like to use the analogy is that Hollywood or a movie is like a train, right? It's already in motion. You can't stop the motherfucker dead stop. You can't put something in the way of it. But what you can do is plan ahead down the road and, make track that's bent, the other way or turn this way or whatever, try to change.
And eventually the train will get there so it can take a U-turn. Yeah, it will get there eventually, but you got to have the track ready.
Yeah, so you got to work ahead of what's happening now, and that's where I think Chapek is, and I think you're right on that. The Krevel, if I'm saying that right, says it's worse than direct from the communist state media. News and public opinion will no longer be a position for worshiping Western culture. Well, they kind of already have been, been that way, but no, I don't know if you guys want to comment on that. And I don't even like talking about China and the whole.
Yeah, look, I mean, like I said, I find Xi and the Communist Party very distasteful, right? But on a more conspiratorial level, when you're waging a war to become the dominant culture and dominant country and culture in the world, which is what we're facing right now, is one of the ways you do that is you subvert the other culture, right? So we're watching a lot of people that are allegedly leftist, socialist, communist leaning who are subverting our society, subverting expectations, right? And so you notice that I think she is perfectly happy that you have a lot of woke progressive types spreading weak males and emasculated society in the West. That's wonderful for him. And I'm sure
that's perfect. I mean, because that's how he's going to take over the world, basically.
And it's not a good outcome if the Communist Party takes over the world, and I don't think they will. But I do think what will happen is that in this conflict, in order to survive this conflict and for the greater ideals that America does represent and should represent, the only way America can survive this onslaught is for the rise of strong men and women, but power, regaining values that have an ability to counteract this communist attack on the world. And we're not through weak men and screwed up gender dynamics and confusion is not going to give us the strength to save the world and save freedom from the Chinese Communist Party, which I have experienced, and I do not want that system for the world. It is horrifying. I wouldn't want it. And so America has to regain its masculinity and its power to face that.
I don't disagree with you on that point. And with that, before Google decides to shut us down,
Move on. Yes, sir.
Grand Wazoo says, thank you so much for the very generous 20-year-old super chat here. Starting to sound like a parrot, but I love Cameron's opinions. Please more and just take the money for the lights on. Well, thank you so much, Grand Wazoo. We appreciate
take the money.
that.
Yeah, and again, I'm going to self-promote because you got to. If you want more of my opinions, come to my Patreon, where I will try to. I come on. I love coming. Midnight's Edge is a priority for me. I have a very good relationship with the people here. This is my favorite channel, and I try to come on at least once a week here on Midnight's Edge and some of their sister channels that they do. But on my Patreon, whenever I have an insider perspective on an opinion, I will put it out as quickly as possible, and then we can build further on those ideas here on this channel.
There you go.
All right, perfect. So you absolutely want to go to Kamran's Patreon and support that for the early start and to be better prepared for all the corporate lessons that are about to follow.
This is gonna be one hell of a journey, guys. We are at the beginning of a war. This is gonna be fascinating.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
More any more. I know I was talking so much that we lost them we could put on screen.
We might be able to have some here. I don't want to get too out of whack.
Yeah.
No, actually, there's none I can bring up right now.
But we do have a pretty backlog.
We have a backlog of classic ones we're going to get through here. So thank you, everybody, for being patient.
This next one, we shall leave no super chats behind.
No, we won't.
I've got time today. I'm hanging out here.
Good. We're getting there, though. We're getting through them. We got Rod Thunderheart with a Canadian $5 super chat. Says, hail, Andre, hail, Tom, and hail, Cameron. Interesting thoughts, yet they ring so true. Thanks for your views, Cameron. No question, just some supportive words there. And thank you so much for that, Rod Thunderheart. Then we have Hyperguyver 2, who says, now I have a new goal, a ghost hunt with Kamran Pasha. The last investigation I did was an old Illinois State Hospital in Bartonville, Illinois. You gonna go be a Ghostbuster with Hyperguyver?
I'd love to. I love the paranormal. I've studied it, and I go on ghost hunts. And I wrote an article for Huffington Post about a trip I went with the ghost hunters from the show Ghost Hunters on Sci-Fi, and that's how I sort of got into this world. And so yes, anyone who follows me on Instagram will know I recently did a ghost hunt in Missouri with the lovely Cindy Keza, who was on the Holzer Files and has become a very good friend of mine. So yeah, the paranormal fascinates me, and I've had a lot of my own experiences. Maybe one day we'll do a Midnight's Edge paranormal show.
There you go. And then next in line, we have Stephanie Janacek. How you doing? Says, you guys see the Robert Rodriguez statements about Boba Fett? Pure joy. No, I haven't yet.
I heard there was something out there. I saw some stuff flash on YouTube that Robert Rodriguez is going to save Star Wars. So maybe that's what it's referring to, but I don't know what that was. If anyone in the chat, if we don't know, can put what those comments were. Stephanie, sorry, I want to be able to answer that, but I have to get information.
Yeah, this is the first I'm hearing about it, so I don't know if we can grab that real quick here. Okay. But yeah. But just before we do that, though, let's get through a couple more of these. Rage Golden Eagle sends in another one. Thank you so much. Says, I love watching the Hollywood be eaten alive by the monster they created and unleashed on the rest of us. Karma in action. Yeah. So true. Anybody want to comment on that one?
Self-evident.
Clifton 3D sends in $1.99 from Europe and no, it'd be €1.99. There we go. I knew I could say it right eventually with just simply hashtag Emmy in the morning German. There you go, Andre. That's your domain. Guten Tag.
As soon as we have Espanol up and running to at least 10,000 subs and stuff like that, then Midnight's Edge Deutschland is next.
Yes.
And everyone do subscribe to Midnight's Edge, the Spanish version, because Paulie is great, and it's actually going to become a very leading channel, I think, for the future, not just in general for the audience, but I think, as we all know, the Latino audience is becoming increasingly important, and I think it's going to become a leader in reaching out to that audience because Paulie has a connection through his lovely significant other Romy. He's got connections to top actors who are like Edward Jones Olmos, who are coming on to the channel, and so really support it, because I think Hollywood's going to pay a lot of attention to Midnight's Edge, and it's going to be paying Midnight's Edge, Latino as well. So
yes, absolutely.
And then we've got, let's see here. Roof Korean the base says, so this is how you clean up Hollywood. Do they remain quiet and betray their agenda for China bucks, or double down, put actors on record and trap them? Oh, good question. Do you think they're going to double down, or do you think they're just going to quit appeasing to the China? Well, we actually kind of got half of an answer to that. We saw the Adam Sandler thing with Netflix, but Netflix isn't quite the same as theater kind of thing. What do you guys think?
Well, I mean, the idea is Hollywood going to keep doubling down with China? I think we're already seeing the break. I think once you put out that China has stated it doesn't want effeminate men, well, that's pretty much 90% of the people I work with in Hollywood are effeminate male writers, right? And so it's just like they're going to take that real personally. And so I think that's already the signal. The fact that the trades are actually discussing it rather than suppressing it, which is what they normally would do when you've got Muslims being taken away to concentration camps in China. The trades don't talk about it, right? Or they're being used as slave workers on a movie. They don't talk about it. The fact that they're talking about it means we've already gotten the signal from the industry. We're off of China because it is against our values. That's where we're going.
Andre?
Yeah, no, that's their story and they're sticking to it. The fact that it's even mentioned only goes to show that the break first signaled in one of the major trades is final. They are definitely making that break. However, breaking from China was like one step and not the most important step. Because the sad thing is that they're breaking specifically to preserve their quote-unquote woke ideology. Because what they're doing here, the excuse is like, no, these are our values. We are woke, and we need the woke soy boy men. And China doesn't want them. Well, then we're just gonna have to break with China, won't we? That's kind of like the message.
Turn around and call China like bigots,
all the stuff that they call us,
and shit like that. Yeah,
but I'm very.
There's no way to turn back from this. This is a big deal culturally inside of Hollywood. There's no way to fix China after this. This was released on purpose as the thing there's going to be calls to boycott China. I promise you, that's what's coming inside the system. And those will all be politically motivated by people like Chapek, who are like, all right, let's set up the track. Let's get people off the China track and onto a profitable track.
Yeah. But at the same time, the means to do that, though, and this is also something I think is pretty Machiavellian, to really get back on the profits trap, they have to let go of the identitarian ideology. But so far, that is the means that they use to get off the China track. Yeah,
absolutely, and it's going to work. There's no way for Hollywood to continue supporting. Look, this is a town where they were ready to cancel J.K. Rowling for saying that biological women exist, right? She was drowning. And there's no way they can come back from that.
That's what I mean. They're going to definitely drum the whole China is homophobe thing. So that way they can have a reason to break from all this stuff. And I mean, yeah, it's just, I can see it happening as you usually predict, Cameron. You can kind of see the pieces falling into place, kind of like the whole tracks ahead of the train, like we were just talking as well. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I agree. I think that's kind of where we're at with that one.
And it's a huge deal. If you think about this, we're just glossing it over. This is a massive shift economically and culturally for Hollywood after a decade of kissing China's butt. And that's why we're going to go back to 7 years in Tibet movies, and now we're going to have the Uyghur movies. They're coming.
I can't wait for it.
Yeah. And then we have DCB Titan, who says a triumph over good taste, referring to the Triumph thing.
Well, certainly there's a lot. They certainly just like the Last Jedi was indeed bold. It's like that famous meme. That's a bold move, Cotton. I hope it works out for him, right? It's quite bold.
Oh shit. Then we have Christian Corlejo, who says, just as a recent Wall Street Journal article states, we are living in the golden age of stupidity. Wow, did a Wall Street Journal article say that?
Yeah,
Wow.
actually, it did. Like, things have gotten so bad that even the Wall Street Journal can't like completely pretend everything is fine.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, you'll notice it's actually the Wall Street Journal and Forbes, and these are the places that are beginning to question a lot of what is happening in our world, because at the end of the day, people are losing money, and at some point, people, the readers of these things are like, hey, man. Yes, I know we all got a virtue signal in 2021, but this isn't making sense and it's screwing my bottom line. And so they're the ones going to have to be the spokespeople for the change. And
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and the change is like, yeah, we want a virtue signal and stuff, but not if it's costing us money.
Yeah.
No, you're right. And I think at first it was like a lot of what we saw happening was kind of pushing this agenda back into the spotlight and making it harder for us to get around it. Now, the longer this goes on and the less money some people are making, I think you're right. And that's kind of what we've been saying, is the only way to end this shit is to basically cut off the funding. You have to cut off the funding somehow, because, the question is, how do they keep doing this if they're not making money? They're not making money. It's because there's outside sources. Andre will be the first one to tell you that. I don't know how deep he wants to get into it, but
not very. I think we've pushed the border quite far enough here.
But yeah, basically people with different interests who are outside of Hollywood, who put money in and these other places, not just Hollywood. But yeah, and that money is starting to dry up, I think, and I think we may start to see a swift change. But again, with the reimagining tomorrow and all these other things going on, it's not just them. I warned this with the whole Oscar thing, because that's where a lot of this started. As I said, once Oscars change those rules, Hollywood will follow. And everybody's like, I don't know about that. Nobody gives a shit about the Oscars. It's like, yeah, we don't give a shit about the Oscars, but they do. And it's not just about the Oscars.
It's a trade association.
Exactly. It's not just about the Oscars either.
Yeah, the Oscars were initially not filmed. They were not televised. They were just a trade association to reward each other, and it was a way for moguls to try to control people by giving them an award. Right? Here's a little doggy, treat, and that I think it was Louis Mayer or Goldwyn, one of the top guys, that said, I created the Oscars so I could control actors.
Exactly.
Very, very Machiavellian as well.
Indeed. And then we have Costas Laveranos, who says, virtue signaling has impacted my house's choices. We don't have Netflix, Disney Plus, and haven't spent money at a theater in almost 2 years. And it's not the beer bug. We never wear masks over here and go out all the time. Well, there is that aspect of it. And that's kind of where, even, between that and then just the McDonaldization of stuff before that kind of creeped in. This has been something that's snowballed.
I think we have to say that we're not doctors or anything like something like drivel like that.
We clearly do need to. Yeah, because otherwise we'll get shut
We're
down.
Not we're not doctors.
No, we're not, and we're not giving any medical advice, and those are just somebody in the chat giving their opinion.
All that jazz.
I'm not even going to tell you how to fix your sink. Then we've got Mexican Iron Man Mike. How you doing, buddy? Says, Cameron, what is Hollywood's issue with South Asian guys and masculinity? You mentioned Hollywood silent movies. What's the history?
Well, yeah. So here's another thing. So and being someone of South Asian background, of subcontinental background, I've experienced this directly. So look, this is the two Asian cultures that are Hollywood promotes as demasculinized. East Asian culture and also Indian Pakistani culture, right? We are, we have been historically kind of the butt of the joke, and in some ways that are fun. Like, I have no problem with Apu, who I love, is a beloved character, right? I actually support Apu as a character, and most South Asians I know do, at least those who aren't of the woke generation, right? And so, but historically, we were not portrayed in Hollywood as sexualized beings. And think about this, the Taj Mahal is the greatest monument to love ever built in history by, a guy in India, a Muslim guy in India, a sultan, right? An emperor who built this for his wife. And this is a very, not just Pakistan, India, Hindu India is a very sexualized culture. If you study the ancient Hindu texts, they're very open about sexuality. The Kama Sutra comes from it. Temples in India, particularly in south of India, have, lots of sexual positions drawn with idols on the wall or icons on the wall, right? So that's part of the culture. So we've had this phenomena where in the West, particularly in the United States, there's been a desexualization of a very sexual culture. And anyone who watches Bollywood films knows they're very sensuous, right? They're very much about the male-female dynamic. So it's very bizarre to me that historically people of that area have been portrayed as desexualized, and that affects culturally because when you're raised here, I'm raised in this culture, and I'm here, and it's constantly projected onto you that Indians and Pakistanis are sort of beta males. They're the boring engineer, scientist guy who can't get laid, whatever. And that's not how that culture perceives itself. Maybe it does now after several decades of this kind of cultural brainwashing, but it is profoundly a strange and disturbing trend, and it comes from racism. And I've experienced that very deeply in Hollywood, and people have experienced my response to it because I've shared stories, and I've shared on my Patreon stories of how I've been disrespected in the industry. And a large of it, some of it has to do with my religious affiliation, but people who don't even know my religious affiliation, they just take one look at me and go, here's a little short 5'3" Pakistani guy. He must be an easy person I can bully, right? And they learn very quickly I'm not someone you can bully, right? And I will very much like Chapek, I will retaliate in my own time, and I always do, and yeah, no, and people say that to bolster up their balls. No, I'm actually that person. Everyone who's ever messed with me in the industry, I always settle the score because I have to. Because if I don't, then it's going to be, open season on Kamran, right? And I have developed a bit of a reputation as a guy that you don't mess with as an industry because he will come after you. You come after him, he will settle the score. And I've gotten that reputation, which has made me more enemies. And people like, I don't know if I want to hire that guy. I hear he really screwed that person over. I was like, yeah, I screwed that person over, tried to screw me over, right? And so, but I've had to assert that personality because I've been projected on this like, well, you must be little Gandhi, you must be little desexualized, a vegetarian eating little man who does not fight back. I'm like, no, I'm a meat eater. I love women and I fight back hard, right? My philosophy is very simple. And it's very simple. It's like, if you pull a gun on me, I will pull a bazooka on you. I do not start fights. I finish them. You come at me, I have no choice but to finish this so that you never come at me or anybody else like that again. And I'm not speaking in hyperbole. There is a list of people who in the industry no longer have jobs, and a couple of them don't have careers after having done that to me because they didn't recognize I would retaliate, right? And I have to be this person because I'm fighting this constant presumption, of racial presumption, that people from the subcontinent are weak people and emasculated people. And it's a battle I have to do. I just want to be a normal guy. But when you're constantly like, okay, this guy's the easy target, then you have to be ready to make sure they learn you're not the easy target and they regret that. So
I remember you and I had a bit of the Apu discussion before, but now you just made me realize another reason why they didn't like Apu. Because it wasn't because he was a stereotype, it's because he went against the stereotype. That's why. As we pointed out, even more so than I even thought so before. Because sure, he works at the Quickie Mart or whatever, but he's one of the smartest guys in town. Not only does he have a wife with 8 kids, they made him cheat on his wife, but right there you go. It's not so much that he's this, he's a very sexual man.
He's cheating on his wife. Again, you don't imagine. The little Indian guy must be faithful to his wife.
Exactly.
Right?
I didn't even think about that aspect of it. Like he goes against all the stereotypes of what you normally think. And like that's what I love about the character too. Like he was one of those characters. One of my favorite Simpsons episodes is Who Needs the Quickie Mart one with him, where he moves in with the Simpsons. That's like one of my favorite ones, and it's because he's such a great character. But anyway, moving on with super chats because we do have quite a few classic ones to get to, and we thank you guys so much for that. We appreciate it.
We still have over 1,000 viewers, which is great.
Yes, we do, and thanks for sticking in there. And we're going to try and get through these. We do not leave a super chat unread. We got Art Bunker next, who says, if they are trying to hyper-masculine their men, that could mean they are preparing for an event where lots of folks die and land ruin. I get what you're insinuating.
We don't need to go there.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm
argue with that.
But God willing, it's never going to get to that place. So we'll just keep moving. Yeah.
But we're in a worse shape too. So anyway, Dash D says China can mobilize 1 million reserves in a week by Denzin if they can multiply that that we have a lot to be worried about. Going back to what Art Bunker was getting to, and yeah, you're not wrong. My dad's a veteran, and he's always said things to that sort. Rod Thunderheart, I should say, says Hollywood has lost the image of masculinity. Arnold's approach is a woman. He behaves like a protector, not an aggressor. But women don't need men. I don't know if Arnold's the best example to use for that, but hey, in most cases, like the alpha male genuinely isn't necessarily like this asshole, right? It's somebody that most others can get behind, but is also genuinely not just the stronger of, but the more fair and smarter of the group. That's generally the case.
The negative, the false perception of masculinity that Hollywood is attacking is the evil, oppressive guy who is
like Biff Tannen. Yeah.
And so that's not masculinity as most men would define it. Masculinity is about confidence. It's about strength. It's about protecting the people that are weaker than you. It's about heroism. It's about self-sacrifice. It's about dignity. None of those are bad things. Those are all good things, right? And that's what masculinity historically has been. So the people that have been attacking masculinity and projecting Biff Tannen onto it are people that don't want those positive things as values in the society, which I consider to be very dangerous, subversive people who would try to take those values away.
Right. When I think of masculinity, I think of like Superman, specifically like Christopher Reeve Superman, or, a man who is strong, but he's smart. He's a good leader. He's fair. He's not going to, be corrupt in any way like that, in a sense, like he's always going to look out for the little guy. He's going to look at both sides of the situation. And even if it's somebody he may not like or agree with, even like Lex Luthor, 9 times out of 10, there's situations where he's had to side with Luthor, but that's not because, for any other reason than Luthor was right or whatever, and I'm sure there's a dozen stories in that sense, but
where basically he's always on the right side of things, and he has to work with somebody he doesn't like to achieve the right thing.
Absolutely. Specifically, like I always think of like Superman 2, where like, even though he lies to Luthor to get, because he knows how Luthor is, like the whole thing. Like I just love that bit. But anyway, moving on. We've got Mags who sent in a $2 super chat just to say, hit that like button, please. Well, thank you for that, Mags. You didn't have to do that, but thank you. We appreciate that. Smith Self says, $4.99 rhetoric trumping reality. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at now. It's clown.
Well, I mean, but there's only so far. I'm a writer of words. There's only so far words can go if you don't have substance behind them. And so we've been going through a decade of our civilization being corrupted by words, to the point that words don't have any meaning anymore. Like you don't even know what a man or a woman means. You don't even know what communism means. You don't know what fascism means. You don't know what those words mean anymore. And that's done on purpose, because if you don't have words, you're not able to communicate with each other, and there's no connection with another human being. If you and I are looking at the same sky and I use the word blue and use the word orange, we can't communicate and we can't understand each other, right? And so the subversive element is to use words to destroy culture. However, words are not enough. Ultimately, you have to have things that back up words. And that's, this subversive effort to destroy culture through taking away the power of words is now being met by action, which is far more dangerous. As we all say, words, actions speak louder than words. We're about to enter that era.
There you go. And then we've got We Tune to See, who says 2 weeks ago, the CCP revoked all licenses for profit foreign language schools. Winnie the Pooh plan is to isolate China from Western influences. Yeah, we actually had another chat bring that up before. And we don't disagree with you there, but we're just not going to go too deep into it because Mama Susan probably won't be too happy about it. Rasmus Black sends in 169. Is that Danish krona? I think it is. I don't know. Where's Andre when I need him?
I'm here. What was the currency?
DKK?
Danish krona.
That's what I thought. I'm good.
I was saying that I think we have a Danish person in the chat. I met a lovely Danish woman in the cafe. I love Danish women. God
and Rasmus says right here, love from Denmark. There you go. So love Denmark. There you go. Thank you. You guys rock and love your show. Well, thank you so much, Rasmus. We appreciate that. Mitch the Boo says, coming in from Canada, so we got love from all over the world here. Says, I read the Wheel of Time novels back in the 90s. First 4 novels were some of the best sword and sorcery books I've read. It's all downhill from there. I haven't even really brought myself to watch the trailer yet for that, just because all the images just don't even look like anything I'd want to watch.
It looks like everything we expected it to be from someone who passed on Conan from being too toxic masculine, and who went with Wheel of Time specifically for its female-centric qualities. It looks exactly like that.
Yep. Kind of. That's pretty much where I'm at with it. So,
well, they didn't hire me. They didn't go with my pitch.
Are you a fan of it? Are you a fan of it, Cameron?
I hadn't read the books before they asked me to develop. Then I read. I was like, these are good books, right? I didn't read past like the 4th book he said, but I read the 1st book and I was like, this is good. This is really good, and I have a way to do it. So they didn't use my way.
It's too bad.
My way would have worked.
See. Dash D also comes in again with another super chat. Says, if men didn't like and respond to women's wiles to attract us, we'd like masculine. Then women would have no power at all. Why can't people accept biology? Well, I mean, that is a good point. I mean, I'm not to say that there isn't some great women leaders out there. I'm not saying that at all.
But look, the feminine is incredibly powerful.
Yes.
I would suggest the feminine is more powerful than the masculine. You walk into a room and a beautiful woman walks in, all eyes are on her. Every dude, the most powerful person in the room is staring at her, right? And women have historically known that power. When you watch the Oscars, nobody's talking about the guy in the tux. They're all about the women in the stunning gowns, right? And so that's the women know their power. As a Sufi mystic, a famous Sufi master once said, all surrender willingly to beauty and to power unwillingly, right? So, a man, you can assert your dominance and people will obey. Doesn't mean they like you. Doesn't mean they like what you're making them do. And they'll sort of sullenly obey because you have power over them. A beautiful woman can make you do anything you want to the point of destroying yourself. And women have historically known that power, right? And it is a power that has been part of the strange sort of third wave feminism that we're in, has been a disrespect of femininity itself, right? And that women's only power can be through mimicking the masculine, right? Which actually disempowers them, because the beauty and the feminine is the most overwhelming power in the universe and can make men destroy themselves. So, why would you take a lesser power? A friend of mine is Venezuelan. He's, Venezuela, South America these are very masculine, feminine cultures. And she said, I don't understand American women. They want to be treated equal to men. I want to be treated better than men. And as a woman, as a feminine woman, I'm treated much better than men, and I have power over them. So I don't understand what American women are aiming for, right? So that's something that within the industry is a pathology. And like I said, when I'm pitching my Ottoman harem show, the executive who just decided that the only power that is of value is masculine direct dominance didn't like seeing a show about a woman using her beauty, her wiles, and her ability to emotionally manipulate to take over an entire empire. She found that very resentful. But that's what
Let's be real. They don't even need all that stuff. Look at the Beatles.
That's a bit of a personal comment. I know.
They were torn down by a woman who wasn't even worth it.
I have friends of mine who've been Yoko Ono, and I've watched groups self-destruct with that phenomenon. I've seen it.
Now that's the example I always bring up, is you don't even have to have a beautiful woman in the mix. Just look at you.
Just a woman. Just a woman. And we guys will say we willingly surrender. John Lennon willingly surrendered. He surrendered everything. She willingly surrendered. So that's power. That is power that is unstoppable. And there's a lot of cultural reasons that certain people are trying to subvert that power in America. It's to make men weak and to make women weak. If you can make both men and women weak, if you can make men feminine and women masculine, both of them are disempowered because their competitive advantage is taken away, then you can rule them. You can control them.
And let's move on then. We got tons of classic super chats here. Thank you so much, guys. You've been so very generous today. And I know you got a lot to say on this topic and other topics we've discussed, so let's get into them here. We have Revcore coming in next with Chapek is no hero either. No, we did bring this point up. The reason the parks had a lot of breakdowns of classic rides, he is a penny pincher. Yes, and we brought that point up very clearly. And that's the thing is, he may have been bad for the parks, but I always point out Tom Rothman. He was bad over at Fox, but that was because Fox relied very heavily on their franchises like X-Men and stuff like that. And he didn't like that shit. And he was not into that crap. And he's the reason that that franchise went to shit, among many other things over there. But then once he became the president over at fucking Sony, he made that place better than it ever has been in the last 20 years since Spider-Man, since the heyday of Spider-Man. So like he's getting in there again, and he's doing shit, and he's making moves. And all he's doing is saying, fuck this Spider-Man shit. Let Feige handle that, because I don't deal with that crap. Ghostbusters, fuck that. You go ahead and handle that, Jason, with your dad. And I'll deal with all this other stuff. And now he's got, he's been trying to woo Christopher Nolan over there. Even though Netflix is trying to get him. I don't think Netflix is going to get him. I think Sony will get him, because Sony will guarantee he gets theatrical releases. They've got Quentin Tarantino. He's doing shit like Baby Driver and stuff like that. Sony's doing pretty good right now. So again, I think that's where Chapek comes in here. He was shit for the parks, bad for the parks, but he's exactly what Disney needs right now to get back on track. Now, under if Disney was doing very well, under the entertainment side of things, Chapek would not necessarily be the best man for the job. I don't know if Andre wants to speak on that real quick.
I think you're right. He's the man of the moment. You're absolutely right, Tom. He is the man of the moment and the skill set of the moment. It will probably be at least a 5 or 10 year journey to fix Disney, right? People were asking in the chat earlier, how long is this going to take? And I'm thinking it's at least 5 or 10 year journey to get Disney back to a consumer-oriented company. It's a process, right? And then once he's finished that, once it's a profitable company and the culture has changed, will he be the best guy? I don't know. But at that point, will he be seen as a micromanager who's now messing it up? I think let's get to that problem, because right now the bigger problem is the culture is not consumer-oriented, and he will be.
I agree completely. Right now, Chapek, he kind of is the cure that is needed. Yeah. And when the problem is fixed, ironically, then he will no longer be the man. Because then this is the one thing that he can do, and he's great for this. And you see this very often in management, that many different managers, they have their own particular style, and they are great for one particular thing. Like, for instance, the people that go and they start the company, they do go from startup after startup. They are great for that particular growth period, but they may not be the right person to sustain a company after that, which is why a company over its lifetime will have many, many different CEOs. Same thing here. After Chapek has fixed the problem, he's no longer the guy. Then all of his changes, they have to be undone. But first, you have to get to that point.
Well,
it's needed.
It's that line, you either die as a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain. Right now, right. I think in the next few years, Chapek will be seen as the hero that saved Disney. And if he's wise, he will know when it's time to become, to retire and become chairman emeritus or whatever, when once that culture has been changed. But I think it's going to be a change. It's like a decade. So he's got a decade to fix this.
I think another great example is we've already seen this kind of in play or in motion already over at Warner. Yeah. We had Kalar with the first round. He came in and he cut things and he did what he did. And now they're going to have Laszlo come in if that all works out. And he's going to be and that's basically what Chapek's going to need, is a Laszlo to come in and clean up things. And Douglas, I'm going to bring this one up on, because we can bring it up on screen here. And Douglas always sends us that great art. So thank you earlier for that Kermit picture you sent. Says, even if Chapek loses the battle, his position will win the war, because the market reality, like reality in general, always wins. So yeah, I think that's kind of basically what we were just saying here in so many words, is that basically, even if he doesn't win out in the end with this whole thing, a lot of what he's doing right now and setting in motion, I think, is going to make a lot of changes.
Well, it's inevitable that the owners of this company, which is the shareholders, are going to win. That's right. Inevitable. Right. That whether it could very well be. It's possible. I hope it doesn't happen that within the next year that the PR blitz that Feige and the others are doing against him ends up undermining him, or some troubling thing or some Me Too garbage or whatever is used against him, and he's forced to step down. Then the shareholders will put somebody else up. They're not going to stop.
Yeah. Well, you've also brought the point is that one of the reasons they may fear him so much is they don't have anything on him. I mean, I've seen Feige act in ways that he has never acted before recently.
Yeah, because there's a lot of embarrassing stuff that happened. maybe Captain Marvel time. That's not stuff that he should have done, and now we're in this situation. So
well, we'll see how it goes. Chaos Sonic sends in a super chat. Thank you so much. Says, if you want a better version of Shang-Chi, watch Ranma 1/4 or 1/2. Sorry, Ranma 1 and 2 or something. I don't know what he means there, but yeah, he puts it kind of funny. My bad. I'm not familiar with it, so I'm screwing it up. At least the guy is trying to be a manly of men while being able to turn into a female. I'm not sure what that is, but I think I should probably check it out from the sound of it. So Ramna 1/2 or 1.5 or 1/2.
Is it an Indian project? I'm
not sure. Yeah, Ranma is how it's spelled.
I don't know if it sounds like an international project that I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, I'll have to see what that's all about. Well, thank you for that, Chaos Sonic. Then Dash D fires another one in. Thank you so much. This is about
it's an anime. People are saying in the chat it's an anime.
Oh, okay.
There you go. I know that. My niece will know it. She's a big anime fan.
There you go. Henson and Oz were the heart and soul of the Muppets, says Dash D. Disney wants Muppets that back up company line. Yeah. Kids can learn to count woke points, I guess. Well, the count is actually over at
Sesame Street. Yeah.
But yeah, Frank didn't pull no punches when it said when he was bringing up Sesame Street as well, because yeah, that's over there. But no, I think I don't think Frank Oz is on board with a lot of this shit.
No, he's not. And we all talked about that sort of the effort to make a sort of adult Muppets channel Muppets show that was quite offensive to a lot of people didn't succeed, right? There was no audience for that, and people
wasn't even really that adult. It was just kind of stupid.
Yeah, but they wanted to make it like, oh, they can use bad language or whatever it is, and so
it was trying to normalize the Muppets in a lot of ways. It was like to just like make them like normal people in like a sitcom office situation. It just didn't work.
Their own world is enough. The beauty of the Muppets is that they're real. And their world is real, and you just go with it. That's why you watch the Muppet movies and you just go with it. You don't need to put them out of that world into something else. Their world is what matters.
And then on top of what they did to Gonzo recently in Muppet Babies and shit like that, the Muppets were already pretty fucking diverse. You had a frog, a pig, and a whatever, and a bear that told jokes. I mean, come on.
Waka waka waka. Oh
exactly. My God. Mephitic miasma, if I'm saying that right. Mephitic miasma. I think I got it right.
I distracted. Extremely lovely lady just walked by my window. I love
that happens.
This is where I live, guys, and the park. And a lot of people.
The view is beautiful.
Show off their abs. The view is beautiful, and a lot of lovely ladies who want to show off their abs jog by my window all day. So she had lovely abs. I'm sorry, I'm back with you now.
No, that's fine. Mephitic miasma says Chapek knowing about Oz shows the extent of his knowledge about Disney history, aka Battlefield. Well, if it's true that Chapek is kind of behind this, I think you're right, and I think that's kind of what
he's dealing with the parks. He knows the Muppets, what they mean to the consumer. He knows that. I'm sure he heard grumbling during the time that he was rising up as to how Muppets was being handled. I'm sure he heard from customers, and so he's aware of it.
Probably.
And the whole thing about them, Andre didn't really want me to get into the Gonzo thing, but I will say this about it. Gonzo's never had a problem wearing dresses and shit before.
Yeah, I was just
Gonzo doesn't have any fucks to give other than to a chick.
He's that's the fun of Gonzo. He is what he is, and you don't have to define him. He's Gonzo.
He's a weirdo. That's all he is.
My favorite moment was I think it was when Mark Hamill did at the height of Star Wars when he came on the Muppet Show,
that's
right?
One of the best Muppet shows, yeah.
Yeah, and then they had Gonzo playing Darth Vader. It was great. They had a big nose Darth Vader. It was wonderful.
Yeah. Oh, the Muppet Babies one. That's one of my favorite Muppet Baby episodes is when they do the Star Wars episode. That was a classic. Then we got Stephanie Janicek firing in another one who says Cameron with the horns. Well, that was when you were going into some of your predictions and stuff, I believe, if I remember correctly from the timestamp. So thank you for that, Stephanie. Gogo is here. How you doing, buddy? Who says, I'm so glad Disney is getting their ass kicked so Chapek can clean up and fix Disney to what it should be. How dare they diss Frank Oz as they have? Well, it's been a long time coming. I mean, they booted him back in 2005. This is 16 years ago.
Yeah. 2005 was when I started having my brief rise in Hollywood, right?
And I think that's the big reason why I believe you, Cameron, when you say like this is like Chapek or somebody's behind this, because why now?
Exactly.
15,
Why now?
16 years after the fact, there's no Muppet movie. They're barely doing anything with the Muppets at all. There's been nothing that I can see a reason for it.
As part of the broader narrative that's been hammered home this year through all the media, that the Disney leadership that Iger set in place doesn't know what it's doing. And that's part of a narrative that someone who wants to change that leadership will use.
I mean, unless Frank has a book or something coming out that I don't know about, I don't know. Warwolf.
They mentioned the book in the article.
I don't think so, and I'm pretty sure I read the whole interview. It's a very interesting interview. I suggest you guys read the whole interview. Don't just read like the Cosmic Book News take on it. Read the entire interview. It's a very enlightening interview because he gets in the entire history of his life with the Muppets and all that shit. Warwolf is here. How you doing? Says, hail Midnighters and hello Cameron. Nice to finally meet you here on the stream. Well, glad you could make it to a live stream. We're glad to have you here. Kenneth LaRock is in the house as well. Could Alan Dean Foster have been a way to get at Kennedy? Potentially, but here's the thing. If somebody was powerful behind Alan Dean, I don't know if he would have done like, no, I think Alan Dean was just literally being treated like shit.
Yeah, he was grumbling, and rightfully so. And I don't think it didn't feel like an instigated thing. It felt like a natural,
right,
sharing of feelings.
And not only that went beyond Star Wars. He wasn't getting his residuals for Alien and shit like that either, which are Disney related now as well. So like, yeah, so he had more of a bone to pick than just with Kennedy or anything like that beyond Lucasfilm. It was more with Disney in general. Prof. Gray sends in a super chat. Thank you so much. How aware is Chapek of Mead and others? And does he see us as a threat? And what would he do about it? Okay, I'm going to answer this.
Sees you as a threat. I think Chapek sees you as an ally. I don't know how much. I think he's aware the YouTubers are part of the game board. Whether he's focusing on specifically Midnight's Edge, I don't know, but he's aware that YouTube is part of the game board that he's facing.
I was going to say, I can say this much. I know that we are known enough in Disney for reasons, but I'm not going to get into extent why. But as far as Chapek, I doubt we are personally on his radar. But yeah, Cameron could be right.
I'm sure he sees YouTubers as a rook on his chessboard. I can move it this way. I mean, we are fulfilling the very fact that we're even having this conversation about the deeper implications of this Frank Oz article is exactly what is helpful to him. So people realize that I'm not the one behind this, and I'm not the one responsible for what happened to Oz, and these are my adversaries, and we're promoting that conversation. So that's helpful to him. That's a move on his chessboard.
Well, and I mean, I had some people reach out to me the other day when we were going through that because I was upset because I know how Diego feels here. Like Frank is one of those people that I looked up to my whole life. Diego, who just fired this one in here, says, if I can chill Midnight's Edge Espanol, we actually read the article on Tuesday's show. I will be the first to admit when I read the Guardian article, I cried. Yeah, I didn't cry, but I got pissed.
And people in Hollywood were pissed. People in Hollywood, I mean, it was on Deadline and the trades and whatever. People were, were angry on a very deep level because in the same way that people privately told me, big filmmakers privately told me how much they hated The Last Jedi and how deeply it hurt them because they had been inspired to become filmmakers and screenwriters because of Star Wars. Frank Oz is part of our childhood. We all know his name. He made us feel good. The Muppets, just like Star Wars, got a lot of us through very painful childhoods. We were, especially the Generation X, we were the chilled latchkey kids. We were coming out of the 70s where marriages were breaking up and American culture was changing and kids were alone. And we needed these things. We needed Star Wars. We needed the Muppets. That's why I understand what Diego's saying. It hurt me deeply when I saw that. Then I realized this is coming from something else. But yeah, it's meant to hurt you. And that's why it came out of nowhere to shock you that, hey, there's something going on at Disney you need to be aware of. And now is the time for you to be aware of it.
Well, and I've kept up a lot with the Muppets over the years. I did not know about this aspect of it. I figured, okay, I never knew what really happened. I just knew that Frank was no longer doing the voices of the Muppets and was involved or whatever. I thought it was like he just retired. Because even like Mel Blanc near the end couldn't do like Yosemite Sam and stuff like that. So maybe Frank's like, I can't do Cookie Monster. I can't do Animal anymore. That wasn't the case at all. So that bothers me.
So I just got, I want to share this with you guys. I just got a message on my Patreon from Jonathan Gillespie, who's a patron, and he sent me a message, and I'll read it to you because I think it's relevant. You know, we should be aware of it. He's saying that Mike Zero, and you know, you may or may not take Mike Zero seriously, but he's saying Mike Zero has just dropped a video with info that Gina Carano won't be returning from Mandalorian season 3, but is open to returning for season 4 possibly, and he's asking for my take. And it's the first I've heard of it. I haven't seen the Zero thing. You know, Mr. Zero certainly got a lot of interesting takes that don't always play out, but sometimes they do. Look, I would be delighted if Gina Carano returns. That would be a reason for me to resubscribe to Disney Plus, right? Because I unsubscribed the moment she was humiliated and outed in that fashion. You know, I've said this before in the past on this channel to you, Tom, and to you, Andre, which is that if she does return, I cannot imagine her returning while Miss Kennedy is still officially in place. And if Miss Kennedy, you know, is still in some relationship with Disney, whether with title or whatever, going forward through Indiana Jones, which is through next year, it would make sense to me that, of course, she won't return while Mandalorian season 3, which is filming now and into next year, is going to be. But if, let's say, in 2023, we have Miss Kennedy has retired with many accolades. Let's say that that's happened. I think it is certainly, you know, if they made Gina a respectful offer, if I were her representative, I would say, look, your enemy's gone, come back. You know, it's a new regime now. That old regime is gone. And just you don't necessarily have to insist on an apology. The very fact that you came back after Miss Kennedy officially stepped away is apology enough. Everyone knows who won that battle. You don't need to humiliate them further. That's the advice I would give her if I were her representative. So it would make sense to me if that is how it plays out. And I do hope she does return.
There you go. Yeah, I'm not going to put much stock into Mike Zero thing.
God bless him. God bless him. I watch his channel. You know, God bless him. You know, it is what it is.
I don't really pay much attention to him. So this is here though. It says Francis Ford Coppola has been trouble for hiring a convicted child, you know what, to make film Jeeper Creeper. Did he get in trouble for that?
No, I mean, because
what is his connection to Jeeper Creeper? What was he, one of the producers?
I know that Coppola was involved. I know the producers of Jeepers Creepers. I mean, I know a couple of the producers who were on that movie, and I'm developing a project with them. And you know, this is the reality. I mean, Mr. Salva is what he is, and a lot of people in this town have worked with him, and a lot of people like Rose McGowan, who have become public spokespeople for the oppressed of Hollywood, worked with him and have not denounced him. Would I work with him? No, I would not work with him. And let's just leave it at that. So,
no, I only watched the first one anyway, and then after I found out who directed that, nope.
I will say the movie itself, before I knew the gentleman behind it, is a great movie. I mean, it's objectively a terrifying movie, and it scared me, and it was effective. And then I found out these stories, and I said, you know what, not for me, not for me.
Yeah, no, and he has made some really good movies, but yeah, shame about the person.
But he is what he is, and he, you know, that's it. And so we'll just leave it at that. We'll leave it at that.
Exactly. Well, let's step a little bit back from the edge here, and continue with super chat.
Yeah.
But Tom, you continue super because I have to be off here.
Sure.
Because we ran quite long today, which is awesome.
I know it's late over there, and I should probably wind down in the next half hour or so.
Hopefully, you got all of them in there that we've got.
Every single super chat up till this point is in the private chat.
Okay, because otherwise, I have to bring up my stuff.
Everyone up till this point.
Okay.
So yes, all right.
All right, we will try to breeze through these as quickly as possible without trying to go too fast, because we want to make sure you guys get your attention that you deserve. Corian Witch in residence is here and says, reality, bah! What's reality compared to me? Well,
fair enough.
If you can,
I was introduced to Corin Witch through I think it was Midnight, but I was introduced to him through a live chat and
The Doomcock, I believe it was.
Maybe it was in Doomcock, thank you. And I had a private conversation with him afterwards because we're both interested in the occult and mysticism. He's a delightful person.
All right. Master Clockwork is here. I could watch Shang-Chi, but I think I'll watch the IP Man movies instead. I don't disagree with you. I have not seen them, but I've heard good things about them, and I've been recommended them many, many times. Have you ever seen them, Cameron?
I have not. So it would be good for me to check them out too.
There you go. Manny sends in 5, it looks like Australian dollars. Cameron, I am a filmmaker from Australia. There you go. There's the answer. And my background is Kurdish. Will I have a hard time making it because I am not woke or ultra liberal?
It's about how much you publicize it, my friend. If you just make movies and the movies are good and they're not necessarily overtly anti-woke, then I think you'll be fine. Look, the only reason that I speak out is I've been in this town for 2 decades and I hid who I was for the first decade. And it didn't help me. People decided they didn't like me anyway, for religious reasons, ethnic reasons, and other things. And the fact that I was an ambitious guy who wasn't in the club, who was breaking into the club, which they didn't like. And so when I discovered that it didn't matter that I said and pretended to say all the same things that they were all saying to survive, that they just decided, yeah, we're not going to let this guy in. Oh, this guy got in. We're going to push him back out. And I said, oh, screw all you guys. If that's it, then I'm just going to be authentic. So, where you are at this stage of your journey, there's no reason for you to be out there putting a target on yourself. Just make good movies and let them speak for themselves.
Exactly.
And you don't need to do that. I mean, at a certain stage, you may be like Clint Eastwood, that you can just say whatever you want.
You can talk to a chair.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm at that stage because it doesn't matter what I believe. My enemies don't want me anyway. Even if I really believe the woke stuff, they don't want me. So it doesn't matter. I'll just say whatever I want.
With Cameron. Yeah, just let your work speak for itself. Yeah. And then when you get famous, you can get crazy and talk to chairs all you want. Nobody will say shit. Joachim Stark sends in. I don't recognize that, but I'll just go on. Just says Kubla Khan. Okay.
Kubla Khan. Well, yeah, he was Genghis Khan's grandson, who Marco Polo and whatever.
So he's probably answering your question if you had one.
Yeah.
If not,
Though he thinks it was Kubla Khan that was the DNA. Could be.
Maybe.
Could be. Kubla is interesting because he's he essentially built Beijing. It was it was not called that at the time, but modern Beijing was built by Kubla Khan. And and if anyone watched the Marco Polo show, which I actually liked, it was he actually had a lot of my fellow Muslims were involved, and the Muslims actually designed Beijing. He had a lot of Muslim architects from Central Asia and Persia that were involved, and so he was a very universalist ruler, and he was a very effective king. Is he the guy that's the origin of all the DNA? I don't know, but it's not impossible.
Could be. All right, and then we had DCB Titan once again sending in a super chat. Thank you so much. To be political, September 14th, vote out Newsom. September 20th, vote out Trudeau. Get rid of these faux liberal regressives. Well, there you go. If that's how you feel, go ahead and follow that advice.
Certainly how I feel. How others feel is up to them.
I don't get involved in politics. I try not to anyway.
Eric Runge in the Madsen. Eric Runge Madsen in the chat just got Kubla Khan's capital was Khan Balik. Khan Balik, which became Beijing. So yes, thank you.
Gotcha. Okay. There you go. Folkenstall says China will be like pander to me, and then expectations subverted. Soy boys. You're not totally wrong.
You're not totally wrong, but that was all. That was I mean, it's funny, but you're not wrong, and that's part of this is all the break for Hollywood. Hollywood's expectations were subverted. They thought they were going to make a lot of money. China thought it was going to be able to use propaganda. Neither of them got what they wanted. Away they go.
Yeah. I'm very happy that this is kind of happening in a weird way. Like, I'm glad to see us make a break from all this. Action Com says in the TV show Boardwork. Oh, we already got that one. Sorry, but thank you again, Action Com, for that. Michael Miller sends in 14 South African Rand, says, Cameron, I hope you documenting Chapek for a screenplay. So I think are you like writing all this down to
like a new version of The Player,
yeah.
Which is a classic movie. I met the screenwriter of it. He's a remarkable man. And so, yes, it's I mean, let's see how this player plays out, right? But I do think that if he survives, he will achieve his objectives. If he fails, his objectives will be achieved by somebody else, because this is bigger than one man. This is a movement of shareholders trying to make money, and that's an unstoppable force.
And Joel Rise, you want 4 hours of Kamran Pasha? No, not nearly enough. More. Hail Mead. Well, you're gonna get more, because we're 4 minutes to the 4 hour mark. we got a lot of
super chats, so we at least have at least another 21. So, and also Joel, come join my Patreon, because we get more of me there, and I'll have some comments about some of the other stuff we're talking about, hopefully up there soon.
And Six sends in a super chat here. Thank you so much, Six. The lovely Six, one of our lovely wrenches here at Midnight's Edge, and a good friend of mine, says, just dragging things out. Hi, Tom, and gives me a kiss. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, they're already dragged out enough, but thank you for that. And I did not expect you to be this long.
Over 1,000 people 4 hours into this.
No, but I'm happy everybody's still here and enjoying the conversation. That's all that matters, right? Where did we leave off here? It was Dash Deese once again. Thank you so much. Says Chapek thinks like a man. Iger thinks like a gal. Well, you're not totally wrong there, I think.
You're not totally wrong, because it is the dynamics of Hollywood. It was the last 10 years, even though, like I said, it was still men largely in charge, with a few women like Kathleen Kennedy, and Ann Sarnoff being put out in front, right? But it was men that I think one could argue were somewhat feminized in their approach to the industry, and they were, and so I think now you're having sort of the old school masculine dudes coming in. Mr. Chapek represents that, so I don't think that's a false analogy.
You could be right. And then let's see here, we have where did I leave off? Okay, Manny says, I am a Middle Eastern film. Oh, we got that one. So I think he put these in here twice.
Kurdish gentleman, yes.
Yeah, I think he put these in here twice accidentally. Okay, got that one. Okay, I think this is the one we haven't read yet. DCB Titan says, Chapek is playing with master rules. If you are willing to shell your own position, you aren't willing to win.
But see, that's the genius of it. That's when I knew he was a dangerous guy, when I saw the Forbes article that he was willing to injure himself. There's no one more dangerous than the person that will sacrifice his own troops and his own position to win a bigger war. There's no one more dangerous than that, because that shows ballsiness and a willingness to suffer to achieve your objectives. You will always outsmart someone who's not willing to suffer as much as you.
There you go. And then fuck Google too.
Yeah, be careful.
Kudos for pointing out Sus Hayakawa, if I'm saying that right. His oeuvre was more adult and sophisticated than current Hollywood depictions of Asian males. How do you say his name? Did I say it wrong? Shu Hayakawa, Sess.
Oh no, yeah. Let me pronounce it correctly. It's Sesue Hayakawa, and forgive me, anyone who speaks Japanese, because I don't speak Japanese. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing.
Yeah, forgive
That's
me
what it
for
looks like to me. Sesue Hayakawa.
butchering the shit out of it.
He was a handsome dude. Go check him out, and you on Google. You'll Google him. He was a good looking dude, man. You can see why the chicks went crazy for him.
And that's what the name says. I'm not going to say it out loud too many times. STR Red Wolf fired another one and says, I've stumbled on the right path with my novel, publishing it through Amazon Kindle Direct Publishing. Kobo and Smash Swords, both physical and ebook, he's asking. So should he do both?
It depends on what you think your audience, if you're already getting interest, I think it's the easiest thing is always ebook. It's good to have printed copies, because I'm always nervous about anything that's an ebook form that Amazon can delete it, right? And you can have moments of political pressure where they have removed ebooks from that you've purchased that are no longer in your library, because some internal political pressure said that book didn't serve some political agenda or whatever it was, and so have some printed as well. I think you'll find ebooks are probably more profitable, but the printed ones give you the chance of surviving in case someone purchases you.
Yeah, and I'm one of those. I prefer to have a physical copy.
Yeah, that's right. There's a sensuality to a book that I love. Just holding
very
it
much so.
Paper, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a physical copy kind of guy. Let's see here. We got Jesus Davila, who says, question, a few years ago, it was announced that they were going to make a great war film starring Dave Bautista. Mm-hmm. But since announcement, the news on that film went dark. Anyone here know anything regarding that?
I haven't heard of this. I don't know what this film would have been.
Gears of War.
Okay. I don't know this film. I'm sorry. So I've certainly heard nothing
remember it. It's a video game. I know that.
Okay.
I vaguely remember it, but no, I haven't heard any movement on it since. Dave Bautista's been signed up for a lot of shit.
He's doing well. He's doing well. Good for him.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could tell you more, Jesus. If anybody in the chat knows anything, please tag Jesus and let him know. But sorry, I couldn't give you more than that, other than I do remember it being announced. But yeah, I haven't heard nothing about it since. So yeah, that's the size of it on that one. Warwolf sends in another 10, says, I'm very leery of Amazon trying to snag any book they publish and turn it into a movie without paying the authors, and claiming the fact that it was published gives them the rights by default. Well, Warwolf.
Is that true? Is that true?
I don't know.
I don't know that Amazon has film rights. I will look into that.
I was going to say
that would surprise me. I've never heard that.
If I were you, if you're a publisher on Amazon, go through your terms of service.
Yes, absolutely. No, absolutely, because if that is true, then that will certainly restrain me from potentially publishing through that medium, because these are all scripts and these are things that I plan to make as movies or television miniseries or whatever. So if that is true, which I don't know that is true, anyone that takes away your that claims ownership of your residual rights, ancillary rights, that's a step too far, and I can't imagine that.
I don't know if they can. Even if it's in their contract or terms of service, that's pretty. I don't know.
I would look into it, but thank you for letting me know, because now I'm going to look into this.
I'm curious though, because
I want to find out the truth of that.
I'm sure there's been at least a few things that have been made from books like that, so I'm curious about that. Somebody knows the answer, send it to me in a DM. That'd be great.
I'm actually Googling Amazon publishing film rights.
Yeah, because Warwolf doesn't know if it's true. It's something he's worried about. I would definitely just check into the terms of service when you.
All right, I'm seeing this. For the first time, Amazon has bought adaptation rights for its own books. Today, Amazon published a new entry, collection of 8. Is that the company isn't publishing stories, but Amazon Studios acquired the media rights for the series. So I don't think they have an automatic. Yeah. That's an article of 2019. They would have to pay you for your rights. So Amazon does have a studio, right? And it's a successful studio. And so I would imagine that they would have to give, they see your book
as kind of intellectual rights.
Yeah, they would contact you, and just like Warner Brothers would contact you saying your book is a success. When my novels came out, I was told by my agents that Fox and other studios had asked what the situation was on the film rights. They never moved forward on it, but they asked about it. And so I can't imagine they have them. They have to.
Yeah. I think Joey's right here. If anything, the only thing they could maybe get in there and get away with is maybe a first refusal thing in there. But
we would have heard about that, because
somebody would have bitched about it by now.
I don't think that's true right now. I mean, they'd have to. Yeah, I mean, it would get out by now. Someone with all the publishing going on there, and we know people are optioning stuff off there. I can't imagine that's happening. But
I haven't heard of it. Yeah. So there you go. Yep. Moving on, we have Gulgo coming in again, says, if it's not been said before, screw Netflix. Now they want to bastardize One Piece. Without respect, I reject. Oh, hell no. Yeah, I saw that this morning on Twitter. I'm not real aware of the One Piece. I believe it's an anime series, if I'm not mistaken.
Because I'm not an anime watcher.
I'm not either, but people have peer pressured me into getting Cowboy Bebop, so I got to get into it, I guess.
Okay. Well, everyone's talking about Cowboy Bebop right now, so
I know.
I'm going to streams. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. All right.
Well, I was like, I think this
the original chick looks really good. The original drawn chick looks really sexy, but whatever.
Well, this was after one of the streams. We were in the back room or whatever, and I said, "Oh yeah, Walmart's got it for like $30," and then Culture Casino and a few others are like, "Go get it right now!" It's like, okay, Jesus, I'll go get it right now, and I did. There was only one other copy left, so it was probably a good thing I did. Let's see here. STR Red Wolf coming in again says, that's what's wrong. Or Cameron actually says, that's what's wrong with a few of the. Okay, you already read this one. Okay, so we got that one. Thanks again, STR Red Wolf. Check out his book if you're interested.
Yes, please go buy the book. Yeah, support him. Please.
Yeah, Christian Corleo says the self-publishing info is encouraging. Okay, we read that one. We got that one. Okay, I don't think we got this one. Mr. Tickle Trunk says, Cameron, I am an atheist, and even I think that's a cool idea for a movie.
I guess he's talking about my Esther project. Yeah, so. Great. Thank you. It's all good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hopefully I'll get it on screen one day.
That would be awesome. Diego Flores, this is one we also got. Thank you again for the 100 Peruvian souls. Dash Tax says, I choose Woke Hollywood over China's authoritism any day of the week. That being said, wokeness can go away can't go away fast enough. So fake, so dull.
Yeah, look,
Yeah,
I mean, they both suck. They both
yeah.
suck. But you know, having lived in China, I'm back here happily in Hollywood dealing with the nonsense of Hollywood. I don't want to work for that system.
Let's be clear. I'm at no point was saying anything positive about the Chinese government. I'm
Yeah.
just glad to get it the fuck out of Hollywood.
This isn't the Chinese people. I am a student of Taoism because I studied religion. I'm a student of Taoism. You know, when I went to Beijing, I went to ancient Taoist temples, and I love the history. And this is all stuff that the Chinese Communist Party suppressed and destroyed and ruined their own history with the Cultural Revolution. This isn't China. This is a destructive force that took over China, one of the great civilizations of humanity. So.
Indeed. And let's see here. Pat Finch mentions I should see Mongol. I think Andre has mentioned that movie before.
That's a great movie. I saw that also.
If not, you have. Somebody has. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great movie. It's actually filmed in like Mongolia with like they actually got the Mongolian army to play all these. You know, they have 1,000 battle scenes with thousands of
Mongolians.
Yeah, but they have an army. But it's about young Genghis Khan as a child and as a young man.
Yeah.
And his, you know, and he was basically a guy who was made into Genghis Khan. He was a village, you know, his father had been a sort of a village leader who was killed by the other village leader, competing leader. And Genghis Khan basically spent his childhood on the run, you know, with his mother and trying to survive. And that hardened him into the man that he became. So it's all about how events can create a ruthless leader like Genghis Khan. And, you know, that one village leader who thought he just took out a guy ended up starting a fire that took over half the planet.
Yeah, it's definitely one I got to check into.
It's a really good movie.
I'm going to read this in my audiobook voice. Mecha J sends in $5. Kamran, is there any chance turning your books into audiobooks that people can listen to?
Well, you know, it would be wonderful. Both of my novels are published through Simon & Schuster, and it's all about, you know, I think as I actually published my very first Patreon post is about the journeys I had with these books and about the efforts in Hollywood and the publishing industry to actually suppress them, and the real efforts, not just like people actually make sure this doesn't happen. People actually trying to stop them, and how I overcame that. And so, you know, the books had efforts actually to permit, you know, to make sure the New York Times others didn't review them. It was a really crazy thing that it went through. And so the books have done fine, but, you know, the more people buy them, the more pressure eventually rises just from economic purposes on Simon & Schuster to put out an audiobook. They haven't said it yet, but, you know, people from Midnight's Edge have been buying my books, you know, and people, supporters like Mike from Mexican Iron Man have read it and loved them. And so the more you guys buy my stuff, the more likely it is to create those things, because it's just about economics.
Kamran explained with much excitement.
Good on you. Maybe I'll get Tom to do this.
No, I don't think I'm that good. Joe Come Stark is here as well. Thank you so much. Says Drew Hayes, Super Power Heads was self-published published weekly by chapters. I want to see it as a TV series. Right? Yeah, there you go. I think novels.
That's going to be the future.
Yeah, I think novels play better as TV series. That's kind of a given.
There's a lot of information that you can extend,
especially series, novel series in general. Yeah. Lord Trinan as well is here. Hello. Says, I got down over the years or over the news. I'm sorry. Jesus. I like Rocketeer. Thank you for reminding me. It's just leftover stuff that will fade. You still have my support. Yeah. The Rocketeer business is just strange.
Yeah, it is strange, but let's just see if the movie's good. We can grumble about race swapping and stuff like that. At the end of the day, what matters to me is the movie any good? Does it honor the original? If it's just we race swapped a guy and did a mediocre movie, that's you know, the actor's a good actor. That disrespects him. It disrespects the heritage. I just want it to be a good movie, man. And then we can debate about the casting later. Let's just make it a good movie. Let's get through that threshold.
Somebody correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, but somebody was telling me, and I don't know that much about the Rocketeer, but somebody was telling me there was either like a graphic novel or somebody was going to do this idea and it never came to fruition, but it was something about the Rocketeer passing down the gear to a new man, and it was a black guy who was a Tuskegee Airman. Isn't that what this is based on or something like that? I'm not 100% sure. I'm not trying to make excuses for it.
I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of history that we don't know. I don't know the origin of the Rockman.
Yeah, I don't either.
There's stuff that people don't know that is.
I just know he was in serials originally. Is my knowledge.
Well, like the Lone Ranger. You know, the Lone Ranger and this is true, the Lone Ranger was actually based historically on a black Lone Ranger. There was the African-American gentleman who in the 1870s and 80s became the most successful lawman who was out there capturing. He was a basic bounty hunter type, with a badge, and he was capturing criminals left and right. And he had a Native American friend, and so the Lone Ranger is based on a black guy. But we never saw that story, right? And that's a story I'd like to hear that guy's story. They referenced it in Timeless, that TV show, which was a very good show. And so look, there's a lot of this race swapping. But look, Hollywood race swap. When the Lone Ranger came out in the 1950s, could they made it a black guy? No, they probably couldn't. They certainly thought they couldn't. But the story is based on a black guy, and I wish I had seen that story. That's a fair story. That's an American history story. The greatest lawman of the Old West was a black dude. I want to see that story. It's true.
Lindsay says that Razorfist is who we should talk to. I'll ask Razorfist. He'll probably answer me. Real Savo, I know you sent in another super chat before. We'll get to that eventually here, but you brought one here that's I can bring up on screen right now. It says, Cameron, I lived in China. I think he means China for several years as well. I agree. The focused destruction of inconvenient aspects of culture was painful to see.
It's heartbreaking. As someone who studied, like when I was talking to my colleagues about ancient Taoists, they're like, they had no idea what I was talking about. Their own heritage was erased. A lot of the Taoist mysticism in the books, the ones that survived the Cultural Revolution, you can only find them in Taiwan and Korea, right? That's where they had to flee to. And so that information is lost. And I saw that, I think he paid in Japanese yen. And so I have great respect for Japanese culture because they preserved their ancient wisdom, a lot of which comes out of Taoism and then became part of Shinto, right? And so a lot of that wisdom survives in Japan.
Absolutely. And then Folkenstall, who I think we got one from earlier as well, says, so thank you so much. I think it's another 10 Swiss francs. Says, how does an indie comic creator protest his work when he gets approached by an animation studio, but then denies selling any rights? Can the studio still somehow steal the idea?
Well, there's a lot of people are afraid of the idea of theft, right? And it can happen. However, it is generally economically not profitable for any Hollywood studio to actually steal your script, because then when they make it, they will eventually be sued by you, and then that's big drama, and that's a lot of money lost if they lose, if they really did steal it. So in general, they will pay you off. And in my first Patreon article, I talk about an effort Hollywood did to try to buy one of my scripts. But then actually, because the agenda, as I discovered, was to make sure the script never got made, I was shocked to discover that agenda, but I did, right? And so I didn't accept the deal that was offered at the time. But it would been easier for them to just buy my script and bury it than to create a whole campaign to make sure the movie never got made. So economics always wins out. I wouldn't, whenever any creator, whether it's indie comic book or novelist or short story or screenwriter, you should always, whenever you finish something, you should submit it to the U.S. Copyright Office, which is part of the Library of Congress. Register with, it's like $25. You can register online. And, people always say you can just register with the Writers Guild. That's not legal protection. I'm a member of the Writers Guild. And registering the Writers Guild is just giving the Writers Guild money to say, hey, this guy submitted this thing to us on this date, but that has no legal power. The U.S. copyright has legal power. So let's say you submitted your script or your indie comic book and it got your copyright protection officially, right? When you do that, let's say someone actually steals it. Not only would that be evidence that helps you win the case, that you submitted it, you have a copyright certificate before you even put it out there. If you have it registered with the U.S. Copyright Office, if someone actually is in violation of your copyright and steals your work, you get treble damages in the U.S. court system. So whenever if someone steals your work in general, you can win. But if you've actually copyright registered it with the U.S. Copyright Office, they made $1 million off the thing. They got to pay you $3 million for stealing your work. So every one of you is an artist. Register today your stuff with the U.S. Copyright Office. It's your best protection.
Yeah, and they're pretty. I would say they don't just take anybody off the streets script either. There's a reason why there's channels you got to go through usually and stuff
exactly,
like that.
Yeah,
we were talking about that earlier. Yeah,
a lot of people, to be honest, are deluded that anybody wants to steal their stuff. It's like, nobody wants to steal this piece of shit, man. Go write a better script, right? There's a lot of stuff people say. Whenever people have said to me, man, I don't know, you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement before you can read my script. Inevitably, those scripts are all garbage. Because they don't have the confidence of the underlying material, so they're afraid of it being stolen when the material isn't worthy of it.
Yeah. In most cases, it's not worth the trouble to even
not
go through. Yeah,
It can happen, but that's why
it can happen.
It happened, but it's just not. It's not commonplace.
And usually, in my understanding, from a lot of the cases I've seen, it's more of misunderstandings than it is like actual plagiarism and shit like that. Like in some cases,
sometimes it really is. You submitted something; they already were developing something like that already,
or they paid you something and you thought it was for something else, and and then it turns out it was for the rights, and you realize, oh shit, you know.
And there are sleazy people that you pitch them something, and then they go take that idea to somebody else and make it with them. But an idea is, you can't copyright an idea. You can copyright a script and a book and an indie comic. So Tom, forgive me, I do need to wind down in a few minutes. Are there any chats that I need to address?
Hopefully we're getting close near the end here. Let me see. We got Mexican Iron Man, who just plugs your Patreon. So hopefully our Wrenches can put that in the chat. Says, hey, I've been on Patreon for Kamran since he started it. I highly recommend joining. Profound knowledge and insight, and fascinating insights. If I could read, that'd be great. Let's see here. Nikki Vix just says, when I think masculine, I think Viggo Mortensen is Aragorn in Lord of the Rings. Strong, assertive leader with no problems, singing, showing gentleness and concern. Yeah, and a great leader and a fair individual. That's kind of what we were getting at. Yeah. ID Shadow says, hello, Kamran, who I think he means, how long do you think is society on this anti-male gaze trip? How long do you think this will last? I think is what
I think we're going for this decade. I think the 2020s is the transformative decade. I think a lot of these bad ideologies are going to burn out in the 2020s. I think we're going to see the consequences of these bad ideologies. I think you're going to see them being the United States is going to change. I think we're going to return to a more rational mean, which is not extreme conservatism or extreme progressivism. I think we're going to come down to the common sense of the average American person, which is middle of the road, and we're going to get there. I think it'll take this decade, and then we'll hopefully be back on track.
Yeah. Then Duro On sends us a popcorn super sticker. Thank you for that. Mr. Tickle Trunk says, I knew someone who saw behind the scene with the Muppets backstage, no cameras. Everything was very toxic, risque, and fun. Frank Oz is one of us.
Yeah. No, he's a normal guy, and it's all about, he didn't promote toxicity towards the audience, but people joke around and whatever, and they're normal people. Creative people tend to be a little risque in their what they are. That's why the woke efforts to control everything under some kind of moral stance doesn't really work in Hollywood, because everyone's kind of a little bit amped and hyped and a little crazy, and that's good.
Right. Warwolf says, one author to another, Kamran. Congrats on the books. There you go.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulating you. Diego sends in we got that one already. So thank you for that again, Diego. Let's see here. Chaos Sonic points out that Jim's son doesn't want anything to do with the Muppets. Yeah, I think basically his whole thing, though, was, at least from my understanding, was he wanted to be able to do other things. And the Muppets were his dad's thing. He thought they were in good hands at Disney. There was this whole sale that was going on for years, and it just happened to work out that way, and Eisner was very adamant about getting the Muppets one way or another. Callum Lyle says, has Kathleen Kennedy always hated men, or is she just using people to get her way?
Oh my God. I mean, I actually don't feel comfortable answering that question.
I don't know if
I met Miss Kennedy once. I've said that before, 20 years ago when I was just starting off. She was a perfectly nice person. I met Frank Marshall, perfectly nice people. Yeah. They've made great movies. I don't like the directions Star Wars went in under Miss Kennedy, and I made some very specific comments about it and the ideologies that infested the company under her leadership. But I'm not going to make any sort of personal judgments about her philosophy towards men. I don't think that's appropriate. Let's just end this era and get back to Star Wars and move on from it, and let Miss Kennedy go into a delightful, respected sunset. Just let her go in peace.
Yeah. And again, I don't necessarily believe there was any nefarious thing on her part, other than she was just following the rhetoric of Hollywood.
The time, the rhetoric of Hollywood, we were all in there, and it is what it is. And so,
Real T Salvo, who sends in the 500 yen, this is the original super chat I was talking about, says, everything you're seeing from China is part of their campaign to restore the great Chinese empire, but the problem is that they are succeeding. Well, I hope not.
Well, as someone else in the chat said, the Chinese have never had a Chinese empire. It's always been external forces, the Mongolians, the Manchu, and other Manchu. So so that's true. And when I went there, I talked about it with my colleagues in China, and they said, I said, why aren't you guys physically out conquering the planet, right? You've got 1 billion people here. And they said, because we have always been an introverted culture. We've always feel like we see ourselves as the center of the world. So we don't need to expand because we've got everything we need here. We are economically independent. We are agriculturally independent. So we don't see the rest of the world. That was his answer. And it's true that China has not been a military invader. Genghis Khan wasn't Chinese, it was Mongolian. He invaded China, right? And that has not been historically what it's been. However, it has been going through a period of the last few decades of economic imperialism, where it is actually exporting, as I talked about, West Africa has Chinese cities now of Chinese workers that the local government are finding it difficult to control. It's like essentially creating colonies like the British did during the East India Company, right? But these are independent colonies inside of Africa, and the African countries are beginning to rebel against that. So there is a different form of imperialism that China is doing that it's never even done historically, which is it was always had trade through the Silk Road, but it never established colonies, which is the unique thing that the Communist Party is doing, which I think will not be sustainable. I think people are already revolting against it.
All right. And then we have just a couple more here and we're caught up.
Yep.
Lord Kamina says movie about Jing Ke with Emperor looking like Xi Jinping, where Jing Ke succeeds, could be a great black eye to China. Hollywood could
get. Except nobody in Hollywood knows any Chinese history, right? I know because I've pitched stories about major Chinese Zheng Ho, who was a huge Chinese mariner who some believe actually got to America 40 years before Columbus did, and he was a Muslim guy because Muslims were a big part of China, and I tried pitching that in Hollywood. People were like, who, what? And there were some best-selling books on him in America. Like, whatever, I don't know who this Chinese guy is. I don't know. Yeah. Next.
All right. Next one we got here is from Dash D's, who says, although I've never written a novel, I do have a navel, and of course they may not be connected.
Just gaze into your navel for the answers, my friend.
There you go.
Wisdom will be found there.
And then Lord Kamina too sends in another one, says, oh no, we got that one twice. Never mind. Yeah. That was my bad. Let's see here. Kalam Lial says Simi Lu, however you say that. Sorry, I know I'm fucking up the name. Needs to tone down his ego. It keeps denying history and now playing victim. Have you read his recent interview? He isn't right in the head. Geeks and Gamers have a video on it. And yeah, I mean, Script Doctor's known him, I guess, and he just doesn't understand what's going on here, and he feels like he's maybe being pressured into some of this stuff. I don't know. I don't want to speak for Script. I think he's still in the chat, so you can go ahead and speak to that, Script, if you want. But I think a lot of it is Simiu. Yeah. See, you're more worried about how I'm saying the name.
this gentleman, yes, we know the gentleman's name. Yes.
Yeah. So I don't know. I haven't read the interview yet, so I can't.
I've read them. Look. I was actually on a channel with Script Doctor, and he actually knows the gentleman. I think he's worked with him in the past. So I think look, what's happening is people in Hollywood get their break, and then suddenly their heads get big. It happened to me. I turned into a bit of a jerk when I got my initial breaks, and I thought I was overconfident. So you just have to go with it. And eventually, I think he's about to learn probably this weekend that maybe it's time to control the rhetoric because it's not going to go the way he thought. So.
Yeah, and then corrected again here by Mr. Tickle Trunk, who says Simu Liu. Okay, I'll just have to think of the Paul McCartney song. Simu.
All right. So on that note,
this is the last one.
Last one because I do need to head out.
This is it. This is our last super chat, and we're done. Rambam 3000 says, on the subject of Mongols, check out the HU, a Mongol heavy metal band. All right. Well, we'll do that.
And I've had Mongolian beef, which is very good. So Mongolian culture still exists. And so all right. So thank you, Tom. And Andre's not here, but I'm going to thank you on to him who's not here. For guys, always have me on this. Your channel and your subscribers, your followers are incredible. It's the best channel that I've come across in all the talks. So I'm always honored to be here. And we got Script Doctor saying he's towing the line, the typical Toronto actor or any actor with sudden burst of attention. And that's true. I mean, it happened to me too.
I'm going to let Cameron go, and we're going to get the heck out of here with some koalas in the rain. Check out Cameron's Patreon. I should be on Friday Night Tights here in a few hours. They should be starting here in about an hour or so, Nerdrotic time. So see you guys there. Take care, everybody. Peace.
God bless
you, and take care.
Koalas in the rain. Koalas in the rain. No fucks given. Koalas in in the rain. Koalas in the rain. No fucks given. Koalas in the rain.